Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Fragile reminiscence. Warm rays of sunlight shone through thick white clouds, casting a brilliant glow over the vivid landscape below. It was noon. The vibrant summer skies persisted, bringing with it a wondrous beauty that breathed vitality into all it encompassed. Towering buildings stood erect, looking as though they would pierce the sky above. Unique structures of varying splendor could be seen widespread throughout the expansive city, primarily made up of concrete, steel, and glass. Glimmering lights lit up various corners, billboards of all sizes made their presence known, and vehicles packed the busy streets in abundance. Countless figures walked the paved sidewalks, clamoring noisily as they passed each other by. One didn't need to ponder too deeply in order to conclude one very simple fact, something that had been made extremely apparent: this was Earth. Not only that, but this was also a modern society, an information era where advanced technology existed and thus reigned supreme. Near the center of such a bustling city, a marvelous edifice that stood out among all others lay amidst the tumultuous crowd of people. One out front, a jet-black Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly arrived on the scene, pulling over toward the sidewalk as it slowly parked. A tall, well-built man exited the driver's seat. Though he was dressed in a black suit, it was a formal attire more suited toward work than luxury. The man walked with long, purposeful strides, positioning himself at the door of the passenger seat with his hands cupped in front of him intimidatingly. He stood silently, seemingly waiting for someone, and it wasn't long before the individual in question appeared, making their way out of the conspicuous building ahead. They drew the attention of all bystanders present, their remarkable demeanor and appearance garnering an assortment of reactions. It was yet another man, except only this time, he was far too captivating to be ignored. Shoulder-length black hair that remained loosely tied up, allowing silky strands to fall down either side of his face. Sharp, pale golden eyes that looked as though they could pierce right through you, and alluring, angular features that perfectly accentuated his otherwise deadly charm. The young man's physique was both lean and toned, exhibiting noticeable muscle from beneath his elegant black suit. Standing at around 193 centimeters, he looked rather imposing, his broad shoulders giving him an athletic appearance. Carrying a medium-sized briefcase, all black in color, he walked toward the extravagant Rolls-Royce with a confident gait, his expression relaxed and unbothered. Those in the vicinity snapped photos without restraint, chattering animatedly all the while. Although this was a common occurrence, it never stopped people from coming out to witness this scene. "Look, it's actually Azil Noakes, a broken bar. I heard he's just turned 17. Just one more year, one more a broken bar for the Knox family is just unfair. How could they have someone like him a broken bar? What's up guys? I'm coming at you with another live video of the Azil Noakes a broken bar." The crowd was abuzz, taking live videos, openly gossiping, and even screaming to get his attention. Within minutes, the name Azil Noakes became trending on all social media platforms, giving rise to various responses. Still, as if by some unwritten agreement, they were all free to snap photos and record, but getting any closer or invading his personal space was out of the question. After all, everyone fully understood what the name Knox represented, and they weren't brave enough to go in recklessly. After arriving in front of the driver, Azil briefly sized him up before speaking. "Julia took the day off, or what?" he inquired, wondering why his original driver was currently absent. "Yes, sir. My apologies, but she couldn't make it today, so I was assigned. Yay, you're a temporary replacement. I appreciate all that you've done. Now take me to South Point. I'm tired right now, and I'm starting to get a headache just from looking at you." "Don't worry though, it's not you, it's me." Leaving behind the stunned driver, Azil continued forward before briefly stopping as he turned to look back. "Oh, and a broken bar? Yes, a broken bar? Don't say too much. I'm not really the chatty type. You get me a broken bar?" "Yes, sir, a broken bar." The driver could only nod his head with an awkward expression, not really knowing how to deal with the young man in front of him. Still, he didn't linger on it for too long and quickly made way to open the door to the back seat for Azil, presenting himself humbly. It was always best to agree with people like him rather than ponder over their words, since you weren't likely to acquire anything but even more shock and confusion. Upon seating himself in the car, Aziel sat his briefcase down on the seat beside him, before comfortably resting his head back against his own. He merely closed his eyes, taking no notice of those standing outside. After a few short seconds, the driver finally entered the seat up front, starting the car and pulling off a moment later. Their current destination was a private villa previously owned by Aziel's mother, which she had recently given to him as she saw no use for it. After all, she was hardly ever around. Occasionally opening his eyes to glance at the passing scenery, Aziel slowly turned his gaze toward the rearview mirror, making eye contact with the seemingly nervous driver. "Oi, a broken bar? Why yes sir?" Caught off guard by his sudden remark, the driver scrambled to respond, causing the car to swerve slightly. "There a reason you keep looking back here?" "I didn't think you were into men, but if that's the case, good for you. Just exclude me from the list of choices." "A broken bar? You a broken bar?" he muttered dumbly, not quite processing the fact that Aziel had just mistaken him as a homosexual. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it struck him. Realizing now what he was getting at, the driver frantically shook his head, denying Aziel's claims. "No sir, that isn't the case. A broken bar? I was only checking to make sure you were alright. A broken bar? You sure a broken bar?" "Oh, of course a broken bar." Although his languid tone slightly irked him, the driver could only focus on the road ahead and try his best to ignore the embarrassment he currently felt. No one had ever gotten an accurate personality template of Aziel Knox, so those who met him for the first time had no idea what to expect. However, if his attitude at present was anything to go by, it was painfully clear to the driver that the young man obviously enjoyed toying with people. While his relaxed expression gave no indication of that fact, his actions spoke for themselves. Thinking about it differently, it also provided an opportunity to gain a bit of insight. Another 10 minutes passed as they reached a deserted road that stretched on for miles, surrounded by flat, rocky terrain. By now, the covered glances of the driver had gotten even more frequent, something that Aziel paid no attention to. Opening his eyes with a tired sigh, he casually reached for his briefcase, unlocking it with a click of a few buttons. The contents inside only held but two outlines, one of which was a tactical Model .40 caliber pistol, jet black in color, while the other was a smooth, obsidian black suppressor, made perfectly for covert operations. "You broken bar? Is everything all right back there, sir? Is there something wrong?" The driver's anxious voice broke through the silence, his gaze now trained on the back seat. Taking the gun into his hands, Aziel pulled out a clean white cloth and began wiping it down as he answered. "Why would anything be wrong? Does something look wrong? A broken bar?" "No, I mean a broken bar. The gun a broken bar, right? It's a gun." "Good job on figuring that out. Now why exactly are you acting like you've never seen one before, huh? Shani, a broken bar?" The driver's mouth opened and closed wordlessly, the strength in which he gripped the steering wheel unconsciously increasing. There were quite a few things that alarmed him about this situation, but what remained at the forefront of his mind was the fact that he didn't remember mentioning his name to Aziel even once. Completely disregarding the inner chaos his driver was undoubtedly experiencing, Aziel finally attached the suppressor onto his pistol, before closing the briefcase with a secure snapping sound. For a moment, they both gazed at each other through the rearview mirror, Aziel's calm but piercing stare meeting the driver's apprehensive one. The strained silence persisted for a few seconds. However, it was soon to be interrupted by Aziel opening his mouth to speak. "Ivy, a broken bar? Why yes, I've been itching to ask about a broken bar." Aziel tilted his head. "How is Damien doing these days? Is he alright? A broken bar?" Suddenly, without a moment wasted, the driver immediately forced the steering wheel into a sharp turn, his urgency and panic evident in his movements. The young man's words had made it clear that he was aware of the entire situation. But before the car could begin spinning out of control, Aziel swiftly pressed the gun barrel against the back of the driver's seat, aiming straight for his head. No hesitation was made, no other words were said, only a firm squeeze of the trigger that would mark the end of another life. One pure hushed sound was emitted upon firing, passing straight through the thick seat cushions and penetrating the driver's skull, killing him on the spot as the bullet emerged from his forehead and pierced through the windshield. Blood splattered, coating the glass and steering wheel in crimson. The driver's now deceased body leaned over, his forehead bearing down on the horn as the entire car spun around uncontrollably. Aziel, now leaning back against the headrest while tensing his body, he sat ramrod straight, bracing himself for possible impact. The only thing that could be heard within the car was the loud screeching of tires. Finally, the car slowly stopped after a few minutes. The incessant drifting had caused it to lean over on its side, though it just barely managed to keep itself from flipping over completely. Feeling the sudden impact of the vehicle's landing, Aziel waited for it to eventually settle down. Afterward, he wasted no time, grabbing his briefcase and prying open the door with a few heavy kicks. As he stepped outside, he could hear the not-so-subtle hissing of the car's engine, while also noticing clouds of smoke leaking from the front hood. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, Aziel began walking away with long strides, ignoring the blood trickling down his forehead. "I can't believe this shit. That bastard really tried to put me in the grave this time." A broken bar. Though he sounded calm, one couldn't help but notice the underlying coldness seeping through. At present, he was emitting the aura of a true killer, one that had murdered many, an unreserved bloodlust. This whole occurrence had been a sinister plot cooked up by someone Aziel knew very well. From the moment he first met the temporary driver, he knew something wasn't right. After all, his personal driver, Julia, would have called him beforehand if anything came up. Moreover, a temporary driver wouldn't be assigned without him being notified. Nothing added up. The individual who'd set the stage for this entire situation was also aware that, though Aziel was young, he wasn't some new fool. "And because of that you had the nerve to plant a bomb in my goddamn car." However, just as he said that, a thunderous explosion rang out from behind, blowing the entire car apart and scattering large fragments of shrapnel. A mild shockwave spread out as flames billowed forth, covering the area in heat. Aziel continued walking away, clicking his tongue in annoyance all the while. That one happened to be one of his favorite cars as well, which only served to sour his mood even further. "I'll have to call someone to come pick me up." Before he could finish that train of thought, the sudden vibration of his phone interrupted him. Looking at the unknown number calling him, Aziel squinted his eyes, withholding a scowl. Receiving the call, he placed the phone up to his ear, no doubt recognizing who this was already. "I'm sure you didn't call to confirm the kill, did you?" "'Cause there's a limit to how retarded you can be." Broken bar. He spoke in a monotone, clearly looking down on the other party. A moment later, a deep, disturbing voice rang through from the other side, their tone both playful and arrogant. "Oh, of course not. I wouldn't go that far. After all, you won't die from just that. Come on, we've known each other for years now, Aziel boy." "You have little faith." "There you go, talking bullshit again." "But please don't think I'll let you off without having your head detached from your neck." "It was a mistake to target me from the start. You should also know this, dickhead." "I thought I was arrogant, but you're broken bar. You're something else. You really believe from the bottom of your fragile little heart that you can bury me, don't you?" The voice on the other side sighed in exasperation, seemingly holding back their anger. Aziel shook his head, his expression remaining unchanged. "There's a difference between belief and certainty. I'm going to ruin everything you've built, take everything you own, and kill you at your lowest, you pitiful bitch." Hearing this, the other party chuckled coldly, their voice becoming a notch lower. "That confident tone of yours always irked me to no end. Just because you're the Wraith's favorite doesn't mean much, boy. You can assure yourself all you'd like, but it won't change the inevitable." In response to this, Aziel brought the same energy. "It was always about the Wraith, right? You're a useless bastard. You and every last one of those spineless fucks will catch hell from today onward." "You want war with me? All right then, fuck around and find out." Without waiting for an answer, Aziel immediately ended the call, his demeanor becoming more and more overbearing by the second. The foolish cousin who he'd just spoken to, Damien, was already dead in his eyes. He, of course, meant every word he said. The price of going after his life meant the death penalty for everyone involved and no exceptions. Releasing a heated sigh, Aziel dialed another number on his phone. It rang a few times before picking up a moment later. "Yo, Aziel, I didn't think you'd ever call me first. Do you finally need my services, Tilda?" A teasing, feminine voice rang through, prompting Aziel's rigid expression to ease a bit. "I need a ride, Julia. I wasn't sure you'd be receiving calls today since you're taking the day off, or whatever." "Hugh broken bar?" "I'm not taking the day off. I was just informed that you'd be broken bar." It was made apparent that Julia also wasn't aware of what was going on, so Aziel dropped the matter entirely. The previous course of events wasn't spoken of to anyone. After all, it was his job to deliver judgment, and no one could stop him from doing so either. At this moment, Aziel opened his eyes, instantly catching sight of the familiar rocky terrain he'd been seeing for the past week or so. This scenery was something he had long gotten used to. The green glowstones lighting the passages, the wide corridors, and the large outcroppings that gave little freedom of movement. Nothing had changed, since this was indeed the labyrinth that housed one of his objectives. The true Orcus labyrinth. He briefly reminisced on old memories, recalling what had transpired in the not-so-distant past. They were only one of many radical events that had taken place during his lifetime. Though he didn't know why that memory in particular came to mind, he didn't dwell on it for too long, opting to shift his focus elsewhere. Aziel glanced at the unconscious figure sprawled out across the ground, an individual who he'd taken a mild interest in due to their abilities that differed from the average person. Still, the result of his actions proved to be astounding to say the least, as the individual in question ended up rising above his expectations once again. Analyze. A. Name, A-Sense Suzu Taniguchi. A-Sense 2. Age, A-Sense 17. A-Sense. Gender, A-Sense female. A-Sense. Race, A-Sense ancient chimera. A-Sense 1. Estimated alignment, A-Sense true neutral. A-Sense. Level, 12. Job, force field creator. Strength, 400. Vitality, 560. Defense, 510. Agility, 650. Magic, 720. Magic defense, 620. Skills, A-Sense. Barrier magic of Inity, A-Sense. Light magic of Inity, A-Sense. Force field control, A-Sense. Image composition, A-Sense. Possession, A-Sense. Demonic aura, A-Sense. Venom secretion, A-Sense. Ingestive immunity, A-Sense. Seismic detection, A-Sense. Nail retraction, A-Sense. Prey instinct, A-Sense. Chimeric alteration, A-Sense. Sand body, A-Sense. Sound revival, A-Sense. Hellfire breath, A-Sense. Heightened senses, A-Sense. Recovery magic of Inity, A-Sense. Mana manipulation, A-Sense. Spell melding, A-Sense. Gale claw, A-Sense 2. Current condition, unconscious. Threat level, currently rising. Potential, peak. Overall, extraordinary. Her skills, her potential, her stats, race, job, everything. They were as her overall rating had stated, extraordinary. Of course, the reason for this obviously lay with an unaccountable factor, which was Aziel himself. Upon receiving his blood, she seemed to have undergone a complete change in body, even going as far as to evolve her job. Too, her natural aptitude had changed due to his interference, but not only that, her willpower included. Though she wasn't an anomaly on the same scale as himself, she only stood just below it. Standing up from the rock in which he sat, Aziel turned to leave, preparing to continue on his own journey. He wasn't a charity case, nor was he there to coddle her, since she would barely show any growth that way. He'd given her the boost she needed to survive. Now, it was all on her. Whatever happens, happens. If you aren't strong enough, you die. A broken bar. It was that simple. If she showed adequate results he could be satisfied with, then he'd go from there. People who couldn't keep up just weren't worth the effort in his eyes, and he had no intention of stopping for anyone. After all, that it was just the way he was. The Way of Aziel Nox. Aka Spirit Bomb. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. What lies beyond thick plumes of smoke rose, filling the air with a distinct scent of charred meat. The mouth-watering sound of heated sizzling could be heard, undoubtedly entailing that something was currently being cooked. Within a few seconds, a delectable scent wafted throughout the area, originating from a small makeshift grill. The modest-sized alcove in which it was contained possessed a miniature stone table and counter, complete with a set of eating utensils of the same material. Aziel slowly rose from the perfectly crafted chair he created, walking over to the grill and opening it up. He ventilated the room with a bit of wind magic, clearing out the fumes clouding the air. What lay in front of him was a succulent piece of prime smoked meat, exquisitely seasoned with the finest he had to offer. At present, he was still on the first floor of the labyrinth, deciding to eat once more before delving deeper. Every species of monster on this floor had already been consumed by him, from which he graciously received each and every skill they possessed. First was the Kickmaster Rabbit, an agility-based creature that could utilize several abilities to its advantage. The original skill being Air Dance, which increased one's base reaction speed, allowing them to move at a far higher speed than normal. Accompanied as one of its derivatives was another movement-type ability titled Aerodynamics, a skill that gave the ability to create small barrier-like plates of compressed air under one's feet, enabling them to use it as a foothold to move around in the air. While it seemed to provide a similar function to his own skill, it was nonetheless far inferior in comparison. He had no need for any kind of solid foothold or the like, since he could maneuver effortlessly without physical limitation. The last two derivatives he received were Supersonic Step and Steel Legs respectively. The former allowed for quick high-speed movement, while the latter reinforced one's legs, increasing the power and strength of their kicks. There was, of course, one more derivative to be unlocked. It was just that he hadn't yet met the requirements at present. Meanwhile, the twin-tailed wolves had provided something completely different. Their original ability to surround themselves in a field of electricity, channeling it into their tails to be fired off as a long-range attack, was naturally granted to him. Unironically enough, Lightning Field was the original skill's classification, and just as previously stated, it allowed one to produce an electrical field from their own body. However, while one couldn't normally expel it from their body directly like the twin-tailed wolves, Aziel had managed to lay claim to its other ability, Lightning Shot, providing him with the qualifications to do so. Perhaps either due to his perfect magic affinity or his recently acquired skill Scavenger, he was able to gain a creature's complete set of unique abilities that even required one to be of the same race. On that same note, Scavenger was the exact reason he could continuously get stronger from eating other creatures, as there were no restrictions based on the difference in strength. The act of consuming the blood, flesh, essence, etc. of another creature imparted to him the abilities related to their existing powers, or more accurately, it had a large chance of succeeding, though not exactly perfect in acquisition. Because of this very skill, his stats had made another huge jump, further cementing the fact that nothing on that floor possessed even a mild chance of ever harming him. By now, it may as well have been his playground. After finishing his surprisingly delectable meal, courtesy of his cooking proficiency skill and the recently discovered method of preparing monster meat, he set off toward the stairs leading down further into the labyrinth's depths. The week he'd spent here hadn't been a period of relaxation for him either, as he pushed himself to the limit, constantly training in the hopes of raising his proficiencies even just a little bit more. During that time, he'd naturally come across the stairs leading downward, thus eliminating the issue of having to find it intentionally. Since this was the true Orcus labyrinth, there existed no staircase leading to the surface, leaving one to traverse its depths until they eventually completed it or broken by or died trying. Arriving at the location he'd mapped out, Aziel was met with a roughly carved-out staircase, or perhaps more akin to a bumpy slope than an actual staircase. Not only that, but it was also pitch dark as no green glowstone lit the way, enveloping the descent with an ominous atmosphere. The darkness and shape of it made the entrance resemble the gaping jaws of some humongous beast. It felt as if upon entering, One would never be able to come back out. Would have given it a few points for the scare factor if I couldn't actually see a broken bar. Azil scratched the bridge of his nose, feeling a bit nonplussed. Peering into the forbidding darkness below, he could see as clear as day, unhindered by the labyrinth's obstacles. He had reached a level of strength that far outstripped what the abyss could offer and was still continuing to grow. It wasn't simply ridiculous, it was completely unfair. Without a moment's hesitation, Azil stepped foot into the darkness. It enveloped him fully once he started down the staircase, to the point where one would normally be rendered unable to see even their hands in front of them. The rooms and passageways above had always been lit with green glowstones, so it wasn't out of the question to be surprised at the current scene. After a while of progressing forward, Azil noticed a massive 2-meter-long grey lizard further down the path, its golden eyes remaining unaware of his swift approach. A basilisk. It was a creature that possessed the skill petrification, which allowed it to turn anything its gaze touched into stone. Those unlucky enough to face its direct attack wouldn't live to tell the tale, unless, of course, they had a powerful healing agent to stop the rapid spread of petrification. Nothing more than a commoner broken bar with a rather preposterous remark. Azil leapt into the air, high enough to completely look down on the stationary lizard with ease. All of his skills, combined with his own mastery, made it seem as though he were a ghost, moving about with no presence to be detected. Thrusting out a single hand toward the ignorant lizard, he wordlessly manifested his mana, forming a flickering light just above his index finger. It gradually expanded to the size of a golf ball, the intensely glowing light finally drawing the monster's attention. It scrambled about, screeching loudly. It was no doubt unaccustomed to seeing such bright light, eliciting a negative reaction from it. Still, the basilisk turned, shining its illustrious golden eyes onto Azil in an attempt to thwart his actions. However, it was too late. A radiant destruction. Azil's voice rang out, choosing to state the spell's name for added effect. The luminous compressed sphere shined brightly, bursting forth as a thin, concentrated laser beam of pure light that instantly arrived at the lizard's head, piercing through its thick skull, killing it cleanly, soundlessly, and efficiently. The thin beam of light drilled deep into the earth below, leaving behind a sharp hissing sound from the point of impact. Because of several skills such as attack compression, supercharge, and armor piercing, he was able to produce an attack that was equally rapid and deadly, making for an absurd combination. Taking note of his surroundings, Azil swiftly approached the basilisk's corpse, completely assured of its death. He quickly cut up its flesh before retreating to safety. A moment later, though he remained unafraid of the creatures prowling this floor, he at least wanted to eat his meal without any interruptions. Still, he prioritized scouting out the floor beforehand, creating a mental map of everything around him. Despite his speed, the floor was extremely vast, leading him to search for hours to find the next staircase leading downward. He continued defeating enemy after enemy that crossed his path, picking up any interesting materials and ore he found on the way. After filling his large, modified traveling bag to the brim with all sorts of things, he decided to rest for a while, creating a temporary base within a nearby wall. Azil easily transmuted the area around him until it was wide enough to resemble an average-sized bedroom. Situating himself sufficiently, he created a chair, sitting down on it first before rummaging through his bag. First, he pulled out the divinity stone he kept stored in a large container, continuously siphoning out the ambrosia into tall canisters. Placing it on a transmuted stone pillar just above the wide cavity he had carved out for it, the divinity stone illuminated the dark room with an ethereal glow, producing a crystal-clear liquid that cascaded down like a waterfall. Azil removed a few smooth stone containers in which he stored all the meat he acquired on this floor using transmutation, laying them all out on a long table he had crafted just for this purpose. Then, he set about cooking them, sparing no effort in increasing his quality of life even down in this hellish abyss. Don't hate the player, hate the game. A broken bar. Azil snorted in mock arrogance, bantering to himself as he prepared his next meal. The method he used to transform the horrendous tasting monster meat into something appetizing wasn't a strenuous process, completed only within a few minutes. The day's menu consisted of grilled basilisk meat, smoked owl monster meat, and broiled six-legged cat creature. Using his remaining spices and seasonings sparingly, he created a feast that seemed oddly presentable. That said, the various ways in which magic could be put to use was truly a wonder. As he chowed down on his meal, Aziel began to feel the familiar tingling in his body, directly correlating to another increase in strength. The creatures dwelling on this floor were at least as powerful as the claw bear had been, if not even more so, though it actually made sense, as the combination of pitch-black darkness and their own special magic would have made them quite difficult foes to face under normal circumstances. However, the clear difference in strength had made it near impossible for Aziel to notice how much stronger they were than their counterparts on the floor above. Not bad Adela Broken Bar. I guess I'll check how much my stats increase. Ada Broken Bar, gazing into the small pool of ambrosia in front of him, he activated the skill Analyze, prompting a set of information to enter his mind. A. Name, A Sense. Aziel Knox A Sense. Age, A Sense 18 A Sense. Gender, A Sense Male A Sense. Race, A Sense Doom Primordial A Sense. Estimated alignment, A Sense Neutral Evil A Sense. Level, 12. Job, World Nemesis. Strength, 2460. Vitality, 2230. Defense, 2145. Agility, 2435. Magic, 2390. Magic Defense, 2390. A. Skills, A Sense, Air Dance A plus Aerodynamics A plus Supersonic Step A plus Steel Legs A Sense, Lightning Field A plus Lightning Shot A plus Lightning Resistance A plus Increased Output A Sense, Sleep Suppression, A Sense, Night Vision, A Sense, Sense Presence, A Sense, Petrification A plus Petrification Resistance A Sense, Increased Perception, A Sense, Spatial Awareness, A Sense, Observation Detection, A Sense, Heartbeat Detection, A Sense. A Broken Bar Expand, 3. A. Current Condition, Perfect. A. Threat Level, Dangerous. A. Potential, Limitless. A. Overall, Potential World Threat. A. As he had expected, his growth in both stats and skills had risen dramatically. He had even managed to acquire petrification from the basilisk, something he was particularly intrigued about. It truly allowed him to petrify anything so long as he gazed at it. All of his other new skills did as their names suggested. This is pretty good. A Broken Bar. Observation Detection, that's cool. A Broken Bar. Reading through the details of that skill in particular, Aziel realized that he could immediately detect when an individual so much as looked at him. No matter what, whoever or whatever observed him for even a second, he'd notice without fail. It was a detection ability far surpassing many others. After finishing his meal, he set about transmuting, crafting a specialized weapon that would suit his current fighting style. Although handguns and various other firearms were more than ideal to a man who'd used them all his life, Aziel didn't require handheld guns at present. He could currently replicate the same amount of damage a handgun or machine gun could produce with his abilities alone, rendering them a pointless add-on to his already overfilled baggage. Of course, more advanced technology would meet his expectations in regard to mass destruction, but at the moment, he lacked the means to create such things. Be it transmutation proficiency, or the absence of ancient magic, it just wasn't possible for him. 5. Aziel silently continued his work, combining different ores and minerals to build the structure of his weapon. He kept his mind trained on a single image, rapidly progressing in his endeavors. As time passed, his skill with transmutation grew even more due to his complete focus, though it wouldn't take long as it was nearing completion. Within a few minutes, the construct sitting in his grasp had taken the shape of a silvery gray dagger, around 30 centimeters in length. Its grooves and sharp edges made it look like a mix between medieval weaponry and advanced technology. The grip possessed a conductive vessel that ran down the length of its crossguard, allowing for an easier transferal of mana. This was his new primary weapon that would replace the old knife he used previously. With his lightning field skill, he could infuse electricity into the dagger, making it far more lethal than its initial appearance suggests. Of course, there were many other tools and contraptions he planned on making in the near future, but for now, this would hold him through the majority of the labyrinth. Now that he'd finished his transmuting, he finally resumed his search for the stairs leading downward, stopping only when he needed to sort out his excess supplies and other trinkets he'd made along the way. Aziel's scouting of the floor progressed swiftly, until finally, he discovered the stairs leading down to the next floor. He stepped forward, already knowing what to expect, and elevated himself into the air, avoiding the sticky tar below. The entire floor resembled a huge swamp. One's legs would easily get stuck in the ground if they were made to walk on it, making it difficult to maneuver as they normally would. 2. Using his unfettered motion ability, he rapidly advanced through the sky. Still, he didn't forget to look out for the useful minerals hidden on this floor, quickly discovering a particularly unique one: flam rock. It was a glossy black mineral that melted into tar when heated. It melts at 50 degrees Celsius and catches fire at 100 degrees Celsius. When it burns, it can reach temperatures up to 3000 degrees Celsius. The length it burns depends on the quantity of tar. This isn't a labyrinth floor, it's a damn incinerator. A broken bar. Aziel scoffed in exasperation, still slightly surprised to see it firsthand despite his knowledge. Though it wasn't likely to ignite that easily since 100 degrees wasn't so easily reached. But on the off chance it did, it would set off a chain reaction that would literally have this floor engulfed in fires hotter than hell. Even the ambrosia wouldn't be able to save one from that. However, this wasn't too much of a concern to Aziel, as his strength wasn't contingent on the use of flames or lightning, so this was no more than ordinary circumstances for him. Doesn't matter either way, it's just small fry. He continued forward, prepared to mow down anything that dared face him. Eventually, Aziel chanced upon a three-way fork. He quickly memorized his surroundings before moving down the left path, but just as he took another step, a shark-like monster suddenly leapt forward out of the tar, countless rows of razor-sharp teeth visible in its mouth. It snapped down, aiming to take Aziel's head off in one huge bite. Yeta crick crick. He only lashed out with a single leg, delivering a crushing frontal kick to the monster's thick snout, stopping it in its tracks with deadly force. A hoarse groan escaped its large mouth, as blood fountained from its slightly deformed head, falling limp into the sticky black tar below with a splash. Trying to sneak up on me like I didn't see you, you're a clown. Having already noticed the monster's approach before it had even attacked, Aziel was swift in his retaliation. From the start, the monster stood no chance of ever beating him. Though it hadn't immediately died from his first casual attack, the critical injury had left it immobilized, just barely able to keep itself alive. However, Aziel lowered himself, standing just above the black tar as he watched it writhe in agony. Then, he swung his dagger in a clean horizontal stroke, severing the tar shark's head with unmatched precision. Its heart breaking a broken bar, he promptly cut up the monster's corpse with a plastered-on mournful expression, making doubly sure not to get any blood on his clothes. Storing the shark meat in his bag, he continued searching. Before long, he found the exit to the next floor, and descended to the level below. Aziel had now acquired the skill hide presence. Although it seemed like overkill to his already monstrous capabilities, he wasn't at all bothered by that fact. He continued conquering the labyrinth, descending down floor after floor, until he'd gone another 50 floors past the one that housed the tar shark. All sense of time was lost down in the dungeon, and there was no way of guessing how many days had passed. 7. Though it still took a bit of time, Aziel was clearly progressing through the labyrinth at an astonishing rate. All of his fights were either one-sided or prolonged intentionally due to his experimental training. All sorts of unbelievably powerful monsters had faced their end at his hands, becoming another source of power to add to his absurd strength. Among them were a rainbow-colored frog that could spit poison, a giant moth that, oddly enough, looked a lot like a butterfly. The frog he had encountered was on a floor that had a faint poisonous mist spread throughout it, and the moth had the ability to spread its scales through the air. Scales that paralyzed anything they touched. Had it been anyone else in his situation, they would have without a doubt died 1,000 times over searching through the labyrinth. None of the monster's abilities could really penetrate his extremely tough magic defense, so he had no reason to worry about their attacks. He had, of course, eaten both the moth and the frog. In spite of the moth's questionable appearance, Aziel had no reservations in consuming either of them. Surprisingly enough, he was somewhat delighted at the fact that the frog tasted better than all the other monsters he'd eaten so far. And though he was deep underground, Aziel had gone through a floor that resembled the Amazon jungle. It had been incredibly humid, and the air hung thick around him. It was by far the worst floor he had traversed. The monsters he had faced on that floor had been giant centipedes and living trees. Despite his blatant disregard for most things in the labyrinth, even he couldn't help but do a double take at the sight of a giant centipede crashing down from a high-up tree branch. The monster's wriggling and writhing was the most disgusting sight he'd ever laid eyes on. And the centipede had split itself into various segments to attack him as well. What was once a single enemy split into 30, like an army of cockroaches crawling out of a particularly disgusting kitchen. What followed was a scene of mass destruction. Aziel had rained down magic from above like a demon sent from hell, massacring the hordes of centipedes as though he had a personal vendetta. When that battle had finally finished, Aziel cursed like a sailor, spitting out all of his grievances like a disgruntled mob boss. The centipede's disgusting purple blood could be seen flowing like a river. The tree monsters of that floor were basically the treants that were found in a classic RPG. They used their roots to attack from underground, while also flinging their branches around like whips. Though the real strength of those fake treants didn't lie in those simple skills. When they were in trouble, they would start shaking their heads wildly, flinging crimson fruit at their enemies. The fruit they threw didn't hurt, and just to prove his theory, Aziel picked one up and ate it without hesitation. When he realized now that their description was in no way an exaggeration. The fruit contained no poison. In fact, it tasted delicious, providing a sweet and refreshing consistency like watermelon. Despite expectation, it was nothing close to an apple. His previous irritation was temporarily washed away by the fruit's inviting taste, kindling an unseen enthusiasm. He consumed every fruit he could find, even going as far as to hunt down all of the fake treants on that floor to near extinction. And so, he continued progressing through the floors until he passed 50 of them before he knew it. Even so, the labyrinth continued endlessly downward. For the record, Aziel's stats now looked like Thesa. A. Name, A sense. Aziel Knox A sense. Age, A sense 18 A sense. Gender, A sense male A sense. Race, A sense doom primordial A sense. Estimated alignment, A sense neutral evil A sense. Level, 19. Job, world nemesis. Strength, 3890. Vitality, 3665. Defense, 3580. Agility, 3825. Magic, 3795. Magic defense, 3795. A. Skills, A sense, far sight, A sense, hide presence, A sense, detect magic, A sense, ranged detection, A sense, poison spit A plus poison resistance A sense, paralysis A plus paralysis resistance A sense, mental resistance, A sense, elemental resistance, A sense, physical resistance, A sense, cold resistance, A sense, heat resistance, A sense, amplify sensations, A sense, farming proficiency, A sense, animal affinity, A sense. A broken bar expand, 1. A. Current condition, perfect. AAAAA. Threat level, incredibly dangerous. AAAAA. Potential, limitless. AAAAA. Overall, potential world threat, AAAAA. He spent some time sorting out everything he'd gained so far in the base he had created from this floor, the 50th since the Tash arc. He had already discovered the stairs leading to the floor below, but chose to stop due to the distinct room he knew all too well about. An ominous atmosphere seemed to pervade the space around it. At the very end of one of the side passages was the room in question, containing a set of majestic double doors each 3 meters tall. One on either side of the door was a statue, depicting a cyclops sunk deep into the recesses of the wall. It was a room that chilled one to the bone, seeming as though disaster awaited all who entered. Standing in front of such a sight, Azil gazed on with a slightly thoughtful expression, weighing his options. He was aware of what that room held within, but he still had to ponder over whether it was really worth his time. Just because he had enjoyed the original source material didn't mean he had forgotten that this was now his reality. The world he was living in had characters he'd only seen through a TV screen, but now, they were real. One, they breathed and ate just like him, they felt emotions and were susceptible to change just as real people were. He wasn't so thoughtless as to rush in without keeping his wits about him. He wouldn't have survived until now otherwise. After a few seconds of pondering, his thoughts slowed, ultimately arriving at a decision. You know what a broken bar? Azil tilted his head, squinting. I'll give you a chance. See a broken bar 1_. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Forever. Until now the tense, dreary atmosphere of the room was suffocating, feeling as though something or someone would jump out at any moment. A chilling breeze swept through from out of seemingly nowhere, intensifying the dreadful sensation encompassing the entire area. The majestic double doors stood tall and imposing, surrounded by a daunting air that repelled all who chanced upon it. The 2 statues positioned on either side appeared both grand and menacing, outlining a duo of massive cyclops. Such an alarming scene would have prompted even the bravest of men to retreat in haste. However, at this moment, a sole figure appeared, approaching with silent steps. They carried themselves with a relaxed demeanor, their hands casually tucked away into their pockets. It was a complete contrast to the ominous atmosphere surrounding them. Gazing on with an unconcerned expression, it was made evident that they held no regard for what lay ahead, sauntering forth with purposeful strides. The figure in question was, of course, Azil. Since he had decided to enter the room, he went back and stored the rest of his equipment, taking with him only the essentials he found necessary. There was no need to overthink. After all, nothing could stop him from obtaining what he wanted. Stopping a few meters out from the doors, Azil glanced at both statues with no particular expression. He already knew how things played out. You sir, I'm not really the violent type, so just fuck off. 9. His voice traveled throughout faintly as he lifted a single hand, and in that moment, everything, even time itself, seemed to ground to a halt. It was silent, however. A biting chill steadily spread across the room. The air surrounding the 2 Cyclops statues went completely still, though what remained was a rapidly decreasing temperature that almost instantly approached dangerous levels. Azil kept his hand raised, enveloped in a regal atmosphere as if instilling his will into everything around him. Opening his mouth, his voice echoed despite the low volume, offhandedly declaring his command. Cryostasis. In an instant, the air around the Cyclops statues froze, leaving behind a thin layer of frost that covered their stone encasings. White particles completely engulfed the statues' outlining, and while it seemed as though nothing had changed, the Cyclops within were actually still alive. Only, the surface of their skin had become utterly frozen, seeping through the rock that encased them and erasing any and all physical function. It was a masterful display of control that would have put even the greatest magic expert to shame. The spell he used was one that halted the movement of molecules, causing objects to be encapsulated in ice. However, Azil kept it from freezing both monsters inside out, only coating the outer layer of their skin and muscles in frost. So while it didn't kill them immediately, They couldn't move even if they wanted to. The initial design was for both Cyclops to awaken simultaneously from their stone tombs when any challenger attempted to affect the large double doors in some way, basically functioning as a guardian of sorts. And yet, Aziel had just completely circumvented the usual sequence in which these events were meant to play out. As always, he managed to flip conventional logic on its head effortlessly. It's gotta be depressing a broken bar. I know I'd be mad as hell if I were broken bar. Aziel slowly made his way forward, shaking his head with clearly faint helplessness. The poor guardians of these double doors had likely been waiting around for centuries for a challenger to appear in front of them, only to be immobilized before they could truly even show themselves. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't even be surprising if one was driven mad with anger. Arriving before the Cyclops standing on the left side, Aziel casually stepped into the air, ascending upward as though he were on a staircase. Eventually, he reached the Cyclops' largest torso before stopping his progression. He scrutinized it carefully, gazing at the frost-covered statue up and down, until finally, he moved close enough to make contact, reeling a single arm backward and ASPLGH. A broken bar pierced the center of its chest in a single strike. Tiny fragments of stone and ice sprinkled toward the ground below, a waterfall of thick, crimson liquid trailing close behind. Still, there was no sign of movement from the now wounded Cyclops, remaining stationary even as Aziel dug around through its chest cavity. Should be somewhere in here. Where are you hiding it, our broken bar? Blood continued to trickle down in large quantities as he felt around the monster's internal organs. After a few minutes or searching, his hand finally grabbed hold of a hard, fist-sized, spherical object. Got it, our broken bar. Ripping his hand free, the object in question was revealed to be a dark red mana crystal, a glowing orb that functioned as one of the keys to the double doors ahead. While one normally couldn't enter by ordinary means, upon defeating the guardians waiting outside the door, there existed 2 keys to be extracted in order to open them. You've done me a good service here. Rest well, a broken bar. After giving these shallow parting words in the most insincere manner possible, he focused his cryostasis spell onto it with greater intensity, immediately encasing it in a solid block of ice. The ice containing the Cyclops broke apart into countless large chunks, shattering further upon reaching the ground, though he still made sure to keep a few of the frozen pieces large enough to eat after they melted. With such a conclusion, it marked the end of a pitiful guardian who didn't even have a chance to complete its initial mission. I definitely won't remember you, but let's just agree that I will. A broken bar. Moving on to the next Cyclops, Aziel repeated a similar sequence of actions and also dispatched it in a timely manner. What was supposed to have been a bitter fight turned into complete annihilation, an overwhelming victory that shouldn't have happened. Having acquired both keys necessary to open the double doors, he lowered himself to the ground, finally standing before it. Upon taking a closer look at it, he realized the craftsmanship of the doors was even more impressive than he'd initially thought. Moreover, there was a magic circle carved into a tiny hollow on each of the 2. Oh, our broken bar? I'm not even gonna act like I understand a damn thing about this ancient nonsensey broken bar. Despite having read most of the books in Eleanor's library back at the capital, he still couldn't recognize the inscription, and understandably so. This was a magic circle dating back entire centuries. It'd be weird if he actually recognized even a single symbol on the circles. Quickly losing interest in the topic, Aziel opted to just place the 2 fist-sized mana crystals into the 2 indents, fitting them perfectly in place. After a brief delay, they suddenly began to pour vast amounts of dark red mana into the magic circles. The sound of something snapping resounded in the distance as the light began to fade. Mana began diffusing within the room at the same time, prompting the surrounding walls to give off a bright glow. The room was instantly filled with even more light than Aziel had ever come across down in the labyrinth. He ignored the sudden brightness, pushing open the door without hesitation. However, what greeted him was a room engulfed in pitch-black darkness, not a single light source to be found. Of course, The combination of his natural eyesight, night vision, and the light spilling in from the outside was more than enough for him to make out everything in his surroundings. The interior of the room was composed of a marble-like substance that gave off an opulent feeling. 2 rows of thick pillars, spaced out at regular intervals, extended all the way to the opposite end of the room. In the very center of it all stood a huge cubical slab of rock. Its surface seemed rather glossy, shining from the reflective light originating from the outside room behind him. Without having to look too carefully, Azil immediately noticed a figure that glowed faintly, jutting out from the center of the cubical rock's front face. It looked as though it was sprouting out of the rock. Thrusting open the doors fully, he transmuted the ground below to hold them in place. However, at that exact moment, the figure encased within the cube stirred. "A broken bar goes there, broken bar." It was a faint, hoarse female voice. Harboring no surprise at this occurrence, Azil turned his attention back to the center of the room. The figure he'd noticed earlier squirmed slightly. A second later, the light pouring in from the outside finally revealed that figure's true form. It was a girl buried in the cubical rock from the neck down, her dirty golden locks dangled limply in front of her face. Eyes as red as the blood moon peeked out between the gaps of her hair. She looked to be rather young, no older than 12 or 14 years of age. Still, despite her haggard appearance and her hair covering the better part of her face, it was clear that she was still quite a broken bar cute. Correct, she was indeed cute. No matter how attractive she seemed to the ordinary person, Azil couldn't see her as anything other than just good-looking. After all, her appearance was that of a child, something he personally wasn't interested in. For Azil regarded her for a brief instance, taking in the girl's dumbfounded shock at his presence. Since they were well and truly deep in the labyrinth, her surprise was understandable. Still, he stood in place, giving no indication as to what he planned on doing. He stared directly into the girl's crimson eyes, both their gazes trained on one another without any sign of disengaging. However, seeming to have finally calmed herself down, the girl parted her dry lips, reiterating her previous question as best she could. "Were broken bar?" Curiosity, hope, and desperation all mingled within her tone, making it evident that she only desired to be liberated from her imprisonment. Despite her difficulty, the girl still craned her neck to look up at his figure. And yet, she once again received no answer other than the same calm stare. His pale golden eyes inspected her closely, a piercing gaze that seemed to see straight through her. Azil watched the girl in complete silence, observing without a word. There was nothing to be said, and he wasn't too keen on answering her questions either. But just as she opened her mouth to speak once more, he finally made his move, walking down the marble-like floor as he made his way toward her. The girl instantly shut her mouth, gazing at his calm approach with a stunned look. Within moments, Azil had already arrived in front of her, standing only a few feet away. They once again stared into each other's eyes, gazing at one another for what seemed like an eternity. "However, a please broken bar help me a broken bar." The girl spoke haltingly, pleading for salvation. The yearning in her eyes was clear as day, something Azil couldn't possibly miss. Still, he merely raised his brows, sighing in exasperation. "Were broken bar?" The girl's eyes widened at his brief utterance, listening in closely as anticipation rose within her. And yet, reality was often disappointing. "One, you couldn't really believe that I'd help you just because you asked, right?" "That can't be the case." He knew all too well her circumstances. "I haven't heard a single reason as to why I should save you. Hell, I don't even know a broken bar." He knew exactly who she was. "Say I really do let you out and you end up killing me, I'm the one stuck looking stupid, right?" "But even then, a broken bar, stop playing games with me. If you don't give me something to work with, I'm getting the hell up out of here immediately." Life was nothing like a fairy tale. No sunshine and rainbows illuminated every part of one's journey. Reality wasn't a game. It didn't operate as such. There existed real consequences to one's own actions. No reset button was present for those who ultimately failed. In the end, they were forced to roll with the punches. And that was exactly why Azil never moved recklessly. Moreover, he was nowhere near kind enough to put compassion above his own interests. Of course, though he merely questioned a few reasonable concerns that he shouldn't be aware of already. In this situation, it was abundantly clear an undisclosed psychological manipulation. It was often said that people tended not to appreciate the things that come too easily. It was only with difficulty that they truly appreciated what they accomplished. Though, of course, the girl's situation was completely different overall. Aziel wasn't willing to gamble on uncertain events. The girl shook her head in a panic, opening and closing her mouth wordlessly. She attempted to quickly get her true circumstances across to him before he decided to leave her behind. "And no a broken bar please he broken bar I'm not a broken bar anyone barred a broken bar T trust me a broken bar. A broken bar I'm down here broken bar B because he broken bar because I've been a broken bar betrayed a broken bar." It was all she could muster with her hoarse voice, spilling out her reasoning in the most concise manner she could think of. "That wasn't so difficult, now was it? We're finally getting somewhere, I guess a broken bar." Aziel nodded, gesturing for her to continue. And so, she did exactly that, speaking hastily in the hopes of keeping his attention. "I'm a broken bar one of the original atavistic vampires a broken bar because of the extraordinary power I was gifted with. I worked hard for the sake of my country a broken bar and my people. But then a broken bar one day, my retainers a broken bar all said I wasn't needed anymore. My uncle broken bar said that he would be king in my broken bar place. Yeah broken bar was fine with that. But because I had so much power a broken bar everyone was afraid of me. The broken bar thought I was dangerous a broken bar they couldn't kill me, so they decided to seal me here instead. That's why a broken bar." She spoke haltingly but desperately, her parched throat making speech difficult. What she stated was something Aziel had understood from the beginning, and he didn't require further clarification on such topics. "You've been down here for so long without food, so you must have some kind of powerful healing factor, and the reason why they couldn't kill you was because of that, right a broken bar?" The girl widened her eyes in astonishment. He was right on the mark. Though quickly returning to her senses, she nodded her head furiously, adding in another detail, "Why yes a broken bar I heal a broken bar automatically. No matter what kind of a broken bar injury it is a broken bar it'll heal by itself. Even if you cut my head off or broken bar I'll regenerate eventually a broken bar beauty broken bar the main thing is that a broken bar I can control man a broken bar directly a broken bar without a magic circle broken bar 1. While her regeneration ability was indeed overpowered and actually made her immortal, it also wasn't without limitations. And just like Aziel, she was also capable of controlling mana directly without the need for chants or magic circles. They were both able to blast off spells freely unlike those who were forced to chant long incantations, making them virtually unbeatable in any kind of confrontation. Her skills were cheat level, far surpassing that of any heroes. "Please a broken bar save me a broken bar," she begged softly as she watched Aziel nod a few times with no particular surprise. Gazing into her fixated crimson eyes, he stared back, squinting. Minutes passed, but they continued, seemingly coming to a silent, mutual understanding. At this, Aziel finally turned his head, looking around the room with an inscrutable expression. "A broken bar why not?" Shrugging his shoulders without a care, he approached the stone cube in which she was imprisoned, placing a hand on its cool surface. Her eyes opened wide as she realized what he was doing, though Aziel paid her no attention. As he began transmuting, his multicolored mana manifested, flowing down his arm in waves. The cube resisted his intrusion, but it was far from enough to make him struggle. Slowly but surely, his mana began seeping into the cube, spreading throughout its crevices. However, he poured more mana into the spell, hastening the process and overcoming the rock's resistance. It took effect immediately. His galaxy-colored mana shone throughout the room, giving it an otherworldly appearance. The girl stared down at him fixedly, utterly entranced by his display. Aziel's mana shone brighter and brighter, causing the cube to tremble violently. He poured a massive amount of mana into it, controlling his spell with practiced ease. Finally, the portion of the cube that trapped her began to melt like hot butter and dribble to the ground, slowly releasing her from her stone prison. As it gradually fell away, her modest breasts were fully visible. Next came her waist, then her hands, her thighs, until finally, the cube melted away entirely, and she was free. Her completely naked body was quite clearly emaciated, but her supposed allure was lost on Aziel. He breathed out an exaggerated sigh as he walked toward her, casually tucking his hands into his pockets. Even from this endeavor, he wasn't exhausted enough to have to sit down. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the bottom of his pants. The girl's small, slender, and frail hand trembled as she looked up at him expressionlessly. Gazing down at her without turning his head, he could immediately discern the wealth of emotions dwelling within her crimson-red eyes. In a small and shaky, but powerful voice, the girl laid bare her most prominent feelings. "Thank you." Aziel squinted his eyes slightly, not taking her words to heart at all. As always, he'd only just done what he wanted to do, nothing more, nothing less. They both gazed into each other's eyes quietly, her hand refusing to let go of his clothes. It didn't need to be said how long she'd been trapped here, suffering. Vampires had gone extinct hundreds of years ago. That was also what had been written in the history books. Even when Aziel had been speaking to her earlier, her face remained expressionless, which meant that she had spent far too long in this solitary dark cell, long enough to forget how to speak, and even how to show emotions. According to the story she told him, she had been betrayed by someone she trusted, leaving one to wonder how she hadn't gone insane. But that also might have been due to her healing factor. And yet, that meant she'd been tortured for centuries by her own abilities, unable to even sink into the release of madness. However, as he peered into her unblinking eyes, he didn't fail to notice the darkness dwelling deep within. It was silent, hidden, and untraceable, but he could tell without a doubt the girl was insane by any stretch of the word. "What's your name, Ear Broken Bar?" Hearing the girl's voice, Aziel pulled out a small vial of ambrosia as he answered, "I go by Aziel Nox." "We're Broken Bar?" "Aziel, Azella Broken Bar," she muttered Aziel to herself over and over as if carving it into her memories. After she finished repeating it, she opened her mouth to respond, before hesitating for a moment, and deciding against it. "Give me an ear broken bar." "Give you one." "Cue her broken bar." She nodded in affirmation, awaiting his answer. The reason she wanted a new name was likely because she wanted to throw away her old self and be reborn, to be completely unrecognizable to the person she was before. And the first step toward that transformation was getting a new moniker. She looked expectantly up at Aziel. He opened his mouth without hesitation, speaking as though he was stating the obvious. "I'll call you You Ear Broken Bar." "You Ear Broken Bar." It means moon in another language or something. Your golden hair and red eyes made me think of the moon for some reason. I guess a broken bar. For Aziel averted his gaze in an attempt to keep his expression from twisting in disgust. He didn't feel like saying such things, but to him, there was no use in fixing something that wasn't already broken. He already knew her by that name, and as far as he was concerned he was regardless, even if he didn't originally come up with it on his own. Wasn't he the one who named her just now? That fact wouldn't change. She blinked in surprise at his words, not expecting him to have a reason behind picking the name. And though her face remained as expressionless as usual, her eyes were sparkling with joy. "Now Broken Bar then, from today onwards, I will be." "Thank you." "Oh, you liked that? Cue her Broken Bar." "Now Broken Bar." She nodded firmly, her crimson eyes gleaming. "Good, then take these a Broken Bar." He removed the black overcoat draped over his shoulders and dropped it on top of her. At present, she was stark naked. Every bit of her was completely exposed. Though it wasn't as if she needed to worry about him lusting over her to begin with. Reflexively took the coat, her confusion vanishing as she realized that fact. She blushed in embarrassment, pressing the coat against her body as she looked up at Aziel, saying, "Aziel, you pervert, a broken bar." "Right, a broken bar," he sighed, nodding as he looked around absent-mindedly. He didn't bother commenting, feeling a bit of déjà vu from this scene. Immediately donned the coat, and though her face she remained expressionless, happiness radiated from her every movement. Because she was a mere 140 centimeters tall, the coat was extremely large compared to her small size. Even if she folded the sleeves back, the coat still dragged across the groin like an oversized dress. By the time she got her hands to poke through, Aziel lowered his posture a bit, offering his hand. "It's about that time, isn't it?" Confused and somewhat delighted, grabbed hold of it almost immediately, though not entirely understanding what he meant by those words. However, the gentle pull she was expecting was abruptly replaced by a swift tug, quickly pulling her into his embrace. Disoriented, looked up. But before she could even speak, Aziel leapt backward, avoiding the incoming thing hurtling down toward them. A loud crash resounded throughout the room, originating from where they stood previously. The thing that had been falling toward them was revealed to be a monster nearly 5 meters long, possessing 4 arms that all ended in razor-sharp scissors. It had 8 legs that clacked noisily as it scuttled around, while also possessing 2 tails, each of which ended in stingers. The closest thing it resembled was a scorpion. It was evidently more powerful than the monsters Aziel had faced so far, but his expression remained unchanged. Looking down into his widened eyes, he opened his mouth, voicing out his remark with a faint accusatory tone. "It seems you've got a stalker, a broken bar _ Chapter 29, Trust and Treachery. As the dust settled, the scorpion's menacing figure was revealed, its 2 stingers waving about in all directions, searching for the target it sought to destroy. The ground trembled slightly, bearing the weight of the monster's furious movements. More dust and debris rose into the air, its 8 huge legs digging into the stone and marble flooring below. At this moment, the scorpion-like creature's hideous mandibles parted, releasing a near-piercing screech that echoed across the entire room. It was a guttural, alien screech brimming with hostility and bloodlust. It seemed that this was one last trap prepared by his captors to keep her from escaping her cell. If that were truly the case, it meant that Aziel could escape to safety on his own without having to fight. "You're not scared, are you, a broken bar?" Suddenly, a deep, tranquil voice entered her ears, prompting her to look up at the individual who currently held her in his embrace. Her gaze immediately locked onto a pair of radiant pale golden eyes, receiving a calm stare that seemed to care nothing for the world around them. Pondering over his sudden question for a moment, she shook her head in denial, refuting that notion. Just like him, nothing else mattered except for him, the one she held in her grasp at present. Still, even after receiving her answer, his gaze never left hers. "Then a broken bar, how would you feel if I left you here and escaped a broken bar?" His heart instantly sank. It was yet another absurd question, however. This time, she didn't have to think too deeply and responded without an ounce of hesitation. "It's fine, a broken bar, you should leave without me." She resigned herself. Though she wouldn't have been genuinely happy with that outcome, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want Aziel to be harmed or possibly killed. If it really came to that, she'd rather die. I see. "That's cool, I can't say I dislike that answer." "But a broken bar, let's get one thing straight, a broken bar." He moved around swiftly, the surroundings blurred in his eyes as he dodged the scorpion's rain of needles. Still, despite his high speed, he maneuvered with grace, allowing her to listen to his words without disruption. "If I decided to save you, a broken bar," leaping into the air, he instantly evaded the monster's wide spray of purple acid, but he never took her eyes off him. She could feel her once cold heart beginning to pound within her chest, hanging on to his every word with unwavering attention. Regardless of whatever fucked up circumstance set a broken bar, the vibrations of his voice, the warmth of his body, and the complete security of feeling safe in his arms, I was utterly entranced. It was as if there was something magical about his demeanor. His charming face bewitched her. "Who's gonna stop me?" She was spellbound. The resolve and absolute certainty in his tone was overwhelming, causing her breath to quicken. This was why she decided to place her life in his hands, leaving everything up to him. Whatever became of her was what she would accept. But Aziel, the man who saved her from captivity, wasn't someone who'd relinquish his options to anyone. He, a broken bar, wasn't someone to be trifled with. One consciously nestled her head against his chest, the tips of her ears flushed a rosy tint from the wide assortment of emotions she currently felt. It was impossible to discern what it was exactly, but something about him just made people want to believe in everything he said. Couldn't understand. She didn't know why the pits of her stomach tingled in such a manner. Why exactly was Aziel Nox so a broken bar? Before she could finish that thought, The intrusion of something cold and hard entering her mouth snapped her out of her daze, bringing tears to her eyes. Liquid poured down her throat, prompting her to swallow on reflex. Then, a cooling sensation quickly spread throughout her body, restoring a good bit of her energy and mana. It was, of course, ambrosia. Her dirty golden locks returned to their former luster, her pale skin glowed with long-lost vitality, and her emaciated body healed just enough for her to exert a minor amount of strength. Removing the pure white vial from her mouth, she looked back up at Azil, her thoughts now completely clear. Though confusion still lingered in her gaze, patiently awaiting an explanation. Hang on a little tighter, I won't be responsible if you fire. Broken Bar, not needing to be told twice, tightened her hold around his neck. Only a single one of his arms carried her from beneath, keeping her upright like a child would in their parents' arms. Before she even realized it, they were already standing high up in midair, looking down at the huge scorpion monster from overhead. It still attempted to launch any attack it could, spraying a barrage of spiked needles toward them with a mix of purple acid streams. It was undoubtedly a tough foe, one that she couldn't imagine beating all on her own. However, Azil only lowered his gaze, looking as though he were an all-powerful ruler preparing to cast judgment on those who stood beneath him. A galaxy-colored radiance suddenly manifested around him, swirling about his figure majestically. His hair fluttered, black, purple, blue, and pink mana wafted from him, rising up in waves. The speckles of starlight glimmered from within a multitude of colors, filling the room with an ethereal glow. It was a beautiful display. Watched on in dumbfounded shock, witnessing an entire galaxy swirl around him. Seeing this firsthand, she now realized that he too possessed the same ability to manipulate his own mana. And similarly, he also ended up in this hellish abyss for whatever reason. He was the same as her. Thinking that, she watched Azil's every move with rapt attention, no longer sparing the monster below even a mild glance. However, the next scene that played out forced her to realize the difference between them, how vast the chasm truly was. Azil silently stretched out his arm and unfolded his hand in one smooth motion, his mana revolving around him dazzlingly. And at this moment, a pinch of glowing light suddenly manifested in the air beside him, followed by 7 more of the exact same kind. Appearing one after another, they quickly began to expand, becoming long enough to reach 5 whole meters in length. Then, in a voice quiet enough to be mistaken as a whisper, he voiced his command to the world. Golden Lance, overload. It was as if his words contained divinity, echoing across every corner of the room with a mystical undertone. That, however, only seemed to fuel the disastrous scene currently unfolding. The scorpion creature below screeched loudly, most likely feeling immense danger radiating from each lance. Even after attacking incessantly, it had become an already established fact that it would never hit Azil. With that being the case, it could only bear witness to his lethal spell, awaiting its execution like a prisoner on death row. Not even a second later, all 8 golden lances shot toward it with blinding speed, seeming as though the rope of a guillotine had been cut. Within mere moments, in a brilliant flash of light, the scorpion's body had been pierced from one end to the other, leaving each 5-meter-long lance to jut out of its skewered corpse. Dust and debris nearly obscured the entire area, rising up in thick clouds. It was almost surreal. Watched on, completely frozen in place. The mighty creature whose sole purpose was to keep her captive had actually perished due to a single spell. Not to mention the fact that it had practically been toyed with the entire time, serving only to prove Azil's point. Was this true strength, the power to stand above all? Did he truly possess such might? Turning to look at Azil, she was met with the same unperturbed gaze. From the look in his eyes, it was made to seem as if this result was natural, something preordained. "We're broken bar. Are you a broken bar?" Couldn't help but question, her words flowing unconsciously from her lips. This absurdity, this mystique, this charm, all of it, it was far too inordinate. But despite her initial surprise at her own words, Azil simply opened his mouth, voicing it as if it were mere fact. I am him. 10-1. Let us turn back the clock a few weeks. A broken Bakuri Shirasaki stood in front of one of the palace's bedroom doors, her hands remaining pressed against her chest worriedly. Shizuku stood not too far behind, gazing at her with visible concern. The summoned heroes had all been granted rooms inside the Hylia Palace, and they both were currently standing outside of them. It had been 5 days since their desperate life and death struggle in the labyrinth. They had rested one night in Hirozen, before taking the express carriage back to the palace. After having experienced such a gruesome spectacle, feeling the cold chill of death and despair creeping up on them, the students were quite understandably under-equipped to continue their training. Furthermore, a member of the heroes' party, the cheerful and energetic barrier master, had died, and that fact needed to be reported to the king and the Holy Church. And though they knew all too well how cruel they were behaving, the knights couldn't allow the students' fighting spirit to break. It was paramount that they restored their mental stability before their psyches shattered completely. Every individual who became aware of Suzu's death was evidently shocked that a member of the heroes' party had died, especially so upon realizing how indispensable her position was. As such, the king and Ishtar, the Pope of the Holy Church, set about downplaying her importance. After all, one of the powerful heroes who had saved this nation couldn't be allowed to die in a mere dungeon excursion. Someone who couldn't survive such favorable odds would stand no chance against the demons. It would only serve to spread further unease among the people. The messengers of it, the heroes summoned from another world, had to be invincible. Still, the vast majority of those who carried high status, such as nobles, were all well aware of the true situation. Thus, they carried on the only way they could, consoling themselves by projecting their inaccurate viewpoints as though it were fact. During their private conversations, they all minimized Suzu's presence in the party with words like "ETCH. If it's just her, then it should certainly be fine. A broken bar, or as long as the hero still lives, what good is she, right? And oh, what a shame, the hero will be forced to bear the burden of her abrupt departure." A broken bar worded in such a way, it could even be interpreted as through they were actually blaming Suzu for dying and leaving the hero to deal with everything all on his own. When students such as Shizuku and Kuri caught word of their snide remarks, they trembled in fury, nearly coming to blows with those nobles multiple times. And had Kuki not flown off the handle before the two, they probably would have beaten them senseless. Due to Kuki's heated protests, the king and the Holy Church ultimately decided that it would be counterproductive to let a negative opinion of Suzu spiral out of their control. Therefore, they quietly dealt with anyone who badmouthed her openly. However, the only thing it served to accomplish was increase Kuki's popularity. The majority saw Kuki's anger as proof of his pure-hearted righteousness, caring even for a deceased member who, in the Holy Church's words, had not contributed much to their efforts. 1. The realization that he truly was, in fact, a noble hero remained cemented in the minds of the people. Despite the fact that the only reason Suzu died was because of a soul-treacherous classmate, one that was yet still hidden amongst the flock of naive high schoolers. However, due to Kuki's influence over the class, their resentment toward Era had lessened by a considerable extent, some even speculating that it wasn't her fault to begin with. They closed their eyes to reality, believing that she died due to some freak accident, or perhaps even due to her own mistakes. After all, it was impossible for Eri to have intentionally killed her. No one, not even the quick-witted Shizuku, could believe such a horrific outcome. Without any collusion on their part, the topic was not discussed any further. In order to glean specific details and give Eri the counseling she needed, Captain Mel decided it was necessary to pull her away from the class and proceed with that particular course of action. He didn't think the truth was innocent as a freak accident, and even if it were, it was all the more reason to speak to Eri, who might have accidentally killed Suzu, one-on-one. The longer the matter remained unsettled, the more problems it would undoubtedly cause down the line. And most importantly, Captain Meld simply wanted to know, even though it was his job to mentor the students, he had allowed one to die on his watch, making his position as hollow as he now felt. However, he wasn't given permission to follow through with his plan, because Ishtar had forbidden him from personally questioning Eri. Captain Meld had protested the ban vehemently, but even the king had forbidden him from meeting with her, so he had no choice but to comply. "Neguma-kun, please open the door. I know you're afraid, but trust me, I can help you." A broken bar, Kaori voiced anxiously, grabbing hold of the doorknob and attempted to open it, but to no avail. It was locked. Kaori, a broken bar. Shizuku stretched out her hand before thinking better of it, clenching her fists and bringing it back to her side. There was nothing she could do. Hajime had not come out of his room since that time in the labyrinth, seeming utterly mortified due to his near-death experience. As he had indeed almost died, the knights decided it'd be better off to give him some space rather than push him to the breaking point. After all, everyone had different methods of coping. "You're so kind, Kaori, but I think you should leave Neguma alone. If he doesn't want to contribute like the rest of the class, we shouldn't bother with him either." 6. At this moment, Kuki came walking down the long hallway, Ryuta following close behind. Shizuku and Kaori both turned to look at him, unconcealed annoyance appearing on the former's face. While they were both aware of Kuki's one-sided viewpoint, Kaori wasn't in the mood to entertain his antics at present. "How could you even say that, Kuki-kun? A broken bar? Neguma-kun was almost killed in the labyrinth. If anything, he deserves to be given a little special treatment." Noticing Kaori's furrowed brows, Kuki's smile twitched, suddenly feeling a bit more passionate than usual. "Neguma was almost killed because he wasn't attending our training sessions like he should have. If he wasn't so weak, don't you think he would have been better off facing such monsters?" Although this much was to be expected from him, it only contributed to pissing Kaori off further. But before she could give him a piece of her mind, Shizuku cut into the conversation. "That's enough, Kuki. We've all been through a lot during these past few days, and handing Neguma-kun for Kaori's sake won't help anything. Try being more considerate, moron. And she doesn't need you to advise her either." Shocked, Kuki also furrowed his brows, not knowing how to deal with both of their displeasure. Still, he couldn't be satisfied with ending the conversation on that note. Thus, he began preaching even more. A broken bar. Due to Kuki's overly self-righteous behavior, a heated argument broke out between all three of them, leaving Ryuta to look between the trio worriedly. It was a mix of Kuki defending his own claims while both Kaori and Shizuku tried to get him to back off. The argument only escalated to this point because Kuki refused to admit he was wrong. Meanwhile, standing a few meters out from the group, a figure remained hidden in the shadows, watching on with a grim expression. Seemingly remembering something unpleasant, they gnashed their teeth, hatred burning in their gaze. "Why couldn't you have just died? A broken bar, Neguma. A broken bar _ Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Twisted Solace. A flickering flame illuminated the dimly lit room, revealing the faces of two particular figures seated around it. The serene ember burned quietly, bringing with it a tranquil atmosphere. One of the two figures, a young girl with golden blonde hair and crimson eyes, stared at the individual seated opposite her. She sat with her knees pressed up against her chest, subtly inhaling the masculine scent of the large coat she wore. Naturally, that young girl was. She gazed on expressionlessly, watching the other party as though they were the only thing in the world that mattered. Even for a moment, her attention never wavered. The reason for that was obvious. Within her line of sight was the young man who saved her, the one who liberated her from her imprisonment. Yes, that same young man who dispatched a monster, one of which the majority of the world wouldn't stand a chance against, all on his own. And not just that, he made it look easy. The individual in question was, of course, Azil Nox. Upon defeating the scorpion creature, both Azil and he traveled back to his temporary base, deciding to let her rest while he gathered what was soon to be his meal. Since he'd left large enough chunks of the Cyclops to be consumed, he made multiple trips, bringing back huge quantities of meat from both it and the scorpion. Seeing just how many resources he'd been carrying all this time, offered to help lighten his load, but it was quickly shot down with a dismissive attitude that left her feeling a mixture of disappointment and inadequacy. It was then that she realized her and Azil weren't exactly as close as she'd imagined. It was as if saving her had been some kind of objective initially, but upon completion, he'd lost any and all interest in her. This left her feeling slightly dumbfounded and lost at the same time. Of course, was aware that they wouldn't automatically become lovers or anything, But even so, she was a girl too. One she'd at least hoped that they'd formed some kind of connection back then. However, it seemed that it was all in her head. Watching as he worked silently without any indication of registering her presence, anxiety began to worm its way into her heart. He couldn't help but worry if she'd done something wrong, or whether or not there was a problem with her in particular. He didn't even sit close to her, making her reasoning seem all the more likely. And because of his standoffish demeanor, she remained hesitant to approach, not wanting things to worsen. The thought of being abandoned had instilled a cold, desolate feeling within her. It was as if her chest had become completely empty, devoid of hope. She still vividly remembered what he said. He'd decided to save her, not keep her by his side. There was no guarantee that he'd keep her around. The notion of him ever leaving here, she rejected it with all her being. Now that Aziel was here, how could she let him escape? No matter what, she couldn't let that happen. This time, she wouldn't be left behind. Your thoughts are showing on your face here, broken bar. The sound of Aziel's deep voice snapped you out of her thoughts, prompting her to avert her gaze while blinking in a mixture of shock and confusion. Touching her face, she felt around for any noticeable change in expression, and to no one's surprise, she found none. However, that still begged the question, how exactly had he managed to read her expression if it never changed? Don't think too hard, it's unnecessary. A broken bar, hearing this, looked back up at him, not entirely sure of what to say. She'd thought about asking him one of the many questions at the forefront of her mind, but how could she do that when she was hesitant to even speak? The unapproachable aura he surrounded himself with disallowed anyone from making first contact. If they wanted to associate themselves with him, they'd be forced to wait for him to initiate it. There were no cracks in his demeanor. Aziel, on the other hand, glanced at the seemingly young girl sitting in front of him, activating a certain skill. Analyze. Name, sense. Age, sense 323. Sense. Gender, sense female. Sense. Race, sense atavistic vampire. Sense. Estimated alignment, sense true neutral. Sense. Level, 52. Job, divine priestess. Strength, 40. Vitality, 110. Defense, 20. Agility, 40. Magic, 4980. Magic defense, 5120. Skills, sense, automatic regeneration. Pain dampener + regeneration control. Sense, all elemental affinity. Sense, spell melding. Sense, mana manipulation. Mana emission + mana compression + remote manipulation + increased efficiency + ether absorption + body strengthening. Sense, image composition + increased imagination + multiple spell image composition + delayed casting. Sense, blood conversion + body strengthening + mana conversion + stamina conversion + mana strengthening + blood oath. Sense, high speed mana recovery. Sense. Current condition, malnourished. Threat level, incredibly dangerous. Potential, very high. 1. Overall, highly notable. I saw broken bar. Something wrong? Suddenly voiced, her words coming out a bit muffled due to her lips pressing against the arm of her coat. She gazed up at him, confusion and uncertainty evident in her eyes. Seeing this, Aziel leaned down, putting a hand on his chin. What? I can't look at you, broken bar. Shaking her head fervently at his words, she responded immediately. No, you can't. A broken bar, it's just a broken bar. It's a bit embarrassing. A broken bar. You instantly turned away, lifting the flap of her coat in order to hide the redness spreading across her cheeks. This was the first reaction he'd given her in the past half hour. Being stared at so intently by the guy she was thinking about, it would be a lie to say she wasn't a little flustered. However, grasping hold of this opportunity, she continued. Azella, broken bar. I'm here. Broken bar, gaining a bit more confidence from his soft tone, She peeked out from beneath her overcoat. "Why'd you save me?" It was something she'd been wondering ever since he had brought her back to his base. With her current understanding of his personality, it didn't seem like something he'd do without reason. In a sense, this was something she wanted to hear the answer to, but at the same time, didn't. "You want the truth or the whole truth, broken bar?" He tilted his head, a gesture that seemed oddly cute to her. Either one is fine. Not bothering to ponder over his choice of words, gazed at him silently, awaiting his response. But the one she received wasn't at all what she was anticipating. "Oh, it's 'cause I felt like it, a broken bar." Broken bar? She could hardly believe it. It had been such a simple answer that she was now forced to reevaluate how she saw him exactly. Broken bar. Perhaps this much should have been expected from someone like him. The disbelief is hurtful. A broken bar. "You're hurting me right now, a broken bar." Though he said that, his calm expression and tone hadn't wavered in the slightest. However, a broken bar failed to perceive his sarcasm, taking his words literally. She began crawling toward him in haste, circling around the fire until he was within arm's reach. Looking up at him in worry and a hint of panic, it only took a moment for her to realize that nothing was actually wrong. A good few seconds passed as they stared into each other's eyes in complete silence. Aziel raised his brows, finally breaking this awkward atmosphere. A broken bar? A broken bar. Not only was she embarrassed at having misunderstood, but to her displeasure, Aziel had even mimicked her expression and mocked her in a similar tone. Seeing his curled eyes and hearing him snicker under his breath, she reached out, snatching a small part of his arm with 2 fingers, before firmly pinching down. That hurts, a broken bar. I flinched, but upon noticing his amused gaze that seemed to be gauging her reaction, she didn't fall for it and pouted unhappily. "Me a broken bar for broken bar." However, just as she was about to turn away, out of the corners of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of something underneath his shirt. Confused, she inspected it closely. Pulling his sleeve up a bit more, the something she'd seen was revealed to be a design of sorts. It was a thorny rose vine drawn in what seemed like black ink, wrapping around his arm as it trailed upward until she could no longer see it hidden beneath his shirt. 4. Curiosity now piqued, she stared at it with intrigue. "Seen enough yet, a broken bar?" Aziel's voice suddenly rang in her ears, snapping her out of her reverie. You'd only look up and nod in agreement upon hearing his words. "Then pull my sleeve back down, a broken bar." And so, she silently did as she was told, fixing it properly. The atmosphere immediately went quiet between them, although it wasn't awkward. Couldn't find the words to ask him about what she'd seen. Still, she took the opportunity to situate herself right beside him, acting naturally. As the seconds slowly ticked by, she was gradually reaching her limit. Unable to contain her burning curiosity, she finally opened her mouth, but just as she did, Aziel's voice cut her off. "My mom," she broken bar, and then, turning her gaze up to look at him, felt the atmosphere take a strange shift. It was heavy, seeming as though he were broaching a sensitive topic that had been impactful in one way or another. She always said she didn't like tattoos. A broken bar, a broken bar to a broken bar? Right. She was a narcissist. You'd only stare at him in perplexity, not understanding the unfamiliar term or where this was going at all. Even so, Aziel continued. She often said that those of the Knox family were perfect, especially me, her son. So broken bar nodded, listening intently. Since she hated tattoos, that Mika broken bar, she leaned in closer. Yeah, broken bar just had to get one. Opening and closing her mouth wordlessly, was utterly dumbfounded. The manner in which he delivered that last statement seemed as though it were the obvious choice. The entire build-up seemed like some sort of tragic occurrence, but by the end, she couldn't help but gaze at him incredulously. Still, she had to ask. Your mother, is she broken bar? Nah, a cockroach would die before her. She's far from dead. A broken bar instantly deflated where she sat, not knowing how to take such a random and outrageous story. Aziel went on to further explain that he had gotten the tattoo a few years back in an act of rebellion. Since his mother was almost never around, he decided to show his grievance by acting childishly. Despite that, he usually wore long-sleeve shirts to cover it up, though not exactly ashamed of his past actions but out of consideration. She was crazy, extremely selfish, narcissistic, and cruel, but his mother loved him far more than she even loved herself, or rather, more than anything else in the world, which was why he stopped acting out of spite. So, I'll have to return before she does something irreversibly broken. Bar 1 I'll return? I have to save the world. 2 didn't even register his nonsensical line of ever saving anyone, placing her full attention on his previous statement. Throughout the entire conversation, he'd come to realize that he wasn't originally from this world and had been summoned due to some unknown phenomena. As such, Aziel mentioning that he'd return back to his world obviously meant that he'd be leaving this place behind, or a broken bar leaving her behind. Why you ll. Be returning back a broken bar to your world? Her voice cracked as tears began to well up in her eyes. Before she had noticed, she'd gotten far more comfortable around him. She enjoyed his sarcastic remarks, his blunt and uncaring words, and even the way he teased her. Aziel was someone irreplaceable in her heart, even going as far as to say he had become the center of her world. For the mere thought of losing him brought an agonizing pain to her heart, akin to it being ripped out of her chest barehandedly. It left her feeling empty and lifeless, comparable to her time in solitude. Though it brought her discomfort to show such an unsightly display, she still nonetheless gazed up at him. She wanted to believe something had formed between them, that it wouldn't end like this. And yet, in response to this, Aziel once again tilted his head, looking genuinely confused. I'm trying to process this, but you're saying some weird shit right now. A broken bar's head drooped back down as she clutched her chest. It would seem that her feelings were only one-sided, doomed to never be reciprocated. This too wasn't out of her expectations, but she still couldn't bear it. But before the tears could begin streaming down her face, Aziel's next words immediately caught her attention. What made you think you'd be left behind a broken bar? A broken bar? She couldn't understand. And although she wasn't able to comprehend what he was getting at, a similar feeling to the one she felt when fighting the scorpion arose in her heart. It wouldn't calm down. Turning her gaze back up, she looked into his eyes for a moment before nearly shrinking back in astonishment. His pale golden eyes radiated an overbearing pressure that knocked the air out of her lungs. I saved you, didn't I? Who said you could leave a broken bar? Swallowing her saliva, felt as if her head was spinning. The tears in her eyes had long since dried up, leaving behind a clear, crimson luster. I told you before. Don't think too much. You're already a broken bar. Didn't even need him to finish the rest of his sentence. She now understood. She understood completely. You're already mine. Words that would have made any ordinary person shrink back in fear and revulsion had warmed her heart. Even hadn't realized it before. These were the exact words she had been craving to hear. The words she pined to hear the most. The fog obscuring her thoughts had cleared. She was now aware of everything. The possessive glint in Aziel's eyes was clear as day, prompting a tender sweetness to spread within her. Even if it wasn't born out of love, she was fine with that. For after all, he had just said that she was his. However, if she was his, wasn't it only fair for him to be hers as well? Her face flushed a bright crimson, her heart pounding loud enough to reverberate through her ears. She slowly lifted her hand, running it over the fabric of his pants before settling it in his lap. Still, she continued staring into his eyes, silently assuring him that she meant no harm. Placing her other hand onto his lap, she moved herself up toward his shoulders. Searching within his gaze for an adverse reaction, she ultimately found none, further bolstering her confidence. On the other hand, Aziel simply watched as she climbed his body without a word. The surrounding atmosphere had turned sensual at a moment's notice. Licked her lips suggestively, pressing herself against his upper body and feeling his warmth. Though the difference in height was akin to a child next to an adult, she didn't allow this to stop her, circling her arms around his neck. Nothing needed to be said. They both had a tacit understanding of what was about to happen. Still, even as he moved toward his neck, she made sure that her every action was careful and steady, making doubly sure that he didn't feel any discomfort. Aziel felt the sensation of her heated breaths caressing his neck, her small, slippery tongue grazing his skin, and the unique scent of flowery sweetness wafting from her. Noticing her sharp canines lining up against his neck, he made a conscious effort of lowering his natural defenses, allowing her to pierce through his flesh without trouble. Meanwhile, Aziel could feel his blood slowly being siphoned out of him, but it was quickly replaced soon after. However, he also noticed the sensation of something being tugged on from within his body. From his observation, he concluded that it was the cells from his ethereal constitution being prodded by, thus garnering this reaction. Now that he understood the situation, it was up to him to decide whether or not to feed this to her. Since she was a vampire who naturally acquired sustenance from blood, there was a high chance of her facing some sort of transformation of evolution upon accepting his cells. The question was, would it be beneficial or harmful? Regardless, Aziel didn't have to think too much about it. He stopped the unique cells from resisting any further and allowed them to flow into the part of his neck where she drank from. As they did, more unique cells quickly replaced the others that left, leaving the ones traveling into his body on their own. And at this moment Broken Bar suddenly released a sultry moan, her eyes widening. But even then, she didn't stop sucking his blood, or rather, she clung to him even tighter than before. Her breathing became ragged, gasping intermittently as her whole body trembled. Merely seconds later, removed her fangs from his neck, her face completely flushed a deep crimson to the tips of her ears. She clung onto his shirt to keep herself from falling backward, burying her head into his chest. Azella Broken Bar W. What did you Broken Bar D do to me a Broken Bar? Looking up, she cast a passionate gaze toward him, clearly aroused. While speaking, her hands freely roamed his upper body, groping at his sculpted biceps and abs. Don't make this about me a Broken Bar. Aziel shook his head, glancing at her calmly. Gradually, lost the strength to sit upright, weakly slumping down into his lap. From there, Aziel witnessed her transformation. It wasn't something as gruesome as a forceful evolution, but one that seemed to occur naturally. Her limbs and hair lengthened, her entire body growing a whole 16 centimeters, becoming 156 centimeters 5 ft1 in total. Her facial features sharpened, giving her a more mature appearance. Though her breasts barely grew and remained quite small, they were still more pronounced than before. 6 in all, she was still quite short compared to the average male, and even shorter when compared to Aziel, but she had at least grown out of her 12-year-old appearance. You did good, Kida Broken Bar. A Broken Bar. I'm not a Broken Bar. Kida Broken Bar, despite her weakened state, still had enough left in her to respond to his nonsense. Surprisingly, she remained awake during the whole process, making for quite the experience. After a few more minutes, the effects of her evolution subsided, allowing her to regain the stamina she lost and then some. She crawled out of Aziel's lap, still wearing his black overcoat that looked far too big on her. Turning to look at him, she asked the foremost question on her mind. What happened at a Broken Bar? Aziel shrugged his shoulders, gazing at her with interest. You already know what happened. I see. Accepted his poor excuse for an explanation with a nod, quickly coming to terms with her newfound power and changed appearance. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't euphoric about it, but of course, her face remained expressionless. Regardless of whether or not he did it intentionally, she was still grateful, nonetheless. Our Broken Bar. Before I forget a Broken Bar. Aziel suddenly reached into his traveling bag and pulled out multiple strips of fur, cloth, and pelts he'd gotten from the monsters he'd slain down here in the labyrinth. Tilted her head, watching his actions with mild intrigue. Using each textile, he quickly manufactured a new set of clothes while only utilizing a single needle. Not only were the clothes durable due to the monster's natural defenses, but they were also made to fit comfortably without any restrictions. Was amazed at this display of craftsmanship, wondering just how he came to be so well versed in this many fields. But that wasn't the only thing she was curious about. There was also his possession of multiple job skills that shouldn't have been possible for him to have. Here, take it. Our Broken Bar. Brushing aside her thoughts for now, she quickly reached out toward Aziel, who just offered up the clothes, taking them with a slight smile on her face. Thank you. Sure. A Broken Bar. A light pink hue slowly dyed his face as she turned around, removing the overcoat for him to see. Nonplussed, Aziel watched the girl get changed right in front of him, not bothering to avert his gaze. "Why are you embarrassed? You decided to do it." Our Broken Bar, stop being insensitive. Azella Broken Bar finally finished, turned her head, glaring at him with a mixture of irritation and embarrassment. Sighing dismissively, Aziel glanced at her before activating his signature skill. Analyze. A. Name, A-sense. Age, A-sense 323 A-sense. Gender, A-sense female A-sense. Race, A-sense progenitor vampire A-sense. Estimated alignment, A-sense true neutral A-sense. Level, 56. Job, immortal sorcerer. Strength, 440. Vitality, 770. Defense, 210. Agility, 440. Magic, 7,360. Magic defense, 7,480. A. Skills, A-sense. Blood regeneration, A-sense. Vampirism, A-sense. Form dispersal, A-sense. Blood puppetry, A-sense. Telepathy, A-sense. Night vision, A-sense. Mana efficiency, A-sense. Rapid mana recovery, A-sense. Blood manipulation A+, blood crystallization A+, blood transformation A+, blood efficiency A-sense. Expand, 5. A. Current condition, peak. A. Threat level, extremely dangerous. A. Potential, peak. A. Overall, extraordinary. A. Everything about her had changed. From stats, race, job, and even skills, she had become far more overpowered than before. But it seemed the caveat for her astronomical growth in stats was her current level limit. Though she'd be incredibly powerful, without the boost from eating monster meat, her eminent bottleneck would remain. However, that was still only a possibility. Of course. These clothes are nice, Aziel. I'm happier. Broken Bar too. As her voice reached his ears, he finally noticed the genuine smile gracing her face, her cheeks tinted in crimson. Glad you like it, anyways. A Broken Bar. He turned away, resuming his transmutation as if none of the events prior had occurred. Still, upon seeing this, wasn't discouraged, already recognizing how he operated. If he didn't want to give her any attention, all she had to do was make herself his top priority. Thinking of this, she walked over toward him, her previous apprehension gone. Aziel, how is it possible to use this ability and have such strong magic at the same time? Pausing momentarily, Aziel glanced at her out of the corners of his eyes. I wasn't born with an equal. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, her arrival. So, are we not gonna talk about why I'm picking you up in the middle of nowhere? Broken Bar? Like, do I not deserve even a little explanation? You're killing me here, Mana. Broken Bar to a young woman with emerald green eyes and short black hair kept in a bob spoke irritably, exasperation evident on her face as she briefly glanced out of the corners of her eyes. Keeping both hands on the steering wheel, she nevertheless remained focused on the road ahead. Silence reigned after her words died out, leaving only the sound of tires spinning on uneven concrete. The tall figure currently seated on the passenger's side had their head turned toward the window, completely lost in thought. However, not even a few seconds later, the figure spoke in a casual tone, their voice trailing off faintly. You're a driver, aren't you? A Broken Bar? Then drive a Broken Bar. It was a response that obviously lacked any and all consideration, bearing an attitude the woman didn't take too well. Taking her eyes off the road, she looked over at the figure in question, who was, of course, none other than Aziel. Is that how it is? That's how it is. A Broken Bar. Azella Broken Bar. I swear. A Broken Bar. The young woman pursed her lips in annoyance, conveying an obvious desire to slap the young man beside her. Aziel, on the other hand, shook his head dismissively. You're really doing too much right now, Julia. I already told you what I needed to tell you. I don't know why you're so worried. Azella Broken Bar. The woman, Julia, cut him off before he could finish, her tone completely serious. "What, a broken bar?" "Azal, a broken bar. I know what you do, and you know what you do, but you don't know why I'm so worried." "A broken bar?" "No, you're already aware of that. You just don't want to tell me the truth." "But you know what? Since it's like that, you don't have to say anything." "It's fine, just do as you've always done, Superman. You can do everything, right?" Julia's passive-aggressive voice resounded throughout the car, clearly pissed off. Her chest heaved as she gripped the steering wheel forcefully, sending occasional glances filled with bitterness his way. Even then, Azil hadn't turned to look at her the entire time, to which she could only sigh in anger and resignation. And yet, she still couldn't let it go just like that. "I mean, a broken bar? You come back here with a head injury and act like everything's okay. How am I supposed to feel a broken bar?" Mumbling under her breath, she sniffled quietly, her eyes beginning to moisten. Hearing this, Azil finally turned his head, looking at her side profile with squinted eyes. Don't start that crying sheet. "A broken bar?" Sniff. "Man, what are you even crying for? A broken bar? It's always a broken bar. Always like these. A broken bar. Is it wrong for me to seek care?" "You said I was a broken bar. One of your people. Broken bar? Yeah, broken bar. I just don't want anything bad to happen to you." A broken bar. Tears dripped from her eyes, wetting her rosy cheeks. At this, Azil shook his head once more, releasing a tired sigh. This sort of occurrence was commonplace between the two. Julia was usually quick to anger, but only when dealing with him did she begin crying immediately after. It was because she hated arguing with him so much that she couldn't help but become saddened when it did happen. "You'll be alright." Leaving behind such careless words, Azil then pulled out his phone and clicked on a particular app. The entire screen momentarily darkened before displaying multiple rows of icons consisting of different colors. Tapping on one of the blue icons, the view instantly expanded, showcasing the front driveway of an opulent villa in live footage. Swiping his finger across the screen, various camera angles appeared one after another, until he eventually stopped. Ignoring Julia's dejected remarks, he zoomed in closely, catching sight of a figure dressed in all black walking cautiously across the kitchen floors. Clutched tightly within their grasp was a single pistol, equally black in color. Azil's gaze sharpened immensely, his pale golden eyes becoming a shade darker. After checking a few other cameras, he turned off his phone and slipped it into his pocket. "So this was why you were so confident?" Her broken bar. There existed not just that sole black-clad figure he managed to find, but a total of 8. Furthermore, they weren't just searching through any random house, but the villa he himself owned. Upon discovering this, he was made aware that his cousin, Damien, had installed a contingency plan in case the initial attempt at getting rid of him had ended up failing. Azil slowly nodded his head a few times, understanding the entire plot. That snake-like bastard was, as usual, playing dirty. However, if that was the case, Damien didn't stand a ghost of a chance at winning. After all, playing dirty was something Azil particularly specialized in. What's the matter with you?" Hearing Julia's questioning tone, he voiced his intent. "Drop me off a couple blocks away from the villa. I need to run some errands." "A broken bar?" "You don't need me to come with you." "Nah, just take the rest of the day off." Giving him the side eye, Julia could only agree helplessly. "If you say so." Broken bar. Although she had a few guesses as to what was really going on, she knew Azil well enough to know he wouldn't bite off more than he could chew. Still, it failed to make her worries lessen by even the slightest bit. Noticing her distress but deciding to ignore it, he turned his gaze back toward the window and stared at the rapidly passing scenery. There was no need for any preparations. He already had what was necessary to complete the task ahead. It was the beginning of a war, one that he didn't bother worrying about losing. This wasn't anything new, he only had to proceed as usual, eliminating all opposition. Anything he desired would come to fruition, for that was just the way things worked, and how things would always work. After all, he was simply Azil Noakes and nothing more, nothing less. Azil slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding dimly lit room gradually came into view. Feeling a hardly discernible weight pressing down on him, he lowered his gaze, immediately catching sight of a beautiful girl laying atop his chest. Her long, silky golden locks lay spread around them, covering the majority of his upper body. She breathed softly, her relaxed expression evident as she clung to him even tighter, allowing his eyes to roam across her body. It was then that he noticed that she was currently sleeping in nothing but her underwear. The girl was slumbering peacefully on top of him, utterly defenseless. Then again, this could hardly be considered a rare occurrence as of late, so Aziel paid it no mind. Sighing, he stared into empty space. It had been around 3 days since his evolution into a progenitor vampire. During that time, they decided to remain on the same floor a bit longer before advancing to the next, and despite initial expectation, they had learned far more about each other than anticipated in the short span of time they'd been together. Talked at length about her original and recently acquired abilities, informing him about everything she was capable of, from her flawed immortality that only allowed her to regenerate on the condition that she wasn't killed instantly or hadn't run out of mana, something he was already aware of, far to her blood manipulation skill and all of its derivatives. She left nothing out, most likely because vampires had gone extinct hundreds of years ago, and also due to her subsequent imprisonment in the labyrinth. It was obvious that after all this time, she was elated to be able to talk to another person. Aziel, on the other hand, just listened to her seemingly endless rant, occasionally adding in a comment or two while he continued his own training. Whatever questions she had were answered concisely, not for any reason other than the fact that, from the start, he just wasn't one to respond to anyone's inquiries. Though he often teased and gave her a hard time for it, he never actually resisted her attempts at snuggling up under him either. Her transformation in appearance had caused his initial aversion to be discarded, so it was only natural that he'd grow to appreciate her beauty, even if it was only a faint interest. 12. Still, if there was one thing of note, it was that he had been faithfully drinking his blood after the first occurrence, treating it as though it were a 3-course meal with an extra side of dessert. 1. In her words, the flavor of his blood was both at once delectably sweet and ever-changing, leaving her craving for more each time she drank it. However, Aziel didn't mind her gluttonous feeding, since his natural regeneration far outstripped any amount she could ever take from him. Not just that, it nearly surpassed even her own automatic regeneration skill. Naturally, given that he was a supposed doom primordial and possessed an ethereal constitution, this result wasn't all that surprising. After all, if he could evolve into a progenitor vampire from his blood alone, it meant that he was quite possibly far higher than her on the food chain. Perhaps his previous statement of having no equal held some truth. At this moment, Aziel suddenly lifted his head, casting his gaze toward the sleeping. He raised his brows as he felt the sensation of something caressing a dangerous part of his lower body. Without even having to look, he could already discern that it was a hand that was touching him, or more specifically, his hand. And due to having just recently woken up, he was no doubt completely stiff in that area as well. The hell is she doing, a broken bar? Looking down at her sleeping face, he gleaned the truth in less than a moment, even though she gave no indication of being conscious. Furthermore, her hand movements were oddly precise, too precise in fact. See, you wanna play games? Don't act like you're not a wiki, a broken bar too. Bringing a hand to her slender waist, he gently poked her stomach with 2 fingers, eliciting a cute, muffled squeal. "Na broken bar?" His eyes snapped open, her gaze conveying both embarrassment and discontent. She pouted with slightly flushed cheeks, looking as though she were being treated unfairly. As a broken bar, I stared up at him, clearly asking for an explanation. "Why are you looking at me like I need to explain myself, or broken bar? What were you trying to do, broken bar?" Aziel squinted, asking a rather obvious question he already knew the answer to. Closing her eyes briefly, she reopened them a moment later, giving him a provocative upturned glance. "You looked uncomfortable." Azella broken bar trailing her finger down the center of his chest, she continued, licking her lips seductively. "So, I thought it a broken bar help you out, a broken bar." The crimson blush dyeing her cheeks, combined with the passionate look she gave him, was enough to make any man's blood boil. Her indescribable allure was no doubt capable of charming both men and women. It was at moments like these that her true age shone through, forcing one to realize that she wasn't as young as her appearance suggests. Seeing this firsthand, Azil wore a blank expression. "Is that right, a broken bar?" "A broken bar? Did you not like it?" "I don't think that's important right now." A broken bar. In response to his words, his expression gradually warped into one of poorly masked despondence, believing that he wasn't satisfied with her. Still, she pressed on, continuing in mild desperation, only to be stopped by Azil's hand firmly grabbing her own. She looked up at him, confused and somewhat lost. "A broken bar? Something wrong with me? A broken bar?" Tears immediately sprung to her eyes, clinging to the same hand he grabbed her with. Although it could be said that they'd bonded somewhat over the past few days, he always carried this sinking feeling that she could be left at a moment's notice here, that he didn't view her as of much importance. Thus, to extinguish her budding insecurities, she decided to rashly approach him with the sole intention of solidifying their relationship, since, at present, there wasn't any kind of label she could use to describe what they had. "Not quite, but this isn't the time nor place." A broken bar. Leaving her with a rather vague answer to her worries, he attempted to get up and remove from off top of him. However, as a broken bar, she held on, gripping him desperately as if he was the only thing keeping her alive. Gazing directly into his eyes, she swallowed dryly, her anxiety palpable. Noticing the peculiar glint surfacing in her eyes, Azil realized just how far gone she truly was at this moment. It was said that people often changed due to different experiences, and that statement proved to be correct. He wasn't like the main character in the original story of this world, so it was obvious that people would change and react according to their current circumstances rather than what a character template dictated. Azil was already aware of that, truly, and yet, the madness dwelling within her gaze diverted all expectation. Given everything she'd gone through, from betrayal by her loved ones, to imprisonment for 300 or so years, it'd be correct to say she wasn't sane by any stretch of the word. And she'd just shown him a vivid depiction of that fact. "I hear you, a broken bar." Azil leaned back, allowing her to sit comfortably on his lap. "Please, see, broken bar, don't a broken bar, don't go." A broken bar. Burying her face into his chest, she refused to let go of his shirt. "And a broken bar? Where would I go? A broken bar?" Hearing his usual tone of voice that sounded nothing like consolation, finally calmed down a bit. But even then, she remained silent. What could she do? Beg him to have sex with her? Knowing his personality, that would only garner an adverse reaction. She was at a complete loss for what to respond with. But before she could think any further, she suddenly felt Azil's hand cup her chin, lifting her head up to face him. Utterly mesmerized by his glowing pale golden eyes, she could only stare blankly. "You're a real handful, just wanted to let you know." A broken bar. With that single remark, he leaned in. You could hardly process what was happening, but the sight of his lips approaching hers made her heart nearly jump out of her chest. Closing her eyes, she awaited the intimate contact that was sure to arrive. However, against all expectation, Azil went directly past her face and pressed his lips against her neck. Tilda flinched from both the shock and pleasure that accompanied his actions. Instinctively taking his head into her embrace, she was unable to control her voice as he suddenly began kissing and sucking her flesh. His somewhat rough treatment caused her to unconsciously grind on his leg, gradually losing herself to the insatiable heat tingling within. After a few minutes, Azil eventually separated himself from her neck, leaving behind a reddish-pink mark as evidence of his sensual deed. Gazing over at the still panting, he immediately noticed her watery, unfocused crimson eyes that were glazed over with pure satisfaction. Her face merely inches away from his, they both stared at each other silently for what seemed like hours. Then, slowly brought her hands up to his shirt, attempting to unbutton it. We'll stop here, broken bar." A broken bar. Upon hearing his voice, she reluctantly withdrew her hands, already knowing that this was as far as they'd go today. Plus, it wasn't like she hadn't been sated with this much, she just felt like being greedy. Azil shook his head helplessly, knowing all too well what she was thinking. He wouldn't deny that, as a male, he was in no way adverse to following through with what she had been so desperate to pull off. But there were more factors at play than mere physical satisfaction. Despite spending a few days alone with each other, her state of mind was far from stable. She might have thought she was, but he could tell she wasn't ready to experience what he had to offer just yet. He didn't need her clinging to sexual relations like a drug. That much wasn't of any interest to him. And if he were being honest, a strong, dependable was a lot more attractive than an addict. 13 once again buried her face against his chest, gradually returning to her senses. From the crimson blush dyeing the tips of her ears, one thing was obvious: she was extremely embarrassed. Aziel, like the insensitive man he was, gazed mirthfully down at her, his eyes curled teasingly like a cat toying with a mouse. "What happened at a broken bar? Weren't you just unbuttoning my shirt?" He hastily covered his mouth with both hands, interrupting whatever he had to say. Her face far more animated than ever before, she looked up with a flustered but annoyed expression. "Aziel, a broken bar, that's enough, don't you think?" She tried to put an end to this situation entirely and forget it ever happened, but of course, Aziel wouldn't let it be that easy. Although he wasn't speaking, you could tell what he was thinking just from his gaze alone, making her feel all the more shameful. "A broken bar." Finally, she groaned in irritation, lunging at him and sinking her fangs into his neck. She was determined to suck him dry until he had no energy left to speak. Free of his hands, Aziel released another sigh, his tone laced with amusement. "Don't worry too much. I'll make sure I never forget this moment so we can reminisce fondly, all right?" Hearing his none too reassuring words, tightened her hold around his neck, expressing her displeasure. She could already tell that from now on, the road ahead would be a difficult one, especially when accompanying someone as cheeky as him. You could only look on ahead expectantly, anticipant of what the future had in store. "We're heading out soon, you read your broken bar?" Sitting around the ever-burning fire that lit up the room, the figures of both Wu and Aziel could be seen, the former resting her head comfortably on his lap. A broken bar nodded, closing her eyes and enjoying the sensation of his warmth spreading across her cheek. After her near mental breakdown, they spent the rest of their time packing up all necessities into Aziel's bag, preparing to set off deeper into the labyrinth. Although it was good to rejuvenate every now and then, they had to continue at some point to progress to the end and ultimately make it out. That was their current goal. Since that was the case, alongside the indomitable Aziel, would utterly crush this labyrinth in its entirety. That was confidence that stemmed from their absolute strength, the belief that nothing was capable of stopping them. However, at this moment, a sharp gust of wind whipped past Aziel's face, disheveling his hair as it gouged deep furrows into the wall behind him. Though he remained unperturbed by such an occurrence, instantly sprang into action, getting into a defensive stance while preparing her magic. The strength that Aziel had bestowed her would be used to protect him by any means possible. She would make certain that, while she still breathed and walked this land, no harm would ever befall him. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she gazed on ahead, witnessing a portion of the wall crumble to the ground. Dust and debris scattered, filling the air and obscuring the view. If their foe had managed to cut straight through the walls of their base, it was likely to be quite formidable. Not just because of the force of the attack, but due to how precise it was. As the dust finally settled, a single humanoid figure could be seen standing upright, evidently still on guard in case of any sudden attacks. "Oh Tilda, would you look at that, there's actually humans here." Her broken bar, a slightly high-pitched, feminine voice resounded, catching Wu off guard. The figure, now revealed to be female, was a stunning girl who appeared no older than 18, standing at around 156 centimeters, the exact same height as 10. She possessed long, beautiful white hair that cascaded wondrously down her back. Her ominous red eyes that peered through the darkness gave no indication of human warmth. Feeling threatened by her presence, his body glowed faintly, taking on a golden hue. Manifesting her mana, it swirled about her stably, ready to launch her most deadly attack at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the girl examined from head to toe with narrowed eyes, before opening her mouth to speak in a slightly cheerful tone that belied her expression. "It's not every day you find strangers in hell, Butte a broken bar. I'll probably just kill a broken bar 9_" Chapter 32, Silent Envy. 1. Silence pervaded the tense atmosphere, Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Particles of dust and debris continued drifting throughout the dreary room, giving the scene a somewhat ominous appearance. Two figures stood locked in place, engaging in a fierce stare-off. A young girl with golden blonde hair and crimson eyes stared coldly at her mysterious adversary, her face an expressionless mask. Her hair fluttered softly as if caressed by a faint breeze, enveloped in a mystical aura that made her look the part of a divine being. However, standing opposite her, a girl with spiraling locks of snow-white hair and fiendish dark red eyes stared right back. An air of indifference that held no regard for anyone or anything oozed from her demeanor. The two pairs of distinct red eyes gazed at each other, radiating a savage killing intent that would have no doubt traumatized any ordinary person on the spot. It was, in fact, a menacing standoff between two extremely powerful forces, one that could turn deadly at a moment's notice. The strained surrounding atmosphere was almost suffocating, exuding unusually grim undertones. If this was allowed to continue for much longer, it would surely turn into a brutal death match, an all-out brawl that wouldn't end until the other was completely annihilated. However, it wouldn't do to forget the other occupant sitting in the room, a young man who, at present, watched everything unfold with a bearing of complete nonchalance. "Both of you must have forgotten I was here or some shit, but I'll tell you right now, you either fight, or sit the hell down somewhere." Broken bar. A deep, languid voice cut through the unbearable atmosphere, and though it felt pleasing to the ear, it commanded unmatched authority. In an instant, it captured the attention of you and her opponent, their expressions changing in one way or another. In particular, could tell at a glance what Aziel was thinking just from the look on his face. Definitely something along the lines of "don't waste my damn time," or the like. Still, she was slightly bewildered to see him remaining seated comfortably in his initial position without moving, as if the threat of this newly arrived girl didn't mean much. Though upon realizing this fact, she sat back down right beside him, obeying his words and believing in the unparalleled confidence he exuded. As she positioned herself close beside him, she stared dazedly at his charming side profile, clearing her throat, tempted to distract herself from how tempting he looked. She would have otherwise been ready to pounce on him if not for the dangerous individual standing just ahead. Thinking this, she sent the white-haired girl a none too pleasant gaze. On the other hand, the white-haired girl, or more specifically, Suzu Taniguchi, immediately stiffened in place. Her eyes widened slightly, a brief recollection of past events flashing past them. Upon first entering the room, Suzu had merely registered another presence in the vicinity without examining them in detail. She obviously cared nothing for anything she laid eyes on. But as that all too familiar voice reached her ears, almost on reflex, her head immediately snapped toward the source. Although she hadn't seen that man's face due to having nearly died in the midst of her transformation, that voice in particular, she would never forget. And yet, there he sat. The man who'd saved her had been sitting only a few meters away. The one who brought her back from the brink of death, an inevitable end she was sure to arrive at if not for him. For a moment, even unknown to Suzu herself, a strange, inexplicable sensation briefly manifested within her chest. Like an electric spark, it was so brief that she didn't even have time to notice it. Meanwhile, took in Suzu's odd reaction and stared at her vigilantly. While she was certain no one could ever harm Aziel even if they tried, she instinctively felt on guard in front of these a broken bar intruder. Displeasure filled her heart as she realized Suzu hadn't taken her eyes off him even once. She was fixated, openly staring at Aziel as if she knew him. Though it was natural that Aziel would charm most women due to his undeniable allure, he was already taken. He was hers, that much, at least in her mind, had already been confirmed. Gingerly taking Aziel's muscular arm within her grasp, she felt immense delight at having established the upper hand against this mysterious girl she'd just met. It also didn't help that the white-haired girl looked in no way worse than herself. That fact alone forced the insecurities she buried deep within to gradually resurface, she herself being none the wiser. "You're still here, Broken Bar? Breaking and entering is quite a strange hobby. Do you perhaps enjoy being a terrorist?" Aziel suddenly voiced, tilting his head in mock confusion. Suzu instantly snapped out of her daze upon hearing his sarcastic remark, her thoughts slowing even further as she noticed how close he seemed. Still, she faintly recognized the fact that he had no intention of bringing up their past meeting or anything related, so she decided to do the same, albeit slightly dissatisfied. "Does it matter to you?" "As far as I know, my hobbies aren't any of your concern, but you seem quite strong, so you can easily just make another hideout for you and your girlfriend, right?" "No harm done." Suzu crossed her arms, her tone coming out a bit harsher than she'd expected. Staring into Aziel's pale golden eyes, she assumed the same indifference she had toward you. Though the rigid and deadly atmosphere had eased somewhat, the vigilance in her actions had yet to vanish completely. "Oh, our broken bar? I thought I heard you were gonna kill us or something. Whatever happened to that?" Suzu flinched, just now remembering what she had said upon arriving. Even so, she didn't back down, her eyes narrowing. "Do you want to be killed at Broken Bar?" Scoffing faintly, the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees as Aziel raised a single brow. "Do you think you can kill me at Broken Bar?" "Aha." Broken Bar. Though he spoke in a monotone, his words carried a heavy intensity, one that caught Suzu completely off guard. She stumbled backward, her face twisting in discomfort. It was as if his voice had infiltrated her mind, echoing loudly on repeat. This also brought along the realization that the actual difference in strength between the two was incomparably vast. We observed their interaction with unreserved satisfaction, finding this scene where Suzu was being driven into a corner far too appealing. Although she was initially quite annoyed at having been excluded from the conversation, her displeasure cleared up almost immediately as she watched the white-haired girl get the treatment she deserved. Suzu gradually steadied herself, already out at being shown reality by the man who saved her, but as she noticed his derisive gaze, her aggravation reached its peak. She truly wanted to ignore the vampire entirely. She honestly didn't care about the intimate contact that man and seemed to be engaging in. It really didn't matter to her. "That was exactly why." "What are you looking at, you dumb bimbo?" "A Broken Bar?" Suzu's mouth moved automatically. She furrowed her brows, scowling in contempt. She didn't know why she felt such loathing toward the blonde, but from the moment she first saw her getting cozy with that man, Suzu's dislike toward her skyrocketed. "What, a Broken Bar did you just say?" Upon hearing her words, his frigid expression became even colder, emanating a murderous aura that one wouldn't usually expect from such a stoic girl. It was enough to raise the hair on one's arms. The air in the room seemed to palpitate with unseen ferocity, both girls showing a frightening display of will. "And yet you're gonna let her talk to you like that, a Broken Bar?" 13 Aziel, being the toxic man that he was, didn't hesitate to instigate the situation. He leaned back, glancing at you out of the corners of his eyes with mild incredulity. Though he was capable of stopping things from escalating all on his own, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't slightly amused by this situation. However, that seemed to be the last straw, prompting you to immediately stand up. For one, she didn't want to be embarrassed in front of her beloved, and two, that white-haired girl was just too infuriating. Multiple drops of blood manifested in the air around her figure, spinning rapidly as they warped into the shape of thin needles, approximately 20 centimeters long. Even some of the strongest creatures currently existing in this labyrinth would become nothing more than pincushions in front of such an attack. Still, not wanting to be outdone, glowing red spheres suddenly appeared at Suzu's side. Their transparency allowed one to see straight through them. Then, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering, the spheres all broke apart into countless deadly shards. They swirled around her like a stream of flowing water, making it evident that if one were to be targeted by this lethal assault, they would no doubt meet a swift and painful end. The two girls faced each other silently, their hair and clothes fluttering wildly as golden and dark crimson mana billowed forth, thrumming in an array of brilliant light. The result of their clash would undoubtedly become the cause for disaster, bringing about tremendous devastation to their immediate surroundings. Finally seen enough, Aziel slowly sat up straight, reaching out to grab his thigh before pinching it softly. "A Broken Bar?" She jumped with a start, completely bewildered at his sudden actions. Swiftly turning around, She gave him a confused but somewhat vexed glare, indicating that she was not at all pleased. Though it was more surprising than painful, or rather, not painful at all. She was in the middle of an intense standoff. It wouldn't do to get distracted during such a critical situation. Thus, her dismay. However, Azil didn't seem to care too much about that, calmly opening his mouth to speak. That's enough. And that was all that needed to be said for her to comply, even if slightly hesitant on her part. She glanced one last time in Suzu's direction, before ignoring her as she dissipated the multitude of blood needles surrounding her. Suzu, on the other hand, had already realized that his words were not only directed at but her as well. But despite that, she wasn't willing to back down that easily. Staring defiantly down at Azil, she felt that if her guard was still raised, she wouldn't be taken by surprise this time. Yea, to take a seat. A broken bar when an overbearing and oppressive atmosphere enveloped him, his voice echoing across the walls of the labyrinth. Azil's eyes flickered, turning a deep shade of gold, almost completely black in color. He rested his chin against his hand, staring straight at Suzu as if she were a lesser creature. And it wasn't too far from the truth either. This was the true might of a higher existence, a being far outside the scope of normality. NGH. Suzu took a wide step backward, the shards of her force field raised defensively as if faced with a monster she couldn't hope to outmatch. Her expression cramped up bitterly, feeling more than a little discomfort from the intense pressure, both from the outside and in. It definitely wasn't a pleasant feeling to have this kind of powerful pressure directed at her, much less if it came from the man who she considered her savior. This wasn't the kind of second meeting she anticipated having with him, that was, on the off chance she ever saw him again. Damn neat, a broken bar. This wasn't the way she imagined this scenario going. She truthfully didn't want to be antagonistic, but seeing that blonde-haired girl cuddle up to him so happily had sparked something vile within her. Suzu didn't know, or at least, didn't want to believe what she was feeling, but the dark sludge gathering at the corner of her heart was undeniable. It was very distinct, a nauseating feeling of envy. As a few seconds passed, Suzu eventually caved in, deciding to heed his order instead of continuing to rebel. Not due to the fact that she couldn't win, but because some part of her still didn't want to be hated by him. She couldn't put it into words exactly what it was. She didn't like or even love him romantically, but she knew one thing for certain: allowing someone else by his side was unacceptable, especially someone like you. What, do you just force everyone into submission? A broken bar, Suzu mumbled under her breath. As she walked over, Azil ignored her words and lowered the pressure he released upon noticing her compliance, letting her come forward and sit down in front of them. The fire lighting the room had already been extinguished, yet none of them had any trouble making out each other's figures within the darkness. They all stared silently, an awkward atmosphere gradually forming in place of the previous one. Azil cast a languid gaze on the white-haired girl while merely watched on with an icy glare, not liking this situation one bit. So broken bar, what's your name, tough guy? Suzu asked, being the first to speak amongst the three. Since they hadn't introduced themselves yet, this was the best opportunity. Though if one thing was abundantly clear, she absolutely refused to acknowledge his presence at all. Her question directed only at Azil himself. Did you think I'd answer your question if you hadn't even introduced yourself yet, a broken bar? I thought that much should be obvious, but it seems you're not capable of thinking properly. A broken bar. Azil shook his head, squinting his eyes in mild ridicule. A vein pulsed on Suzu's forehead despite her unchanging expression, causing her to suck in multiple deep breaths in order to calm herself down. After a moment, she smiled, not bothering to hide her irritation as she answered. Well, I'm Suzu Taniguchi. Don't smile if you don't mean it. A broken bar. Oh hell, just introduce yourself already. A broken bar. By now, Suzu had already realized that he was trying to get under her skin, but despite her best efforts, his words always managed to slip past her defenses. She figured he might have had a certain skill for it, which was, shockingly, right on the mark. I go by Azil Knox. Both Azil and you answered, completely undeterred by the fact that she hadn't even been asked. As usual though, Suzu paid her no attention, muttering only Aziel's name to herself in slight surprise. Aziel, Q Broken Bar, that's a pretty cool name. I like it, a Broken Bar, but, of course, Aziel couldn't help but rain on her parade. Am I supposed to be flattered, a Broken Bar? You're supposed to accept the compliment like a normal person. Thank you very much, Broken Bar. Her swift response and even tone made it obvious that she was already getting used to his attitude. Her adaptability was truly on another level. One meanwhile, continued gazing at her resentfully, evidently pissed off by her dismissive behavior. It was one thing to treat her like this while they were fighting, but now, this was just a blatant disregard, a sort of disdain for her presence itself. And so, since this was indeed the case, Wu also decided to be petty. She scooted over, gaining enough distance to lean down, laying her head on top of Aziel's thigh in a lavish display of intimacy. All the while, she eyed Suzu with visible ardor, even going as far as to let out a satisfied moan. Tilda. Having no choice but to notice her provocative actions, Suzu watched on with a blank expression, her eyes twitching at the sound of his fulfillment. Opening her mouth to speak, she closed it a moment later, thinking better of it. She looked absently at what was, in her eyes, a harmonious scene between two lovers and felt a sickening feeling rush to her stomach. Suzu immediately shot to her feet, turning her back on this abhorrent sight with an indifferent expression and leaving behind the bitterness settling at the tip of her tongue. Fucking lovebirds. Then, she began walking away without hesitation, unwilling to just accept this happening in front of her. After all, if she were to go a step further, it would once again devolve into another fight. However, one person in particular didn't seem to want to let this go, and for once, it wasn't Aziel. Jealous voice echoed quietly, her tone conveying an obvious condescension. If her opponent, who was clearly interested in Aziel, had already backed off, she considered this her victory. Suzu stopped for a moment, casting her gaze toward the ground as she thought over it briefly, before turning her head to the side. Those internet memes were right, blondes really are stupid. With that, she walked off, leaving behind a disgruntled glaring coldly at her. 7. Although she wasn't aware of what she was referring to exactly, she knew well enough to realize that she'd just been insulted indirectly. Despite having been able to chase off a potential rival, wasn't at all satisfied with the way it ended. It could even be said that it was her loss instead. _N, unhindered by the deep piles B. Chapter 33, Silent Envy, 2, Sire Broken Bar. If I told you I wanted to destroy the world, what would you do, Broken Bar? A pair of crimson-red eyes blinked in confusion, slowly drifting toward a figure sitting not too far a distance away. The flickering orange flame illuminated their features, casting long shadows over areas where light couldn't reach. They wore an expression that said it was nothing more than a random question, but to the girl herself, it wasn't just that. I'd create a spell that would help you destroy it faster. Thus, she answered without hesitation. The figure's pale golden eyes suddenly landed on her, their gaze giving off no discernible emotion other than slight intrigue. You'd massacre millions, a Broken Bar? I'd massacre billions. To that inquiry, the girl, once again, answered without hesitation. Her flat, almost emotionless tone would have made her words seem hollow to most. However, the look in her eyes said, Broken Bar then, if I wanted to possess you, a Broken Bar? It wasn't a matter that required deep thought. I'd gladly offer up my heart if you asked. The crimson-eyed girl only spoke the truth, her gaze never straying from the figure ahead. They displayed disinterest, but she knew deep down these questions were far from meaningless. And if I wanted to possess another woman, a Broken Bar? To this, the girl finally paused for a moment, nevertheless continuing a moment later. Then I'd carve my existence into your very being. 4. Flinched as she felt the slender fingers of her beloved gently grasp the back of her neck, simultaneously snapping her out of her reverie. You can reminisce all you want once we get out of here. Don't get distracted. His deep, tranquil voice reached her ears, filling her heart with an indescribable feeling. Just his touch alone was enough to send shivers down her spine. Reaching a hand out toward her neck, she softly caressed his forearm, not at all worried about the vital area in which he held her. A broken bar. Her gaze trailed off tenderly as she responded. She had been thinking back on the time they spent together shortly after becoming a progenitor. It was an unforgettable memory, mostly because she assumed Aziel wanted to destroy the world, which was, of course, entirely incorrect. Still, that series of seemingly random questions had resurfaced at the forefront of her mind due to the appearance of that boorish white-haired girl. In spite of that, showed no visible signs of dwelling on the occurrence. At least, on the surface she didn't. It hadn't been long since Suzu, or in his words, the intruder, had left. As such, they both continued on with their previous course of action and set off toward the stairs leading downward. Since everything was already packed up beforehand, they wasted no time in beginning their search. The craggy labyrinth walls passed by rapidly. Their walking speed alone was fast enough to elude the untrained eye, coming out as a mere blur. Though to the individuals in question, it seemed like nothing more than a leisure stroll. Due to her evolution, his previously abysmal physical prowess had increased tremendously, and she was still getting stronger. Through the effects of Aziel's skill, Natural Alpha was able to share a small portion of his other skill, expedited growth, further bolstering her prospects. Such effects, coupled with her own potential, allowed her growth rate to soar astronomically. Even then, could easily tell that Aziel was only keeping pace with her out of consideration, his original speed of movement far outstripping her own. Still, her lips curved upward into a faint smile. It was at times like these where she really appreciated being by his side. Walked alongside him, her gaze lingering on his attractive face. For a moment, she considered jumping up and embracing him from behind, but ultimately decided against it for the time being. Instead, she opted to boldly grab his hand, affectionately entwining her fingers around his own. A rosy tint colored her cheeks as she snuck another bashful glance up at him. Aziel had, of course, taken notice of her decisive actions, but didn't bother indulging her any more than he already had. He shook his head, keeping his attention solely on the path ahead of them. Eventually, they caught sight of an impasse at the end of the passage, seemingly blocking all paths of advance. At a distance, it only looked like a dead end obstructed by the labyrinth's natural terrain. Is this passageway supposed to be blocked? Tilted her head, giving voice to her thoughts. That's probably not the case. This is the only way forward. A broken bar. However, upon reaching the impasse, they realized that though the path ahead was blocked, there was a wide, square-shaped hole in the ground that led deeper into the abyss. Rectangular-shaped stone platforms jutted out of the walls at irregular positions, making for a rather unconventional staircase downward. In order to descend to the floor below, it seemed that one was required to jump down instead of walking normally. But just as they came to a stop, a familiar figure suddenly appeared a moment later, much to his displeasure. Fancy meeting you here. It was none other than Suzu Taniguchi. Her snow-white hair danced peacefully behind her as she sauntered over, swaying her hips playfully all the while. She smiled a pleasant smile, greeting Aziel with a gentle wave of her hand. Naturally, he was the only one she greeted. "Leave a broken bar," in a voice as cold as ice, solemnly ordered. Taking her eyes off Aziel for a moment, Suzu cast a scornful glare at contempt evident as she clicked her tongue. "Can you, go die or something?" A broken bar, instead of responding immediately, looked up at Aziel, her gaze pleading with childish innocence. "Aziel, a broken bar? Can I kill here a broken bar?" It was as if she were asking her parents to buy her a toy. Aziel closed his eyes, shaking his head with a helpless expression. "Violence is not the answer." A broken bar, turning his head away despondently, he whispered. "I'm sorry." A broken bar, one seeing him play along, watched on in mild disbelief, but upon hearing his answer, she sulkily lowered her head. A moment later, Suzu's thoughtful gaze lingered on his figure, before looking between the both of them in sudden comprehension. Her face lit up as a rather devious plan began to take shape in her mind. Aziel glanced covertly at her out of the corners of his eyes, slightly amused at the prospect of what scheme she might be cooking up. Since he could obviously tell when someone was observing him, he hadn't failed to notice her subtle changes in expression. Even then, it was unlikely that it'd be of any real harm toward them, or at least, not toward Azil. "Well, I'm going on ahead first. I won't wait too long, so hurry up." Her broken bar leaving behind such careless words, Azil completely disappeared from where he stood, his objective clear. Contorting his body in midair, multiple structures flew by rapidly as the floor below came into view. Meanwhile, both Suzuan looked at each other impassively, waiting for the other to break the silence. However, it was Suzu who opened her mouth to speak first. "Your boyfriend's Weisha." "Shut up." But before she could even finish her sentence, Wu interrupted her almost immediately, cutting her off brutally. Her eyes twitched, once again opening her mouth to speak. Buta Swish had already begun jumping down, a smirk playing cherry-red lips. Suzu witnessed this scene play out with a blank expression, her eyes gazing down calmly. Then a harsh cracking sound echoed as she suddenly clenched her fists. Glowing dark red veins peeked through her milky white skin. Motherfucker, a broken bar this time. It seemed that it was Win. As all three of them eventually made it to the next floor, they were immediately greeted by a harsh, biting wind, the extremely low temperatures evident. Snow stretched on as far as the eye could see, piling up into tall hills and sinking downward into large slopes. Snowflakes drifted wildly through the air as a result of the ongoing blizzard. It seemed this floor of the labyrinth contained a tundra-like biome. The trio stood on a slightly elevated stone platform, untouched by snowfall. Still, Azil was the only one who remained wholly unaffected by the cold, while the other two felt only a mild chill. "I didn't know the labyrinth had places like these." A broken bar looked around, straightening out her jacket a bit. However, Suzu had yet to get over resentment from earlier, thus refusing to let things be. "I'm surprised you know anything. Do you want to fight a broken bar? Do you even need to ask?" The situation instantly devolved into a fight, both of them raising their fists with the intention of pummeling the other. "This is quite the surprise, I guess." A broken bar. However, Azil casually stepped forward, walking in between them as he blocked both of their fists with the palms of his hands, before continuing forward as if nothing happened. "Aha, broken bar." "Azela, broken bar." "My barda, broken bar." When Suzu stretched their hands out apologetically, thinking that they might have hurt him somehow. But Azil, on the other hand, proceeded forward at a leisurely pace, paying them no attention. The girls looked at each other awkwardly before averting their gaze, deciding to quickly follow after him instead. "A tundra inside the labyrinth is really different." A broken bar, Azil suddenly voiced to himself. He had heard of nothing like this previously, somewhat taking him by surprise due to the jarring contrast of what he'd expected. While the source material had spoken nothing of this kind of flaw, he supposed that the time skips between scenes had obviously excluded everything that wasn't specifically written. This was the key difference between reality and fiction. The source material was only just that, a mere story. The entire world that hadn't been explored initially wasn't just non-existent. The gaps within the storyline had to be filled. "That's cool." A broken bar. "Anyways, a broken bar." Azil quickly got over his initial surprise and stepped over the thick layers of snow, not allowing himself to get stuck in it. Despite its appearance, it was quite deep, reaching all the way up to Suzu's waist. "I can't walk through these." A broken bar. "Why is this actually a thing, a broken bar?" the two girls complained, utterly dissatisfied with the current situation. At this rate, it would take them hours to reach the next floor even if they were strong enough to bulldoze through every monster. The labyrinth's trials weren't anything to scoff at. One had to simultaneously deal with whatever harsh terrain that appeared and fight off the increasingly powerful monsters that dwelled on each of the lower floors. Taking the current floor for example, if one didn't possess a high base resistance or a skill to ward off the cold, they would undoubtedly perish due to hypothermia, much less a powerful monster. Calling this place a hellish abyss wasn't an exaggeration. "Oh, Azela, broken bar. I see, so you're finally showing your true colors. Huh. I knew you couldn't just look that good without a oi." "Shut the hell up." A broken bar. Both Suzu looked at Azil, the former with a slightly flustered expression, while the latter a broken bar. "Yay." The reason for their sudden outbursts lay with the fact that Azil had unceremoniously hoisted them up into his arms, holding onto their legs from below. He had decided that, since they'd only slow him down otherwise, He should just carry them rather than letting them trudge through the snow. The two girls no doubt understood the situation entirely, and yet despite that, they still chose to make a scene, earning them both a tight squeeze on their thighs. So now, the two faced each other above Aziel's head, at a complete loss for words at what to say in this situation. They were both in the same boat and were obviously unwilling to tease the other for it, thus, the current silence. "Maybe I should just carry you all the time." A broken bar at his words, the girls responded almost instantly. "There's no need to go that far." A broken bar. "No way." A broken bar. "I'll sue, I'll definitely sue." A broken bar. 5. Aziel shook his head with a sigh. What a surprise. For once, they had something they actually agreed on. They continued traversing through the snowy terrain, unhindered by the deep piles below. Since Aziel was capable of walking above it, they moved swiftly, making considerable ground across this floor. While Suzuan couldn't see perfectly through the turbulent blizzard and snow, it naturally posed no issue to Aziel, his abnormal vision allowing him to see in all directions with perfect clarity. "Hey, Aziel." "Ma broken bar?" Suzu suddenly called out to him, that too, using the nickname she'd given him during the time they'd spent journeying across this floor. When she'd first started calling him such, had, of course, expressed her disapproval of Suzu referring to him with even the slightest familiarity, but the white-haired girl had no intention of stopping. That, in turn, welcomed another round of fierce bickering, only this time, they were now seated in Aziel's arms. It didn't need to be said that he wasn't having any of it. Coming back to the current situation at hand, Suzu tilted her head in confusion, wholly ignoring the cold glare he was stabbing her with. "How come we haven't seen any monsters yet? That's a red flag." "One red." A broken bar. "Flag." A broken bar? Aziel retorted matter-of-factly in response to Suzu's ominous question, while remained confused by the unfamiliar term. However, not even a moment later, the ground beneath them began trembling, piles of snow was tossed into the air, further obscuring their already minuscule line of sight. Suzu giggled like a child successfully pulling a prank, before replying "I know." In that instance, several large creatures of over 2 meters tall came shooting out of the snow, their movements causing the ground around them to quake even more. They were bipedal monsters that somewhat resemble gorillas in the face, their thick, muscular arms stretched long enough to reach their ankles, with only 3 fingers on each hand and short, razor-sharp claws at the ends. Light brown fur covered their waistline, forearms, shoulders, and ankles up to their knees. Menacing fangs stuck out of their long mouths, their eyes purely and completely black in color. "Frost trolls." A broken bar. Following Aziel's words, all 3 frost trolls parted their jaws widely, showcasing their vicious rows of teeth, as they roared loud enough to blow away the surrounding snow. "Gra. Are you happy now, Sudu Fuse?" A broken bar. "Suat." A broken bar. Hearing his new nickname for her, Suzu stared back with widened eyes, emanating a furious aura. Meanwhile, Aziel looked at the ground with a vacant gaze, the atmosphere around him becoming dreadful. "Untla, shut the fuck up and kill these bastards." Al Radio broken bar. Chapter 34, Silent Envy. 3. A chilly wind blew past, accompanied by a flurry of snow and ice. Clouds of fog billowed out from every exhale of the frost troll's breath, their chests heaving menacingly. Towering over the trio, one of the monsters slowly took a step forward, crunching the deep blanket of snow below their large feet. Its hands clenched and unclenched as if imagining the bones of their prey already within their grasp. Only the sound of the sharp, cold breeze could be heard around them, engulfing all in a disquieting atmosphere. The frost troll took another step forward, its silent stare filled with overwhelming bloodlust. Not even a moment later, it suddenly dashed ahead, kicking up a veil of powdery white that obscured its surroundings. The other 2 ferocious monsters watched on in anticipation as the first brandished its deadly sharp claws, fully prepared to tear the trio of humanoid creatures asunder. However, what the monster had originally assumed to be scared witless, suddenly came barreling toward it, their small, white-haired figure speeding through the air making it look like a ball cotton. Enraged screams resounded in the distance as they swiftly arrived in front of the first frost troll in an instant, causing it to swing its monstrous arms in an attempt to ward off the unexpected attack. And yet, the contact it had expected never came. Instead, the only thing it saw was a spray of crimson gradually fountaining out in huge quantities, slowly dyeing the pure white snow a deep red, which was also the last thing it ever saw before it died a brutal death, its huge body tumbling to the ground, vertically split in two halves. Like that, one of the powerful frost trolls of this floor had perished. After witnessing this scene, the other two monsters immediately went on the attack, charging toward the foolish humanoid duo who stood stationary in the back. From the way it looked, it seemed as though there was an ongoing feud between the two, consisting of a petite girl with golden blonde hair latching on tightly to another tall young man who was clearly trying to pry her hands off of himself. And not even a second later, the young man proved successful in his endeavors, prompting the girl's expression to become hopeless. The remaining frost trolls had no clue as to what was happening, but they didn't care to find out either. However, regardless of their desires, they soon became aware of why these humanoid creatures were engaged in such strange actions as the young man finally picked the blonde-haired girl up by her waist and a broken bar through her. 1. Once again, another furious scream echoed throughout the area, her figure shooting toward the frost trolls like a golden bullet. Remembering the scene that had occurred just moments ago, the monsters opted to try their luck on blocking in lieu of facing her direct attack. Utilizing their massive arms to cover most of their bodies, they braced themselves for the head-on collision. But, of course, the only thing the monsters could see from their hampered vision was the thin outline of a massive dark red greatsword arriving at their side almost instantaneously. Then, as if on cue, their upper bodies slowly began sliding off of their lower halves, consigning them to death at once. A loud thud rang out from the impact of their corpses hitting the ground, scattering large clouds of snow. Blood seemed to flow endlessly, spreading across the previously untainted ground in broad streams. Meanwhile, the young man standing not too far back, Aziel, gazed at this scene with a serene expression, his hands comfortably tucked into the pockets of his black, thigh-length overcoat that possessed tufts of soft, brown fur outlining the hood. Wearing his usual semi-formal attire consisting of a long-sleeve white shirt, slim-fit black pants, and black dress shoes, he looked nothing like an individual scouring the depths of a labyrinth. Opening his mouth slightly, he exhaled, releasing a misty cloud of air. "We had some misunderstandings, but everything turned out all right." A broken bar. His nonchalant tone made it obvious that he felt his decision was the correct one, especially so as he nodded a few times in agreement with his own words. At this moment, he noticed the two girls he had so graciously assisted suddenly pop their heads out from beneath the deep snow, a place in which they'd no doubt been buried under after their fight. Since they could hardly move from being waist deep, both girls slowly trudged over, their expressions dark. Aziel casually stood above his figure untouched by the field of flaky white. Eventually, a girl with golden blonde hair, and her fellow victim, a girl with hair that blended in with her surroundings, Suzu, arrived in front of him, their hair covering their faces. "Ready to go?" A broken bar. Not minding the increasingly ominous atmosphere one bit, Aziel asked genuinely, as if nothing was wrong. But all he got was silence in response, prompting him to tilt his head to the side, not only out of confusion, but also to dodge the incoming snowball hurtling toward his face. The wind whistled as it passed by, shooting rapidly into the sky until it could no longer be seen. Looking down at the two silent girls, he clicked his tongue inaudibly. Now what would you do if that had actually hit me?" Upon hearing his words, both of them seemed to freeze in place, their hands slowly creaking upward like rusty cogs, finally revealing a pair of expressionless faces. His remark was likely the final nail in the coffin. That much was abundantly clear after noticing their hands sink into the soft, cold snow around them before grabbing fistfuls and chucking them at Aziel's face. Still, his entire head left behind after images as he evaded every last one of them, their assault proving futile in the face of his formidable speed and reflexes. 1. Despite having monstrous stats themselves, they still couldn't seem to bridge the gap even while both of them tried to land a hit at the same time. further intensifying their visible frustration. "Damn it, just stay still, a broken bar. Stop dodging and accept your punishment, Azella broken bar," Winsuzu yelled, gradually becoming infuriated by his unrepentant attitude. "Don't be stupid. Why would I let you hit me, a broken bar?" He looked down at the two with squinted eyes, as if they'd just said something absurd. Suzu deadpanned while he merely stared at him in disbelief. "You literally threw me at a fucking troll. Should I not be mad?" "Ma broken bar." Raising his brows at their reasoning, he pondered over it for a moment and realized how messed up that scene might have looked to a bystander. Nodding his head somewhat reluctantly, he acknowledged the issue. "Aha, broken bar, that was kind of fucked up. Wasn't it our broken bar? You think so, broken bar? You're realizing this now, stupid Azella broken bar." The girls wore exasperated expressions upon hearing his words. Although he still didn't care all that much, he, at the very least, recognized a broken bar that it wasn't his fault. "If you don't want to get thrown, don't be a pain in the ass, a broken bar." It was the simple but complex thought process of Aziel Nox. Even so, he didn't bother showing this much on the surface, only twisting up one corner of his lips wryly before stretching his hand out toward Themo, a silent appeal at stopping this farce. He truly didn't want to stay on this floor longer than he had to. Winsuzu looked between him and his outstretched hand, still not entirely convinced. "You wanna be here all day, or what?" "Hurry up and grab on, a broken bar." Seeing their non-compliance, Aziel voiced in growing frustration. However, the two only gazed back and forth at each other, seemingly coming to an implicit agreement. By now though, he was already teetering on the edge of just simply grabbing them and leaving, and his words reflected such. "I'm not in the mood for this playing and joking shit." But before he could finish his sentence, a puff. Two fist-sized balls of snow impacted the center of his chest, splattering across his shirt as it also left two corresponding wet spots. A broken bar. Aziel stared listlessly up toward the sky, failing to comprehend the level of childishness being displayed at this current moment. Silence engulfed the entire area completely, leaving only the sound of rushing wind that accompanied the ongoing mild snowstorm. "Untleft to broken bar." Ahem. Both girls broke out into feverish giggles, their previously rigid expressions morphing into one of pure satisfaction and delight. The thought of finally getting back at him for his actions had made all the tension drain from their bodies. It was too stimulating. However, as the two girls looked at each other once more, they realized now just who they were interacting with, and simultaneously averted their gazes with a mixture of awkwardness and slight irritation. Neither of them wanted to actually get along with the other. "Happen now, a broken bar? Then let's go, a broken bar." "Wait, a broken bar." Without waiting for an answer, Aziel pulled them out of the snow, eliciting a squeal of surprise from both girls. Holding them in his arms, he ignored their dissatisfied groans due to his sudden actions and continued forward. Still, as they weren't ones to back down without a fight, they both teased him by playing with his hair or tickling his ears, giggling with each other in amusement all the while. Aziel merely smiled and bore with it. After all, this was much more tolerable than hearing their incessant arguing every second of the day. And if one were to look at it from another perspective, Suzu seemed to bond over their shared conflict with him, even if only slightly. It was said that those who shared common enemies tended to get along quite well. Although Aziel wasn't an enemy per se, it was definitely something that put them under similar circumstances. It was unknown whether or not he'd intended for this exact result by antagonizing them both, but in the end, it proved rather effective. At this moment, Aziel walked by one of the corpses of the dead frost trolls, prompting the previous merry atmosphere to vanish completely for whatever reason. A second later, Suzu's voice rang out, her intentions clear. "Go on, suck its blood, you a broken bar, go die." Well, it seemed a broken bar they wouldn't be getting along just yet. Crackling flames danced along the black coals, emitting a soothing warmth as it illuminated the dark, damp surroundings. Directly above it, multiple skewers of meat slowly spun, roasting under its heat. A slightly pungent stench wafted throughout, no doubt caused by the distinct smell of monster meat. Sitting not too far from there, a white-haired girl sat alone, staring dazedly at the fluctuating fire. Yet, even then, her attention was not on the cooking process, but on something else entirely. Suzu watched out of her peripheral vision as he clung onto Azil from the front, her face buried in the crook of his neck. Her sensual moans leaked out at odd intervals, a clear, undeniable satisfaction. What the hell am I even doing here? Suzu unconsciously bit the corner of her lip, feeling a stinging sensation of bitterness coursing within her chest. After a couple hours of walking, they eventually stopped at a small cave opening and decided to rest for a moment. Since the monsters inhabiting this floor posed not even a modicum of a threat to them, the trio harbored no worry over their safety and killed everything that came for them in droves. Most commonly seen were the frost trolls, while another would be a type of creature that bore close resemblance to saber-toothed tigers. Azil, why'd you bring her along? Suzu abruptly snapped out of her daze upon hearing his serious tone. Out of the corners of her eyes, she noticed that the blonde vampire's face had also lacked any sense of amusement. This time, she wasn't joking around. But even then, she had to know that Suzu was capable of hearing them, and in spite of that, she'd still said it without a care. Bring me along a broken bar? What am I, useless baggage? You silly broken bar? Suzu furrowed her brows, ignoring the anger building in her heart at being talked about like this. Still, she opted to listen in instead of making a move, though also not exactly sure why she herself made that decision. What's wrong with you? A broken bar? A broken bar? What are you getting so serious for? You were just hee-hee and haw-hum with her a moment ago. What's the problem now? A broken bar? I'm being serious right now. I still don't see the issue. A broken bar? Suzu's expression went blank for a moment. Why did it sound like Azil was defending here? A broken bar? She wasn't sure of it, but it definitely a broken bar. Isn't she supposed to be your girlfriend? What's going on here? Broken bar? From the moment she'd first come across them, they seemed like an inseparable couple, or at least, from her perspective they did. But, on the off chance that this was false, didn't that mean she had been making assumptions all this time about their relationship? Now that she thought of it, her words have never been confirmed nor denied, which meant that it was likely an unclear situation. Why a broken bar? Do you still want her here? Do you like a broken bar? Her suddenly asked in doubt, her eyes blinking faster than normal. And if I did a broken bar? There was only silence in response, but Suzu felt as if her heart was beating loud enough to be heard from outside. What the hell? A broken bar? Why would you have a broken bar? No, why am I reacting like this? No, it can't be. That's bullshit. It's not true. A broken bar? She clutched her shirt tightly, the place right where her heart would be. However, his voice broke the silent atmosphere as she spoke quietly. Yeah, broken bar. Do you a broken bar like me? A broken bar? I think about you sometimes. Yeah, broken bar. That's not what I asked. But, you like a broken bar? You like her, right? That girl you just met? A broken bar? No, I don't. A broken bar? Exactly. A broken bar? Huh? After not receiving the answer she wanted, was slowly starting to get worked up at the thought of him liking Suzu instead of her. But upon hearing his response, she was, once again, stupefied. You asked me if I liked to hear a broken bar and I never said I did. What? A broken bar? You should listen carefully next year. However, just before he could finish his sentence, Suzu suddenly stood up, her snow-white hair obscuring her features. Both Azil and stopped what they were doing and turned toward her, the former's gazing on with raised eyebrows, while the latter stared back in mild annoyance. Still, Suzu paid no attention to their reactions and turned on her heel, speaking in a tone just above a whisper. I'll step outside for a bit. Without waiting for an answer, she began walking forward, her legs moving on autopilot. She walked and walked, long enough until she could finally feel the chilling breeze caress her skin. Raising her head up, she saw nothing above except the harsh blizzard snow. And in that moment, her face was fully revealed, from the caustic smile currently spread across her lips, to her slightly sunken eyes. Everything she'd hidden was out in the open. What was I even expecting? A broken bar? In the first place, she had no reason to believe that he had any interest in her other than the fact that he'd brought her along for whatever hidden purpose. Hell, she wasn't even sure herself what exactly was going on. From her somewhat vague feelings, the attitude of that man, and why she was here, She had no idea. Suzu sighed, releasing a breath she didn't even realize she was holding. A small cloud of mist formed in front of her, something she thought closely resembled her mental state at this moment. Minuscule, fleeting, and vague. A broken bar. I guess I'm still the same. A broken bar, the same dumbass. A broken bar. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Yours truly. When was it that my perception became so skewed? When exactly did the delusions begin? A broken bar. I was blind, I admit, but only from the loneliness clouding my heart, which still remained unseen to me. A mere fantasy weaved from my own misconceptions had become the center of my thoughts. Pathetic, distasteful, unsightly, and for a moment, I'd almost forgotten who I was, lost in a dream that would never come to be. I was unwelcomed, a painfully obvious sentiment by one being in particular, or one of whom I've come to hate quite recently. It wasn't my place to intervene, yet I was dragged around, pulled along without any thoughts of resistance. I went with the flow, because I didn't want to go against you. You had my gratitude, respect, and appreciation, something I couldn't outwardly show as that would be too embarrassing. And while I wouldn't risk my life or die for you, it wasn't beneath me to protect you from harm's way should it ever come. There was a place in my heart that existed solely for your presence alone. From me to you, it wasn't anything special. A broken bar. There was also someone else by your side. Why was that the case? Unacceptable. You were the one who saved me, weren't you? You were my savior, the one who paved the way for me, lighting up the darkness better than any hero ever could. You were my hero. I placed you on a pedestal for only me to admire, mine alone. And despite that, I didn't intend to wedge myself between something that had nothing to do with me. It didn't appeal to me. It couldn't be salvaged. Even if you liked that blood-sucking leech for whatever reason, there was nothing I could realistically do about it. So broken bar, please don't look at me with such eyes. There wasn't a place for me. I understood, and I accepted. You would walk your own path, and a broken bar, I would walk mine. That was supposed to be the end of whatever might have been, a conclusion with no lingering attachments. So broken bar, don't bring me along as if it's natural. You'll give me the wrong idea. The profound effect your words and actions had, you likely hadn't even realized it. But on the off chance you did, you're far too dangerous. Too. Even as the freezing cold breeze and icy pellets of snow blanketed my skin, you always seemed to be at the forefront of my mind. How did it come to these? A broken bar. Your center I relished. Your voice here I shivered. Your eyes I drowned. Your presence here I could never forget. You were an enigma I couldn't comprehend. You moved with confidence and grace, attacked with ferocity and elegance, bearing the true essence of one who stood above all. But the words in which you spoke, the attitude in which you presented her, were both profane and domineering. And yet, how exactly were you able to draw me in? Even as the harsh blizzard raged on, you remained undaunted, like a vast mountain weathering a perilous storm. Just what we were, broken bar? I hadn't intended to become so invested, so interested in what else you had to offer, but it was already out of my control. I admired you like an idol, one I favored from the depths of my heart. Your long, wavy black hair, your radiant pale golden eyes, and your sharp, angular features were like something I'd only seen in a painting. Captivating, and only out of spite did I attempt to get closer to you. My disdain for that blonde-haired doll you kept at your side drove me to compete. Yes, the one who claimed to have you all to herself. The one who claimed to possess your entire heart. That deranged vampire girl. From the moment our eyes met, it felt as though I were destined to hate her. What right did she have to be standing anywhere near you? Pure absurdity. I could see it in her eyes, the desperation, the obsession, and the absolute dependence. It was revolting. You didn't strike me as the kind of person who'd allow one to cling to you so desperately, to hold you in place, and require you to comfort them. But I wasn't afforded such care. Why is that? I don't need it. You assisted me in times of crisis and had even saved my life. For that, I'm forever grateful. It might have been selfish of me to hope you'd stick around a bit longer, but I didn't care. Every trial and tribulation thereafter had been overcome all by my lonesome. I needed no one's help, not that anyone would have come if I'd asked. So why a broken bar? Why are you making things so difficult for me? A broken bar? This wasn't a place for me. I didn't want to be trapped, but you also wouldn't let me escape. I merely wanted to trouble the blonde girl, to make her jealous or disheartened for my own petty revenge. And yet, at some point, I couldn't seem to get you out of my mind. Seeing that leech gorge herself on your blood was more than a little infuriating. More than I'd like to admit, even. Why was she afforded such a luxury? Weren't you mine? That's not what I meant. Right, you were mine to idolize, nothing more. That's why, even if you didn't like me, it was fine. It was better that way, since we could easily part ways with nothing more to say. I shouldn't get involved any further. After all, there was nothing for me. Right, a broken bar? That was right, a broken bar. That was indeed correct. But a broken bar. Do you think I'm just trash to be thrown away, you blood-sucking skank? Why must she speak such hurtful words? I'll end up getting worked up. She meant to cast me aside like some kind of useless hanger-on, like I wasn't even in the room. Was I worth so little, broken bar? When did my value get lowered to this extent? I would have just left her alone had it not come to this. So broken bar apostrophe ... I won't hold back then. To be treated like dirt on the roadside, to hell with that. Oops, pardon my language, and here I was trying to be elegant. I was doing good so far, but a broken bar. It seems this shit just isn't meant for me. At least I tried, right? Regardless, a broken bar. I didn't care to warn her about what was coming, but she'd do well to prepare herself. Hope you don't regret it, cause I don't give a rat's ass. 4. A field of white stretched on for miles, covering the land in ice-cold snow. The harrowing storm raged on, its ferocity ever increasing as a piercing wind wreaked havoc. Standing amidst the violent blizzard were 3 distinct figures, a young male who stood tall above the rest, holding in both hands the other 2 seemingly young girls. Their surroundings were obscured by flitting specks of white, allowing the average person to see only a few feet in front of them. However, the young man, Aziel, walked assuredly, his back straightened with composure and poise. 1 foot after the other, he continued progressing forward, a single-minded determination evident as he kept his gaze trained ahead. The girls watching on either side sat in complete silence, their eyes occasionally drifting toward his face before looking away after realizing he wasn't going to speak. It had been like this for hours. After their momentary rest, they resumed their search for the entrance to the floor below. After having argued briefly with Aziel, was still upset due to that fact and was also unwilling to speak to anyone. Suzu, on the other hand, remained aloof despite her short-lived emotional turmoil, her face betraying no signs of distress. In all, it was a rather awkward situation for the whole party, though none of them seemed to care, with each harboring completely different thoughts from the other. They advanced through the floor rapidly, covering much ground in little time. Every monster that happened to cross paths with them had met a swift end, perishing before they could even put up a fight. Suzu's force field control, added on with his blood manipulation, made for a terrifying combination that saw any creature brave enough to stand against them utterly decimated. It was no doubt an unfair matchup. There was nothing even remotely challenging that attempted to oppose them, this floor's inhabitants proving less of a threat than imagined. However, Aziel suddenly stopped in his tracks, confusing the 2 girls with his abrupt actions. They both looked down at him with questioning gazes, wondering why he would stop now of all times. Though in response to their silent inquiry, he, of course, said absolutely nothing. Instead, he stared into the ongoing snowstorm with rapt attention, his expression unchanging. After a few seconds of this, Suzu displayed a visible impatience and slowly started opening her mouth to speak. But before she could even get a word, Aziel unknowingly cut her off. Here it comes a broken bar. Just as he said that, the ground beneath them began shaking, tossing mounds of snow into the air at the same time. Suzu immediately went on guard, instinctively feeling the difference between whatever was coming and the frost trolls they'd fought all this while. At this moment, a 3.5-meter tall giant came barreling into view. The direction of its furious charge made it obvious who its target was. With pale gray skin, hulking muscles, and menacing tusks, the terrifying monster in question was clearly capable of crushing most foes in a single blow. Its jaws parted savagely, flinging saliva as it released a feral roar that sounded more akin to a war cry than anything. And here I'd thought I'd seen it till a broken bar, Suzu openly stated, laughs scoffing at this monster's unexpected appearance. Gave her a sidelong glance, but ultimately decided against saying anything. The situation between the three of them, or at least, the two girls, has become somewhat stale. A frost ogre, Aziel casually declared, watching the monster's barbaric charge with clear disinterest. To him and the two girls, this was merely a single monster of the many they'd slain thus far. Despite having not seen this variant before, it changed nothing, or it would die just like the rest. Suzu put a finger up to her chin in a pondering gesture before speaking. A broken bar, should I handle it? A broken bar? Nah, just sit back and watch a broken bar row. I see, you're trying to show off now. And why would I need to show off in front of your broken bar? Aziel replied calmly, leaping into the air as he evaded the frost ogre's merciless attack. It smashed its large fists into the deep snow, scattering huge piles of flaky white in all directions. The ground trembled under its might, forming small cracks and fissures. The monster's eyes clouded over with murderous intent, oozing bloodlust from its every pore. Meanwhile, Aziel gazed down at it, his body gliding slowly in midair. The hell is this? The last boss or something? Sounds about right. A broken bar contorting his body upside down, he held both girls securely in his embrace as he kicked off the air above him, once again evading the frost ogre's sudden attack before flipping around and landing softly back on the ground a few meters away. The monster had used its special magic unique to its own race, wind roar, which allowed it to send out deadly blades of wind whose power was directly dependent on the force of its voice. How about you warn a girl the next time you're about to do something like that? I feel like the world is spinning. A broken bar. It wouldn't be fun if I warned you. A broken bar. You a broken bar. You're a monster. A broken bar. Noticing the frost ogre's fierce glare turning toward him, Aziel looked it dead in its eyes, radiating a dignified aura. As his next words left his lips, the air seemed to fluctuate. Crystal fragments like a whisper. His voice carried a silent chill that nearly resonated with his surroundings. In an instant, glittering shards of ice began forming around him. A multitude of all shapes and sizes stood imposingly. Like glass, light reflected off their surfaces, illuminating the entire area in an array of gleaming brilliance. Did you steal my move too? In response to Suzu's outrage, Aziel merely shook his head with clearly feigned solemnity, refuting her question in the most assuring way he knew how. I didn't steal a broken bar. I borrowed a broken bar. As if on cue, the crystal fragments of ice began shooting down toward the shocked frost ogre, not giving Suzu any time to reply. In less than a moment, the rain of death fell, immediately impacting the monster's huge body. Despite its resilience, it couldn't defend against each shard tearing through its flesh. Blood sprayed from its open wounds. The frost ogre's extremely tough skin was ripped open with ease as though it were a fragile strip of paper. It roared defiantly, but all of its attempts at retreating or fending off the endless wave of attacks proved futile. The monster's towering body was worn down almost instantly, leaving it as a mere heap of torn flesh and meat. The frost ogre's last dying wails echoed out into the distance, its life finally coming to an end. The supposed final boss of this floor had perished under a sole young man's overwhelming strength. What a splendid way to die. I'm almost speechless. A broken bar, Suzu voiced in a monotone, casting a gaze filled with pity over the monster's mangled corpse. Aziel slowly made his way forward, intending to harvest the meat before continuing his search. Meanwhile, the other girl in his arms remained silent as she watched on with a slightly contemplative expression, seemingly lost in thought. Although Suzu had already taken notice of her odd behavior, she decided not to pay too much attention to her. No one knew what she was thinking exactly, her thoughts remaining a mystery. Not long after defeating the frost ogre, the trio eventually found the entrance leading to the next floor. From here, it would be an arduous trek down to the final floors, but there was no challenge they weren't already prepared to face. For this overpowered trio, nothing could stop their relentless crusade down to the depths of the abyss. Well, nothing except a broken bar, the individuals themselves. A broken bar. This should be interesting, I guess. A broken bar. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Nightmares. A tranquil atmosphere filled the quiet room, accompanied by the occasional sound of pages flipping. Steam slowly rose from a large white mug, the black liquid within giving off a serene feeling of warmth. The surroundings were dimly lit, with only a single table, 2 chairs positioned on opposite sides, and a few bookshelves lining the walls. Potted plants were situated at each corner, alongside the irregular placement of oil paintings hung up throughout. Sitting in front of the only large wooden desk in the room, was a young boy who looked no older than 6 years of age, with short, neatly trimmed black hair, and pale golden eyes. He held a large book in both hands, propping it up against his crossed leg as he read silently. His eyes roamed the pages with a languid gaze, bearing an overall demeanor completely out of place for a child his age. "You're here reading those books again? I could never get into them despite my efforts. It seems you were born with a much better brain than mine." An old, gruff voice suddenly rang out, indicating the presence of another inhabitant within. Seated opposite the young boy was an elderly man with grayish-white hair that was kept elegantly slicked back, and a neatly trimmed white beard. Bringing the mug of coffee up to his lips, he sipped quietly as he stared down at the documents in front of him. Shifting his gaze, he glanced briefly at the young boy past his rectangular-shaped reading glasses, bringing a nigh imperceptible smile to his wrinkled face. "But you know what they say, there is no friend as loyal as a book, though I can't say I believe too much of it. Reading wasn't really my forte," he finished, shaking his head lightly. The young boy, annoyed at being interrupted, reluctantly tore his gaze away from his book and looked up at the elderly man with brows raised in exasperation. "Gramps, I'm trying to concentrate." Though it wasn't stated explicitly, the meaning behind his words was clear as day, something the old man didn't fail to pick up on. Leaning back in his chair, the young boy's grandfather also raised his brows in faint surprise. "So a book is more important than your grandfather's words? And I thought I told you to stop calling me by that name." "Add some formality to your tone, son. This isn't a playground." Facing the elderly man's somewhat stern reprimanding, the young boy shifted his posture with a sigh, crossing one leg over the other. "Forgive me, grandfather." He spoke in a serious tone, oozing a clear, underlying sarcasm. His grandfather slowly rocked back and forth in his chair, staring down at him curiously. The old man's sharp, calculating gaze was capable of making most others break out in a cold sweat with a mere glance, and yet, the young boy kept his eyes trained on the book sitting in his lap, not even flinching as he turned another page. After a few moments of silence, the boy's grandfather finally opened his mouth to speak. "Anyone ever told you you're too smart for your age, brat? A broken bar?" The young boy shrugged his shoulders without looking up, his high-pitched voice sounding more monotonous than usual. "Yes, more times than I can count. A broken bar." The elderly man nodded his head ponderously, his attention now completely focused on the boy ahead. "Only your mother would dare ask me to babysit someone like this, only that child." Muttering under his breath, he still made sure it was loud enough for the boy to hear. Closing the book with a crisp snap, the young boy carelessly slid it onto the desk without any regard for its contents and met his grandfather's gaze with a placid expression. "I'll be honest here, Gramps, I don't need anyone to babysit me. I can take care of most things on my own, and my meals are already provided by the cook." "There's no real point here." In response to his words, the elderly man crossed his arms in a relaxed manner, nodding his head in agreement. "I can see that clearly. But a broken bar. Why did you close the book?" "You were interested in it, weren't you?" Squinting his eyes, he tilted his head in befuddlement at the child's actions. But the young boy only gave him a pensive look, similarly, squinting his eyes. "I mean a broken bar. You didn't sound like you'd stop talking anytime soon. So I just a broken bar gave up." A broken bar. Shrugging his shoulders helplessly, he leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms, reminiscent of his grandfather's actions. "You're only what, a broken bar? 6 years old? You've got no cuteness left in you, brat." "Ha! A broken bar prodigies are something else." "He broken bar still." The elderly man merely snorted, his lips curling into a menacing smirk. However, without any warning or hesitation, He suddenly reached into the flap of his blazer at a speed fast enough to almost escape natural eyesight, and instantly threw something in the unsuspecting child's direction with deadly precision. The young boy, on the other hand, felt as though time had ground to a halt, watching a bladed piece of equipment shoot toward him, seemingly aimed directly at his eye. There was no time to think or even speak, just an unparalleled sense of crisis flaring up from his survival instincts, which had naturally kicked into overdrive by now. Nothing else in the world mattered, only the firm belief that if he didn't somehow evade this incoming projectile, he would undoubtedly be killed. And Wu. The young boy barely managed to tilt his head a few centimeters to the right, mere moments before the blade could pierce his flesh. As a result, the lethal projectile shot straight past him, clipping off a few hairs as it nailed itself into the wall behind with a loud thud. Ba thump, ba thump, ba thump. Silence. Absolute silence reigned, for what seemed like an eternity. The boy's slightly shrunken pupils followed the few slowly drifting strands of hair that had been cut, watching as they fell to the ground in a daze. Then, his gaze finally landed on his grandfather, the elderly man in front of him. The elderly man, who looked completely unfamiliar to him at this moment, wore an impassive expression that betrayed not even an ounce of regret. Swallowing his saliva, the boy slid out of his chair, attempting to keep his trembling under control whilst preparing to retreat at once. A bead of sweat slid down his forehead. His face twisted into a grim smile, a smile filled with shock, trepidation, and disbelief. "Aha, Broken Bar, I see, you've gone mad, old man." Broken Bar really just tried to, but before he could finish, the elderly man cut him off, responding in a matter-of-fact tone. "I wasn't aiming to kill you." "Why, child, you'd already be dead if I wanted your life. Now sit down before you get hurt." The young boy's mind raced a mile a minute, attempting to grapple with the situation but failing miserably. The now unfamiliar old man was saying things he could scarcely comprehend in his current state, forcing him to heed his stranger of a grandfather's warning on pure instinct. After reseating himself, the boy stared ahead, his appearance disheveled and his face distraught. Both occupants in the room remained quiet, silently observing the other, until eventually, the elderly man opened his mouth once again. "My Broken Bar, although I threw it slower than usual, it was enough to dispatch any ordinary grown man under the same circumstances. But my Broken Bar, you still managed to evade instinctively despite your young age." Nodding his head slowly, he gazed down at the child in front of him with intrigue and what seemed like anticipation. "And a Broken Bar, if a Broken Bar didn't dodge in time, me a Broken Bar?" The young boy cleared his throat in an attempt to push down his growing apprehension, questioning whether or not this old man would have truly killed him. In response to this, the elderly man smiled thinly. "It would have left a small cut on your cheek, nothing more." "But it was clearly aimed at my eye." "No, son. If I can throw a blade that fast, I can direct its trajectory. As I said before, you faced no threat of death regardless." Listening to the old man's indifferent tone and seeing the casual attitude he displayed at the mention of harming him, the young boy felt his entire body go ice cold. "Oh, our Broken Bar, you're scared now, it seems." "What are you afraid of?" Don't take these things too seriously. This was but a simple test of aptitude, and it appears a Broken Bar you've passed with flying colors. Congratulations, boy. You aren't just smart, but also capable. If you play your cards right, you might be someone important in the future. Haha, Broken Bar. The young boy remained silent throughout his demented grandfather's prattling, gradually calming down enough to think properly again. Although there was much to think about, he chose to ask the foremost question on his mind. "What a Broken Bar exactly is going on here?" Broken Bar, sitting somewhat stiffly in his seat, he stared the elderly man dead in the eyes. "Oh, have I got your attention now?" Chuckling good-naturedly, his grandfather stopped joking around as he unhesitatingly revealed a shocking truth. "You see, son, what we do is completely different from what you've come to know thus far. We area Broken Bar very, very dangerous people, your mother included." "Ma Broken Bar?" The young boy was at the edge of his seat, his eyes widening in both disbelief and astonishment. "Indeed, son. Your mother may well be one of the most dangerous of us all. A monster, in fact." HMPH, and it seems she's given birth to an even greater monster as well. The elderly man squinted his eyes, looking at the child as though he were seeing through him. That said, what do you think about entering the family business? This isn't a job for ordinary schmucks, you'd do well to remember that. But I believe in your potential, son. I wouldn't bother with you if I didn't. Regardless of your answer, I won't force you. Rubbing his palms together, the young boy pondered over his grandfather's words for a moment, before arriving at a decision within seconds. There was no need to think too deeply about it. This seemed like it was almost meant for him. And so well a broken bar if Ma did it, then a broken bar one. Flickering lights occasionally lit the room. Papers and various other documents lay strewn across the ground in every direction, a few stained with blotches of red. A chair sat in the middle of the office-like room, and tied to it was a disheveled middle-aged man dressed in formal attire. A gag soaked in saliva wrapped around his lips. He sat still, unmoving, and unresponsive. The whites of his eyes were on full display, indicating his current state. This is what life is like, son. A voice suddenly rang out from a dark corner, their presence minuscule. You either kill or be killed, you devour or be devoured. In the end, you can only choose whether or not you're the prey or the predator, or whether or not you feel a broken bar or don't feel. Stains of crimson marred the previously spotless floors. Standing in front of the static middle-aged man was a young boy, holding a knife dripping with blood between his trembling fingers. Covering his hands and clothes was a sticky, vicious red liquid. A putrid stench filled the room, a stench of death and despair. He watched as more and more blood leaked from the man's open wound, a deep wound originating from his chest. Tell me, does it bring you fear? The boy shook his head listlessly in response. Does it bring you satisfaction, child? The boy shook his head once more, as it should be. Take no pleasure in those you've slain and show no sorrow over those who've perished. The cycle continuous, a broken bar endlessly. The boy slowly turned toward the aged voice, witnessing the silhouette of an elderly man making his way out of the shadows with an indifferent expression. To make it in this world, you grasp hold of your own life. Never let others dictate your actions and desires. You push forward, advancing forth with the heart of a tyrant. That is what it means a broken bar to be a Nox. 1. A pair of pale golden eyes suddenly snapped open. The individual in question shifted into a sitting position at once, a layer of cold sweat soaking their clothes. The makeshift blanket of fur covering their body slid down to their waist, revealing their naked torso. Looking around somewhat frantically, the dark and dreary walls of the labyrinth came into view, serving to calm their rapidly beating heart. However, as they turned their head, they eventually caught sight of a girl with long, silky, snow-white hair and dark red eyes staring straight at them. Suzu Taniguchi. What, did you have a nightmare? I didn't know the invincible Azil still had emotions like fear. That's surprising. Upon hearing her teasing words, he said nothing in response. What would have normally been met with a scathing remark received no answer from him whatsoever. Seeing his unusual behavior, Suzu's expression became serious, gazing at him with a mixture of worry and confoundment. She scooted forward even closer than they already were, suddenly reaching out her arms and taking Ariel's head into her embrace. Complete silence accompanied her abrupt actions, leaving both to grapple with the unexpected situation. What are you doing? Azil casually turned his gaze upward to look at her, his expression unchanging. What does it look like? I'm comforting you, moron. Since when did I need a just shut up, and enjoy the embrace of someone as hot as me? 1. A sigh escaped his lips as he inhaled the flowery scent wafting from her white crop top. The soft, supple sensation of her skin was pressed completely against his face. He closed his eyes. The rising and falling of her chest, and the soothing warmth she emitted could be felt, giving off a reassuring feeling. You turned on yet? Damn near a broken bar. Suzu snickered at his careless words, her modest breasts unknowingly rubbing against his cheek. A reddish tint dyed the tips of her ears, adding to her dangerous allure. Ho tilde, what should we do about that? A broken bar? You tell me a broken bar. A broken bar. I think I'll listen to you this time. A broken bar. Slowly combing her fingers through his hair, she hummed softly, smiling at how adorable he appeared at this moment. It was fine if our broken bar this moment lasted just a little bit longer, right? Chapter 37, Chapter 37. A progenitor's hatred. Some people love to watch others suffer. I wasn't one of them. I'm a firm believer in human compassion and kindness. They always say that good people end up with the short end of the stick, suffering the worst of pains. I believed in such a philosophy as well. After all, just look at me, so much agony, so much sorrow. Ugh, how wretched. This world needed a hero, a true hero. I believed that one day, that person would come. They would arrive and pull the rest from darkness, liberating humanity. See, that was how much faith I possessed. Some even said I had the heart of a saint, a heart made of pure gold. Midas hath touched me. But even so, I wasn't meant for that role. I knew it well. I couldn't have broken bar. There were so many burdens to carry that my tiny back wouldn't hold up. My broken bar, my thin spine would crumble under its weight. What are you daydreaming about over there, Aziel? Broken bar? 3. Suddenly, a voice reached my ears, prompting me to look over. Standing a few meters away was a petite girl with exotic snow-white hair and beautiful dark red eyes. Her expression was a mixture of disinterest and confusion. I smiled amiably as I responded, "That's most definitely not any of your business." "And what if I say it is?" "I don't care." A broken bar. Sighing, she looked at me helplessly before speaking. "Then I'll have to make it my business." "It still won't change anything. Stop being a pest." Her face clouded over with disbelief. "How could you even say that?" A broken bar. "Weren't you the one who fell asleep in my busoma? Do me a favor and stop talking." "As a matter of fact, don't talk ever again." "How about you smile sometimes? Stop looking so serious here. You wanna take another rest on my chair? You're out of your mind." A broken bar. This conversation was doing me no good. Just because I happened to take a nap in her cleavage, she made it a point to rub it in at any moment she could. It was an unpleasant feeling. Like swallowing something bitter. The aftertaste was just a broken bar horrendous. A rancid stench lingered in the air. Duckweeds and water lilies sprouted from within the shallow waters below. Tall trees with thin branches could be seen in all directions, populating most of the surrounding space. Aziel walked atop the swamp water's muddy surface, untouched by any form of dirt as his rapid movements left behind after images. The two girls, Winsazu, hopped from tree branch to tree branch, only able to keep up with his hellish pace due to their monstrous stats. Upon descending from that tundra-like biome they had traversed previously, they'd gone down floor after floor at an astonishing rate, decimating everything that stood in their way. With all three of their strengths combined, it was, quite literally, a one-sided slaughter. Nothing could stand against them, especially when just one of them alone was enough to produce similar, if not the same, results. At present, they were currently traveling through a floor that contained swamp-like terrain, a floor crawling with monstrous 15-meter-long snakes and giant bugs. The snakes closely resembled titanoboas from prehistoric times back on Earth, possessing length greater than even a school bus. The trio progressed swiftly and silently, both concentrating and lost in their own thoughts. However, Aziel could feel a gaze constantly watching him, not wavering for even a moment. He, of course, knew exactly who it was, but he had already decided not to initiate the conversation. What did she mean by "you slept in her bosom"? At this moment, he suddenly heard his voice enter his mind through her telepathy skill. Glancing out of the corners of his eyes, he scrutinized her figure closely. Her black coat fluttered with the wind alongside her golden blonde hair as she leapt forward, keeping pace with him and Suzu. Still, her blood-red eyes seemed slightly unfocused, repeatedly looking in his direction. Her usually expressionless face was a bit cloudy, as if she wasn't completely lucid. Slightly sunken eyes and dilated pupils. There was an unmistakable darkness within her gaze. She'd been keeping quiet all this while. Even as they progressed through each floor, she barely spoke. The whole time, she stared, watching Aziel and Suzu's interactions blankly, thinking deeply about something. But now, was finally beginning to speak, though her voice carried a tinge of anger. "It's nothing worth worrying about." A broken bar, Aziel responded in a casual tone, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. With his inhuman perception, he noticed silently clench her fists without even having to look. "Azella Broken Bar, is there something you want to tell me?" said in a soft, faint voice, most likely understanding something vital. His eyes roamed the rotting vegetation around him. "Not that I'm aware of," he answered without a moment's hesitation, unconsciously playing the fool. "Why are you lying?" asked in the same tone, almost certain of what she had speculated. Azella Broken Bar, what is it you want to hear? A broken bar, huh? You want me to tell you that I like Suzu? Azella, that I like her more than you? Wait, Azella, or a broken bar? No, a broken bar. Stop a broken bar, screamed out frantically, not wanting to hear any more of this. Every word stung her heart more than anyone could ever imagine, causing her to lose all composure. From what she had observed thus far, he and Suzu had indeed gotten closer over the time they'd traveled together, making her conclude the worst possible outcome. Although she and Azil had both shared somewhat intimate moments in that time, such as cuddling or sucking his blood, there was still a lingering insecurity in the back of her mind, and understandably so. On the other hand, Azil continued walking at the same pace, keeping his attention on her subtle changes in expression. She was still in her unstable period, becoming both unpredictable and emotional. It might have also been due to becoming a progenitor vampire that her emotions were so overwhelming, but he had no evidence to prove that fact. All he knew at the moment was that she was a ticking time bomb waiting to explode, though it was unlikely to target him in any way. But the other member of their little group, Suzu Taniguchi, was well past the point of rationality, her every thought sinking into darkness. Just from this back and forth alone, Azil had judged that she, in his own words, had already started her villain arc. "You know I was lying, right?" he voiced through telepathy, attempting to stabilize her somewhat. However, the response he received was none too promising. About what? A broken bar. Though her tone had returned to normal as if nothing happened, that only served to exacerbate the situation further. What we were talking about just now, a broken bar. I'm fine, Azil. I didn't ask if you were fine. A broken bar. He could tell she was completely out of it. Anyone else would have been creeped out by her current behavior, but Azil was well aware the downward spiral had progressed to this point, the point of no return. Still, not all hope was lost. He was capable of alleviating her symptoms, or at the very least, minimizing the amount of damage she'd cause during her eruption. But a broken bar, the individual we were dealing with wasn't that kind of person. I must admit, this has nothing to do with me. Not my fault. Never was. And so, Azil decided to take a hands-off approach, letting nature run its course. Since, after all, he was indeed the same toxic person. Thereafter, didn't respond no matter how many times he called out, remaining deathly silent the entire rest of the way. Suzu, having long noticed his irregular shifts in mood throughout the journey, realized that she and Azil were likely chatting via telepathy, but didn't bother to say anything. While Azil could keep his emotions and expressions under wraps, wasn't fully capable of concealing her own to that degree, especially in this moment. Suzu slowly closed the distance between her and Azil, moving in close enough for him to hear her words. However, he turned his head as she approached, speaking before she could. Thanks. A broken bar. For what? A broken bar? Suzu tilted her head in confusion. Not talking. He instantly sped up, leaving her to slowly register his words. A broken bar. Clicking her tongue, she gave his receding back the stink eye. Silence once again pervaded the area, only broken by the sound of incoming monsters that were annihilated as soon as they appeared. The trio were left to their own individual thoughts, each completely unknown to the other. They progressed swiftly through the floor, their encounters with monsters turning into a silent competition of who could kill them first. His blood manipulation and raw physical attributes was enough to decimate any creature that came within range, killing them off with ease. Suzu's force field control and chimeric properties proved overwhelmingly formidable, effortlessly crushing all that drew near. Azil, on the other hand, seemed as though he carried a halo of invincibility, destroying the terrain with his powerful spells, while causing massacre after massacre with his absurd strength and skills. Together, they cut through everything, leaving behind a trail of death and ruin. Each of them were extremely powerful in their own right, but even so, both when Suzu had no choice but to watch as Azil dealt absolute devastation all by his lonesome. Portions of the swamp were left dried up, the trees burnt to cinders, and bright reddish-orange flames spreading further. With every attack, every stretch of his hand, every echo of his voice, followed great catastrophes for all who opposed. His imposing figure resembled the Demon King's descent as he stood in the air, his pale golden eyes radiating intense light. In no time at all, they'd already reached the end of the floor, immediately heading down to the next upon finding the staircase. If this was what it meant to conquer the labyrinth, it seemed that it was entirely theirs for the taking. There wasn't anything that could hold them back, a broken bar, and there probably never will be. Dark, rocky tunnels stretched on as far as the eye could see, giving it the appearance of the original labyrinth rather than some random terrain. It resembled the first few floors of the true Orcus labyrinth, bringing back old memories to the trio who walked its path. Without the need for a light source, they walked side by side in complete darkness, perceiving their surroundings with clarity as they would if it were daytime. The passageway was quite wide, giving them ample room to battle any creature that happens to pop out should they need to. "Hey Azil, carry me on your back, I'm getting a bit tired." A broken bar, Suzu yawned while stretching her arms, gazing at Azil with mirthful eyes. "Haven't seen your legs stop working yet." "Hell, I got all this shit on my back. You should be carrying me." "Aha, broken bar." He nudged her shoulder with his elbow, knocking her slightly off balance. "Hey, now if I pushed you onto your back, I would be wrong, right?" She grabbed his wrist in a threatening gesture, as if daring him to say otherwise. "You think you can put me on my back, a broken bar? You give yourself too much credit." "Is that right, a broken bar? But what if I let you put me on my back?" Upon hearing her words, Azil immediately stopped in place, prompting both Suzu and to do so as well. He looked her dead in the eyes. "You're a pervert." Suzu broke out in a fit of laughter, hunching over and grabbing her sides. Seeing the seriousness in his expression and tone had done it for her. Perverted comments used to be her trademark that served to lighten the mood, but now, she'd become completely adapted to them, using them however she pleased. She especially loved teasing Azil. Not that he showed any particular reaction outside of exasperation or nonplus, but it was still enough for her to laugh at. After her brief laughter, Azil and Suzu continued walking ahead, but quickly noticed standing in the same place without moving. "What's the matter, a broken bar?" He stared at the vampire princess, gauging her expression despite her hair obscuring her face. And what he saw made him mentally sigh but displayed no reaction on the surface. Suzu looked between Azil and Yuka, gleaning nothing from the former but feeling an ominous sensation creeping up from the latter. "What the hell is going on here?" She smiled as usual, her voice transmitting a mixture of cheerfulness and coldness. Even so, gave no response. The silent, dreadful atmosphere surrounding her provided more answers than words. Turning toward Azil, Suzu cast a questioning gaze on him, to which she only received a half-hearted shrug. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, she made to open her mouth, but the words caught in her throat upon seeing slowly lift her head. Sharp, blood-red eyes that promised a miserable death gazed impassively back at Suzu, flooding the entire area with unparalleled bloodlust. Suzu was already on guard, prepared to attack and defend at a moment's notice. This was a vampire progenitor's intent to kill, a monstrous will to slay their enemy. Just from her aura of bloodlust alone, his hair fluttered, rising into the air like a goddess prepared to rain down divine retribution. As the temperature around them seemed to plummet, her voice, cold enough to freeze hell itself, echoed across the labyrinth walls with finality. "Nothing personal, you have to die." Chapter 38, Dream for eternity. From within the shackles that bind me, I am consumed by darkness, never-ending and without hope. An illusory dagger pierced my back, embedded at the hands of those whom I considered closest. It wouldn't be false to say my life ended that day, detaching me from what was and what used to be. Desolate, I hung with an unwilling heart, my soul slowly eroding. Everything had come to an end. The one who carried the burden of an entire nation. The girl who'd given her all for the sake of her people. Alicia Broken Bar had died. A solemn truth that cared not for my belief, eclipsing the radiant light of hope was cold, endless solitude that sapped at my will to live. A tomb filled with regrets and despair encased me, mind and body. A stone coffin, a place where I'd live on as nothing more than a corpse, was my burial ground. Time weathered away both joy and sorrow, leaving naught but an empty husk. Until dust overrode my skin, blood, and bones, forever I was doomed to be alone. Fate was most certainly cruel, rendering my existence obsolete. Life, and whatever meaning it possessed, ceased to matter. Perhaps I was destined to suffer, to never escape the cruelty of this world. If that were truly the case, then it was better to erase all hope, for my conclusion was already foregone. But a broken bar, for whatever reason, by some miracle, there was light. A light that carried with it the long-forgotten hopes and dreams. It shone unto my rotting heart, filling the core of my being with an indescribable warmth. Did such things exist in this place, a place where only the damned resides? Was it all right for me to believe once more that my story hadn't yet ended? And there I saw, standing in my narrow field of vision, was him, a single man, young in appearance, seemingly untouched by the surrounding darkness. Wreathed in a dazzling halo of light, my broken bar, my savior, my beloved, my God, finally came to me. The salvation I'd longed for all these years, and the man who held my heart captive, came to me all the same. A broken bar. It truly wasn't the end of my story, no, it was the beginning of our everlasting journey. I knew not how to express the chaos bubbling up in my soul, but one thing was certain: even if there was a next life, I'd want to be with you forever. In this short period of time that felt like eternity, you'd shown me a world I'd never even dreamed of. I care nothing for all that isn't you. Greedy though I may be, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help but desire all of you, every inch of you. And if it wasn't too much to dream, I hoped you'd hold me close, close enough to melt into your heart, to become one with you and only you. I longed for it. Your intoxicating heat, your sturdy arms that embrace me, your soothing voice that resonates with every cell in my body. I want you. Words I dared not say aloud, feelings I wanted to convey but was too afraid. As a broken bar, although better unspoken, I want you to realize that a broken bar, I love you. That's why I won't ever allow you to be taken away from me. No one else but me can have you, especially not that white-haired vixen. Your words, your voice, your jokes, they were a privilege only I had the right to enjoy, a luxury that existed solely for me alone. So why exactly was she basking in what we had? Something that belonged to me. Why was she allowed to delight in it? I watched on from a close distance, pondering over the same questions each day. That white-haired girl, did she think this was all right? Did she believe that nothing would come of her actions? There was never a chance I'd accept this. My Azella, my Aziel, couldn't be stolen from me. She had become an obstacle, one that needed to be eliminated for the sake of my desires. So nothing personal. You have to die. One, the girl's character, her appearance, personality, I was concerned with none of it, not anymore. There existed a dangerous line that shouldn't be crossed, and I had reached my limit quite some time ago. I won't apologize, girl, but I must eradicate you. After all, no one can take away what I cherish. Not now, not ever. So what now? A broken bar? Vampire-chan wants to kill me? The white-haired girl stood before me, her eyes narrowed dangerously as a gust of wind kicked up, whipping around her figure. A burning wrath, it simmered in my chest like an active volcano preparing to erupt. If this was what it took, then of course, her life was but a small price to pay to achieve happiness. She was worthless to me, and as such, I would see her eradicated. I do. And a broken bar? I bit back, triggering a silent stare-off between the both of us. Mana circulated throughout my body, abiding by my will as it readied itself to manifest into reality. A palpable killing intent filled the entire passage, turning the ethic, the surrounding atmosphere bleak and oppressive. We were fully prepared to kill one another. Aziel, I'll apologize in advance, but this girl you've become so familiar with over these past few weeks will perish today. It'll be alright, though, because you still have me. Too, you will always have me and I will always have you, even if you don't want me anymore. I just can't let you leave. I'm sorry, but I'm a coward before you, Aziel, so so Broken Bar, I'll risk my life to ensure that you and I never part ways ever. Ridiculous. Broken Bar, however, he suddenly spoke. As his voice reached my ears, I felt my body stiffen, not for any reason of my own, but because I truly wasn't capable of moving anymore. I was paralyzed. Seeing as the white-haired girl wore a similar expression, I could deduce that the same had happened to her as well. We both weren't capable of so much as twitching a muscle. Looking around, I couldn't help but notice the nearly transparent particles of dust floating about the area, scattered in all directions without aim. Although not many of his skills and abilities had been shown throughout our travels, I was aware that this could only be his doing. At this moment, he walked up from behind the white-haired girl, his footsteps silent as usual. With a single hand in his pocket, he casually strode toward me, disregarding the confused and somewhat irritated look he was receiving from the other girl. That's enough for today. I don't feel like watching a death match either, so we'll put a stop to this. Arriving in front of me, he looked down, my gaze meeting his. I could feel my heart begin to pound within my chest. His presence alone was enough to make me burn up from head to toe. You're hopeless. He sighed, one corner of his lips twisting up wryly. Though he seemed to have noticed something, it completely eluded me. I couldn't help but wonder what he meant by that. Wasn't I perfectly normal? Still, I didn't have much time to ponder over his words as he suddenly picked me up and lifted me onto his shoulder. Stay here for a bit. I won't be long. Briefly turning toward the still paralyzed white-haired girl, he left behind a few words before walking in the opposite direction. Both of us were wholly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, but I wasn't through just yet. We didn't get the opportunity to fight and I wasn't afforded the chance to kill that girl. No matter what, that had been my intention from the start. As long as she existed, she would inevitably get in my way. I didn't need that. I needed her out of the picture entirely. After all, a good competitor was a dead competitor. Even so, I remained silent during our walk, as did he. I could never gauge his true thoughts, and his expression hardly ever changed to anything substantial. If only a Broken Bar, if only I could understand. Eventually, Aziel turned toward the wall on the right-hand side, pressing his free hand against it. The wall immediately opened up under his manipulation, a sight I'd seen countless times by now. We moved deeper, tunneling through as he opened up enough space within to fit at least a dozen people. Then, he carefully set me down on the ground, my body now completely free of paralysis. Calm down, Yata Broken Bar, he spoke, tilting his head as if he didn't know what I was feeling. I said nothing, and nothing needed to be said. There was only one thing on my mind, something I'd been grappling with all this while. Just as he opened his mouth to speak once more, I cut him off. Why a Broken Bar? Merely staring down at me, he no doubt understood what was implied but gave no answer. I clenched my fists, eyes watering. Do you really like her that much? I told you already. Then why a Broken Bar? Swallowing my spit, anxiety slowly crept into my heart at his silence. You were always so confident, but why are you quiet? Why aren't you answering me? Why? None of my questions would receive answers, and I quickly realized he didn't intend to respond either. Me a Broken Bar then? What about me? What do you think of me? Despite my attempts at steadying my voice, it still cracked with barely concealed distress. That's a vague question. Mind dumbing it down for me? As a Broken Bar. I gazed at him seriously, my demeanor solemn. We'd already been through this before, but this time, at this moment, it was far more consequential. There wasn't any room for an evasive answer, for I wouldn't accept it. Aziel wasn't a coward, I knew that much. He just never took anything seriously. His words, his bearing, his tone, he was always relaxed, never earnest. But a Broken Bar, that wasn't enough for me. I was at my limits. Something had to change, or else he Broken Bar, I wasn't sure what I'd do. We're Broken Bar, how about we take a rain check on this near Broken Bar number? He sighed and attempted to put off the situation for later. However, I still wasn't willing. Frowning, he gazed into my eyes, most likely seeing through every thought. I could never hide anything from him even if I tried. What I wanted to say, what I wanted to convey at this moment, he understood completely, and he also didn't seem to like it. Aziel stood up from the lump of rock in which he sat, steadily walking toward me. Butterflies danced in my stomach as he neared, my emotions spiraling out of control. I could see it clearly, he wasn't joking around anymore. "You want me to stop playing, right?" he asked, standing above me, my face to his chest. "Please, he broken bar," I squeaked out quietly, almost whispering. Taking my chin in between his fingers, he lifted my head up to meet his gaze, causing my breath to hitch. "You sure are a broken bar?" My heart trembled under the intensity of his stare, and I dared not look away, not even for a moment. Positive. It was all I desired. The warmth of his breath tickled my skin as his face drew near. It was all I hoped for. And it seems, it was all right for me to dream of it. His lips, soft to the touch, caressed my own, sending a shiver down my spine. When I melted into him, my arms wrapping around his neck. Jolts of electricity shot throughout my abdomen, trailing up until it reached my brain. I felt myself enter his embrace, my body pressing against his. After a few seconds, he finally pulled back, leaving me in a daze. I could only stare at his face, enchanted. "You asked me what I think of you. Did you like the answer?" A pleasant heat spread across my face, rising all the way up to the tips of my ears. I felt as if my soul would leave my body and ascend to heaven. A broken bar. I couldn't look him in the eyes, but I still responded nonetheless. "However, broken bar." He suddenly placed his hands at the sides of my face, bringing his own closer, close enough that even our noses touched. His usually bright, pale golden eyes had lost their luster, becoming dull and dreary. One with a half-opened, languid gaze, his appearance was haunting. He didn't even seem human anymore. My heart skipped a beat, unsure of what had happened exactly. But at this moment, a monotone voice reached my ears. "I gave you what you wanted, so broken bar, I hope you don't think you can back out now. You wanted all of me, I'll show it to you. You wanted to know me, I tell you. But you best be prepared for it, I won't let you go." Of course his hand slid up from underneath, pressing an index finger against my lips as he interrupted me. "Good. Now, don't stray from my side." When I nodded, barely containing the sheer ecstasy blossoming within my heart. Showing me something like this, did he expect me to be intimidated? There was a reason I desired every part of him in its entirety. Whatever he had to offer, I would accept. Whatever he had to show me, I would give my full attention. He rarely ever showed his truest emotions, and at the times he did, it was a minuscule display at best. And yet a broken bar buried beneath that tranquil outer shell were emotions that could only be described as a heavy. Suzu stood outside the opening, silent and unmoving. She stared down at the ground, her hands positioned behind her back as she leaned up against the wall. Slowly opening her mouth, only 2 words spilled from her lips, her voice utterly emotionless. I see. Chapter 39. Call of silence. To the clawing stench of blood filled the air, bringing with it an atmosphere of death and despair. Corpses of large creatures that resembled dinosaurs lay strewn across the ground, collapsed in lifeless heaps. Grievous wounds marred their bodies, scorch marks, large gashes, bisected limbs and other such parts could be seen, scattered randomly in all directions. The surrounding tall grass was stained a deep crimson. Droplets of red slid down their stalks, dripping slowly like morning dew. In a cave not too far from there, 2 figures were present, both of which sat on a stone bench as a bright flame lit up the area in front of them, emitting a comforting warmth. The only male present, Aziel, held a plate of diced meat, occasionally skewering his fork into one of them and eating it with a bored expression. "You don't like it, a broken bar?" who was situated comfortably in his lap, suddenly asked. She gazed up at him expressionlessly, her locks of golden blonde hair cascaded down her back as she leaned up against his chest. Her jewel-like crimson eyes glimmered with faint curiosity. "Ma broken bar, it's bland without any seasoning." Aziel nodded his head, swallowing the food he'd just chewed. With the amount of monsters he had consumed over the course of his journey in the labyrinth, it was only natural that he'd run out of all the spices that had been bought from her hoard. Now, he was left with only the method to cook monster meat in a way that would, at the very least, make it palatable, but it would also leave it quite tasteless. Still, he wasn't one to complain over trivialities, especially when it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I can make it taste better for you. Bringing a finger up to her chin, whilst with a mischievous grin, her cheeks flushing a light pink. Can you? Aziel raised his brows in faint surprise. Mn shifted in his lap, slowly bringing her face closer to his until they were mere centimeters away. Ma broken bar, I'll have to try it sometime. Sometime a broken bar? Of course. Why? Her heated breaths brushed against his skin as the tips of their noses met. Aziel's gaze softened irresistibly, a dangerous test to self-control. Opening his mouth, his alluring deep voice reached her ears, sending shivers down her spine. I don't like appetizers, I want the whole meal. Inhaling his masculine scent, a fiery heat burned in the pits of her stomach. She was intoxicated. Desire oozing from her every action, stuck out her small tongue, making immediate contact with his lips. Slowly, she licked, sensually tracing an arc, savoring his lips as though they were a delicacy. Feeling her soft tongue and warm saliva gently caress him, Aziel rested his hands on her lower back. She kept her face close to his even after finishing, staring dreamily, fascinated with his captivating eyes. For what seemed like hours they stayed like that, cuddled up intimately with their bodies overlapping. But as the faint sound of footsteps drew near, they both returned to their senses and ultimately separated, though displayed an obvious reluctance on her part. For broken bar crossing her arms, she pouted in displeasure. Turning her head slightly, she gazed at the cave entrance sitting only a few meters away. She should have just stayed gone. Spat, her tone vexed. Not even a moment later, a soul figure suddenly entered the dark room, beautiful tufts of snow-white hair swaying gently behind them. The girl's exotic dark red eyes gazed ahead blankly, staring into empty space. The mask of indifference she displayed seemed as though nothing could ever bother her, as if she was in her own world. But someone perceptive enough could easily notice the faint trace of loneliness lingering behind her uncaring gaze. Suzu didn't bother looking in Aziel's direction, continuing on with no indication of having registered their presence. Rolled her eyes and decided to ignore her, while Aziel also didn't pay it too much mind either. He'd already known what the cause of this situation was from the start. Had realized why Suzu was behaving like that quite some time ago, but was no longer concerned with her, or rather, was actually triumphant at solidifying her position above her. Though most of her gloating had been easily brushed off by Suzu's uncaring attitude. A broken bar, right? After preparing another plate of diced monster meat, Aziel called out to her in a casual tone. Here, come get something to eat. However, she cast her gaze about randomly. Her eyes roamed the rocky cave walls, wholly ignoring his words. Seeing her unresponsive demeanor, he didn't kick up a fuss, only calling out once more in the same light tone. I cooked, come here and eat. For a moment, she stood stock still, seemingly debating whether or not to listen. But after a few seconds, she turned in his direction, making her way toward him unhurriedly. Her face impassive, Suzu walked by, taking the plate from his hands without giving him so much as a glance. She looked completely apathetic as she headed over to a secluded corner, sitting down and eating in silence. His expression darkened, not at all pleased with the girl's current behavior. The way she saw it, Suzu should have been satisfied with the fact that Aziel bothered to offer her anything, much less ignoring his kindness. Then again, it wasn't like she had to care about someone who'd already given up on pursuing the man they loved, an action she couldn't imagine replicating. As such, snorted softly and shifted her attention elsewhere. Aziel, on the other hand, slid his hands onto her waist, grasping firmly. The confused vampire princess made to look up at him, but was immediately interrupted by an unbearable sensation, a sensation that took her completely off guard. WIRPFF Aziel, MFFF. His fingers danced around her torso, swiftly attacking all her sensitive spots where she was most ticklish. Of course, squirmed and writhed in his lap, attempting to free herself from this sudden onslaught, but to no avail. By the time he was finished, she was left gasping for air, completely out of breath from so much laughter. Aziel wrapped his arms around her limp body, allowing her to sink into his embrace securely. Regardless of her feelings, she had no choice but to be dragged along by his will. Still, he leaned forward, lowering his head until he was right beside hers. "I thought you hated Hero Broken Bar," he whispered softly, though his voice contained a clear lack of interest. "I do." Broken Bar? His eyes widened slightly upon hearing him up so close to her ear, but nonetheless responded in puzzlement at such an obvious comment. "If you say so." Broken Bar shrugging his shoulders, Aziel returned to his initial sitting position, eating his food as if nothing happened. Unconvinced, tried to take him by surprise with tickles in the same manner he did, but was quickly met with a single disappointing factor: he wasn't in the least bit ticklish. And so, she was left sinking her delicate fingers into his abdomen in the hopes of finally exacting vengeance. Aziel simply chewed on a piece of tender monster meat, watching her fruitless struggle that seemed oddly endearing. Name: A-Sense. A-Sense. Age: A-Sense 323. A-Sense. Gender: A-Sense female. A-Sense. Race: A-Sense progenitor vampire. A-Sense. Estimated alignment: A-Sense true neutral. A-Sense. Level: 66. Job: Immortal Sorcerer. Strength: 1770. Vitality: 2030. Defense: 1440. Agility: 1770. Magic: 13,440. Magic defense: 13,440. Skills: A-Sense. Blood regeneration. A-Sense. Vampirism. A-Sense. Form dispersal. A-Sense. Blood puppetry. A-Sense. Telepathy. A-Sense. Night vision. A-Sense. Mana efficiency. A-Sense. Rapid mana recovery. A-Sense. Blood manipulation. A+ blood crystallization. A+ blood transformation. A+ blood efficiency. A-Sense. Lie detection. A-Sense. Acidic blood. A-Sense. Mind compulsion. A+ mind link. A-Sense. Illusion casting. A-Sense. Poison resistance. A-Sense. Expand. Current condition: peak. Threat level: lethal. Potential: peak. Overall: extraordinary. Na Broken Bar. Why aren't you ticklish? She looked up at him, aggrieved. A Broken Bar because I'm me. Name: A-Sense. Aziel Nox. A-Sense. Age: A-Sense 18. A-Sense. Gender: A-Sense male. A-Sense. Race: A-Sense Doom primordial. A-Sense. Estimated alignment: A-Sense neutral evil. A-Sense. Level: 50. Job: World Nemesis. Strength: 6,515. Vitality: 6,330. Defense: 6,150. Agility: 6,485. Magic: 6,405. Magic defense: 6,405. Skills: A-Sense. Diamond skin. A+ diamond protection. A+ focused hardening. A-Sense. Acid needles. A-Sense. Increased perception. A-Sense. Spatial awareness. A-Sense. Shock invocation. A-Sense. Parasitic spores. A-Sense. Melee weapon proficiency. A-Sense. Technical proficiency. A-Sense. Acceleration. A-Sense. Multiplied mana recovery. A-Sense. Power resistance. A-Sense. Pain suppression. A-Sense. Weakness resistance. A-Sense. Pressure resistance. A-Sense. A Broken Bar. Expand. Current condition: perfect. Threat level: lethal. Potential: limitless. Overall: potential world threat. Aziel raised his head, feeling a piercing stare drilling into him. He, of course, knew who it was, but still looked over at Suzu anyway. However, she had already averted her eyes by the time his gaze landed on her, emotionlessly forking cubed monster meat into her mouth. A. Name, A-sense Suzu Taniguchi A-sense. Age, A-sense 17 A-sense. Gender, A-sense female A-sense. Race, A-sense ancient chimera A-sense. Estimated alignment, A-sense true neutral A-sense. Level, 55. Job, force field creator. Strength, 1830. Vitality, 2155. Defense, 2190. Agility, 2040. Magic, 2755. Magic defense, 2570. A. Skills, A-sense, tracking, A-sense, night vision, A-sense, sense heat, A-sense, detect magic, A-sense, farsight, A-sense, sense presence, A-sense, hide presence, A-sense, foresight, A-sense, all elements resistance, A-sense, physical resistance, A-sense, petrification resistance, A-sense, fear resistance, A-sense, poison resistance, A-sense, paralysis resistance, A-sense, increased mana recovery, A-sense, doubled mana recovery, A-sense, high-speed mana recovery, A-sense, mana conversion, A-sense, mana efficiency, A-sense, telepathy, A-sense. A broken bar expand. A. Current condition, peak. A. Threat level, extremely dangerous. A. Potential, peak. A. Overall, extraordinary. A. Aziel sighed helplessly, ignoring the pointed look he was giving him. After finishing their meal, they would continue their trek down into the depths of the labyrinth, one that was soon to reach its end. At present, they had only just stopped prior to dispatching the Shamal Rawni, a humanoid-shaped monster with the ability to physically control other creatures using its unique parasitic pollen spores. Those under its influence would grow a flower on its head to signify the effect, simultaneously losing control of their own body while still being conscious. It was also the where Aziel obtained the parasitic spores skill, though the trio had no reason to be concerned about such abilities since they possessed skills that directly countered those effects, making their initial attack a cakewalk. Meanwhile, both Winsuzu faced an astonishing rate of growth at Aziel's side, influenced by his expedited growth skill due to natural alpha. Those who were designated as his own people were brought under its effects, accelerating their growth rate to absurd levels. The two girls had also gained quite a few new skills during their travels, expanding their repertoire. Naturally possessed an inordinate amount of mana from birth, so her mana pool was, for now at least, the highest among the three of them. Even so, her physical attributes were the lowest, with Suzu standing slightly higher than her own. And it was likely to remain that way as well. Furthermore, while Suzu boasted far more skills than herself, which were also quite strong at that, the sheer quality and synergy among skills more than made up for the gap in quantity. All three of them together mowed down wave after wave of monsters during their march through each floor, completely unstoppable. Their progress was rapid, only slowed by the vast and expansive terrain that seemed never-ending. They'd gone down many floors until now, nearing the end of the labyrinth in its entirety. It wouldn't be long before they completed it. Beauty, if you don't start pulling your weight, you'll be left behind, Blondie, Suzu suddenly mocked, glancing at you out of the corners of her eyes. With the current situation being as strained as it was up for debate if the three of them would manage to last until the end. They walked down a wide cavernous area filled with cobwebs and large abandoned spider nests, lit up by an ominous dark green light. A clear slimy substance slid down the bumpy, jagged walls, making for quite the stomach-turning scene. Any normal person back on Earth would have no doubt fainted from sheer terror had they laid eyes on this sight. Mind your own business, coward. He stared back contemptuously. Coward? Just because everyone isn't as thirsty as you doesn't mean they're cowardly, you overgrown leech. But I'm the one who succeeded in the end. Aren't I? So where aren't I? Keep interruption, aren't I? Do you want to die? Don't dig your own grave, sperm hair. One, I'm going to fucking murder you. A broken bar. Arguments like these occurred more often than not, many times resulting in Azil having to break up a life and death battle between Wu and Suzu before it could begin in earnest. Each time, they were fully prepared to face off against the other, to make sure only one of them came out alive. They were truly akin to oil and water. They didn't mix at all. After the earlier scene with Azil and Yu a few days back, Suzu didn't speak to him even once over the course of their journey thus far. Whenever it came time to rest and eat, she would always take her food and sit somewhere secluded. Whenever they fought monsters on each floor, she'd go off on her own and do as she pleased. No matter the circumstances, she refused to acknowledge Azil's presence, as if she wanted to make it clear that they no longer had anything to do with each other. And although she was more than willing to speak to Yu, it was rarely ever anything positive. Even so, Azil only watched her behavior from a distance with a wry expression, something that seemed to piss Suzu off even more. One, at any rate, there didn't seem to be a way for you and her to ever get along. I hope you die. You as well. Yup, there was definitely no way that'd happen. Chapter 40. Unveiled Wrath. 1. As she opened her eyes, the dimly lit surroundings gradually came into view, allowing her to see the moss-covered stone walls that emitted a faint, ominous green glow. She opened her mouth, releasing a soft, inaudible sigh. It's that time, I guess. A broken bar. Lifting herself up, the girl mechanically stretched her arms before slowly combing her fingers through her silky, snow-white hair. Turning her head to look over her shoulder, the girl, Suzu Taniguchi, glanced at the two sleeping figures laying only a few feet away. Must be nice, huh? Her gaze slightly wistful as she quietly squinted her eyes, staring pointedly at the blonde-haired girl of whom she strongly disliked, cuddling up to the man who was also responsible for giving her such complicated feelings in the first place. Shaking her head, Suzu restrained the urge to click her tongue, mildly annoyed at being so emotional. Merely witnessing this scene had caused a near unbearable tightness to arise within her chest, seemingly constricting her heart as though someone were squeezing it with their bare hands. It was bad enough that she almost visibly winced. A broken bar. These a broken bar. How pathetic. A broken bar. Her irritation at this perceived vulnerability, her self-deprecating thoughts that had been brought to mind because of that, and her growing vexation that repeated this entire sequence all over again. It was a perpetual cycle from which she couldn't escape. Nearly a week back, from the moment she first bore witness to the confirmation of Azil and his previously ambiguous relationship, it had become a downward spiral she couldn't control. It was a murky feeling, like black sludge gathering in every corner of her heart, slowly eroding her from the inside out. That was exactly why she'd decided to ignore him from then on, to prepare herself for what was eventually to come. She couldn't, no, she wouldn't allow her thoughts and actions to be dictated solely by emotion. She had already steeled her resolve, having no other choice but to accept the facts as they were. After all, she too, had her own pride. It was fun for a wily broken bar. Cracking a small, bitter smile, Suzu silently lifted herself onto her feet, ignoring the empty chasm swelling within her chest. Her time with him had been an enjoyable experience, she could admit, but everything had to come to an end at some point. At least, that was what she made herself to believe. After putting on the clothes given to her by Azil, she prepared to set off at last. There were some things she just couldn't bring herself to accept, and she saw no reason in forcing it. Use a broken bar. Suzu decided to leave for good. The journey that began on her own would also end in the exact same manner with no one else except herself. This is for the best. A broken bar. The same words repeated in her mind, over and over again until she was fully convinced. This was bound to happen. Turning her head, she took one last look at the man who'd given her the one push she needed to not only survive, but also thrive in this hell they called an abyss. He, who didn't allow her to perish in solitary darkness all by her lonesome. The man broken bar never ceased to occupy her thoughts. She suddenly grabbed her arm and pinched it, attempting to rid herself of all reluctance. I don't need this shit. Truly, this was for the best. And just before walking away, Her gaze lingered momentarily on the blonde-haired vampire sleeping next to him, feeling knots slowly start to entangle her heart. It was distasteful. She, of course, wasn't petty enough to attack you in her sleep, no matter how much they disliked each other. Even if they were keen on fighting to the death, it would only be on equal terms. Such was an implicit understanding between the two girls. Sabotage and foul play weren't things they took into consideration, instinctively believing that it'd render their feud meaningless if they ever stooped so low. If there was at least one thing both girls valued in common, it was this. And so, silently, Suzu turned back around and walked away, hoping to leave behind such cumbersome feelings that were no longer her priority. The curtains had been drawn, and that was that. Although she remained with the gaping feeling of loss, as though a precious, integral part of her near-dead emotions had been shattered to fragments, she was willing to accept it. That crippling weight, she had no choice but to bear it and move on. The pain, the agony she may have suffered upon staying, she wanted to save herself before she could sink any deeper, before she drowned completely. Enough is enough. Suzu shook her head as she slipped through a small crevice in their temporary resting grounds, moving swiftly, almost as though she were fleeing. Brushing a hand against the walls, her slender fingers glided across its rugged stone surface, eventually pulling herself out into the open with ease. The air was thick, filled with a rotten, pungent smell that would make one frown instinctively. Darkness hung over the entire floor, bleak and oppressive, only illuminated by the occasional dark green glow spread throughout. Finally, a broken bar dusting off her clothes, Suzu put one foot forward, then the other, continuing until she was walking aimlessly. There was a goal in sight, but despite her efforts, her mind refused to focus. Memories flashed by one after another, the past weeks she'd spent with him, the vivid moments in which she indulged herself. After facing countless life-or-death struggles, at that time, she finally felt free of any and all burden. She didn't have to look over her shoulder every second of the day in order to watch out for danger. There was support, someone who could protect her. There was someone who cared for her well-being, capable of saving her from all potential harm. And even if he didn't say it aloud, Suzu knew she could recognize the genuine attention given to her. The one who always made sure she was fed, the one who always mended her ragged clothes, the one who always made sure everything was okay, the one with a broken bar. It doesn't matter anymore. In spite of all that, Suzu didn't want to be bothered. Her heart was selfish, just as most humans tended to be. She was an earthling, one of Japanese descent at that, and certain core values reflected such. If she couldn't have him, there was no need to entrench herself in a losing battle. After all, she was loath to share his affection, especially so if it were grossly lopsided. Though she had come to accept, and even somewhat embrace the feelings that were once pushed down deep inside, she couldn't keep chasing after a fleeting dream. That was just who she was. She couldn't cling desperately like she wasn't that kind of person. No matter what, some things had to be let go of. After passing through a wide corridor that stretched far out, Suzu noticed the ominous green glow growing brighter, lighting up the surrounding area as if to mark a checkpoint. The sound of many legs skittering across solid ground echoed throughout the vast cavern, more than likely originating from one of the many spiders inhabiting this floor. However, what surprised her weren't any of these sensory details, but the outline of a familiar figure standing just up ahead. A figure that shouldn't have been there. Leaning back against the wall behind them, they stood, their posture lax, with both hands causally tucked into their pockets. That sharp gaze staring straight at her unnaturally. It could be no one else but her broken bar Azil. Why are you a broken bar? Suzu squinted her eyes slightly, wondering if it was really him. Confusion, incredulity, and consternation all mingled together, forming a delayed reaction on her part. Still, after a few seconds, she regained her composure, returning to her usual self as she continued walking and paid him no mind at all. Whatever this was supposed to be had nothing to do with her, and she wasn't willing to waste her time on it. A heavy feeling settled in her heart as she neared, getting ready to pass by him just a moment later. There were no obvious signs, yet it felt as though this was a final hurdle. a hurdle that would completely sever all ties should she choose to overcome it. And just as she took another step, one that would leave his presence behind for good, his perpetually calm voice rang out, reaching her ears almost immediately. Every cell in her body seemed to resonate alongside it, giving rise to an uncomfortable sensation that crawled throughout. "I hope you didn't get lost, else I would be embarrassed for you." Yay, it was definitely him all right. Even so, Suzu repressed the immediate urge to answer him, and pushed onward, her face a mask of indifference. She had no idea why or even how he came to be here, but it wasn't her concern anymore. She'd made her decision already, and she was hard-pressed to go back on it so easily. "However, you're still gonna ignore me?" Suzu stopped in place, just before she collided with his chest. The man himself stood before her, blocking her path of advance. Her full height came up to just a few centimeters below his collarbone, forcing her to look up if she desired eye contact, but she didn't. There was no need. Her silence spoke louder than words, and there was nothing left to discuss. As such, she wanted to leave immediately, before a broken bar before she ended up. "What do you want?" Against her wishes, she opened her mouth, though her voice remained flat and disinterested. "Oh, our broken bar? You're actually talking to me now, huh? I'm so happy I think I could die." "Just get out of the way and go back." Cold and dismissive, she spoke, not humoring him in the least. They stood merely inches away, close enough to hear the sound of each other's breathing, but Suzu seemed not to mind too much, as if it didn't matter. She could feel his quiet gaze poring over her, serene and without fluctuation. Though she looked indifferent on the surface, the distance between them, even if only slightly, was slowly starting to get to her. "Why are you even here?" she finally asked, keeping the same placid tone as before. "Funny you should ask, since I came out here wondering the same exact thing about you." "And that's no concern of yours." "It's not?" "No, it ain't a broken bar." Suzu immediately stepped aside, opting to go around him instead. She saw no reason to continue this farce, and nothing he did would change her mind at this point. That was what she mistakenly believed. This whole time, you were jealous, right? "A broken bar?" Her mind instantly went blank, causing her to stop in her tracks at once. His words were so out of the blue that she couldn't properly form a reaction. Since, after all, Azil was never one to broach these kinds of topics on his own. "Don't act so surprised. Seeing someone so close to me, you hated it, right?" "Hell, it probably wasn't even herself you hated, you just didn't like what she was doing." Suzu flinched, standing completely still as she processed every word. "Especially a broken bar, because it wasn't you who had such a relationship with me." Turning around, she looked at him silently, opening and closing her mouth in an attempt to deny his claims, but she couldn't. The evidence was clear as day, and she knew deep down that he was speaking the truth. The feelings she had already accepted didn't allow her to refuse that notion. "So what, a broken bar?" Suzu furrowed her brows, becoming unknowingly invested in what he had to say. Not only that, she also disdained being put on the spot like this. "Even if that's true, what does it matter? Huh?" A burning sensation arose in the back of her throat, spreading down throughout her chest as an inflamed red hue slowly dyed her cheeks. There was no embarrassment or fluster in her expression, but pique and indignance. "Do you think you can just sigh? How about we stop acting like we don't know what's really going on?" Azil suddenly spoke, cutting Suzu off. "What, a broken bar?" She blinked in confusion, irritated at being interrupted and perplexed as to what he was so certain of. Her mind remained troubled, feeling an ominous sensation slowly creep up. "You didn't really want to leave in the first place, did you?" What did he mean by that? Suzu couldn't understand. No, she didn't want to understand what he was saying exactly. "That would mean she was truly a broken bar. You decided to escape around the time we usually wake up instead of going way earlier. That's not true." Shaking her head, she denied it. "Which means a broken bar. You most likely would have left for good had I not come to stop you." "Stop talking, stop a broken bar." His voice, powerful enough to shake her heart, made her isolated, as if her surroundings had gone completely dark. This feeling of being backed into a corner, she built a broken bar. "If I had actually made an effort, showing you that I wanted to keep you here, were broken bar. You had no plans of leaving, Right, a broken bar? Be quiet, I'm telling you not to speak. A broken bar. Rage, desperation, and anxiety, her truest emotions had been laid bare. It's interesting though, actually. Sincere broken bar, it seems you weren't even aware of it yourself. Trembling, her rage boiled over the tipping point. That casual tone and blunt manner of speaking made his intentions obvious. Those eyes, that sharp gaze looking down at her, seeing through all her turmoil and picking it apart so easily. A broken bar, it was infuriating. She watched as he put one foot forward, stepping toward her at a leisure pace. If you asked me, a broken bar only a few feet away, he delivered the final nail in the coffin. I think, a broken bar, you don't ever want to leave my side. Confidence, grace, power, he had it all, and seemed not to be troubled by anything. Suzu, lacking emotional balance and harboring faint insecurities, felt as though she were being toyed with. This disparity, a broken bar, this unfairness, a broken bar, she couldn't stand it. That's why I shut the hell up. Phew. ACRSHH. ACRSHH. ACRSHHHHHH. An instinct, one that forces all problems away, one that destroys everything. Her darkened vision finally cleared. The sound of her heartbeat drummed in her ears, accompanied by a sharp ringing. Looking down at her trembling hands, she questioned. What, a broken bar? What have I done? A broken bar. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. War of Hearts. Why don't you understand? Why can't you let me be? Why must you push me so far? I'd made my decision. The least you could do is honor it. My determination to escape your grasp, your influence, it wavers ever so slightly with every word. Did you know, a broken bar? Before I'd even realized, Elle was already a prisoner of your affection. Something unimaginably broken bar, like no one I'd ever known. You had me captive, drowning with no hope of escape. But you, a broken bar, don't even seem to care. This whole time, you were jealous, right? You bastard. A fresh wound, a broken bar, a fresh wound that had been forcefully ripped open. Take a look at what you've done, you careless guy. You're appalling. You're incorrigible. Ha! A broken bar, right? You were always like this. Was it your intention to provoke me, to make me miserable? Do my feelings, my resolve, mean nothing to you? I mean, honestly, a broken bar, am I merely an object of your amusement? It's interesting though, actually. Sincere broken bar, it seems you weren't even aware of it yourself. Don't, a broken bar, don't fuck with me. As if it was that obvious. If it was so clear to you, then why, a broken bar, why do you keep toying with me? A broken bar? What kind of reaction are you hoping for? Goddamn neat, a broken bar, just what do you want from me? A broken bar? Even as you open your mouth, even as you prepare to cut through my facade, a broken bar, you disregard my pleas, ignore my desires, and I think, a broken bar, you don't ever want to leave my side. I snapped, and before I knew it, a broken bar, my arm was already outstretched, straight and unwavering. My hand, small but powerful, released a disastrous aura that emanated pure wrath, a blind rage stemming from the depths of my heart. Unseen to the naked eye, a lethal blade formed, an incomparably dangerous attack. Compressed to its maximum extent, my force field, my dimension cleaver, escaped my palm. Just a flick of my hand, a mere twitch of my fingers, was enough to unleash hell. Phew. ACRSHH. ACRSHH. ACRSHHHHHH. 1. The entire area shook violently, like a mini catastrophe had suddenly struck. Rocks of varying sizes tumbled to the ground as the unstoppable blade gouged deep furrows into the wall, leaving behind a long, narrow gash. Clouds of dust and debris rose from the area of devastation, obscuring my view of that man. The hastened pounding of my heart thundered from within my chest. The loud ringing of my ears pierced through the white haze clouding my mind. Yeah, broken bar, did I just a broken bar? No, a broken bar, I didn't mean to. Broken bar. The surroundings gradually became clear to me as darkness withdrew. Confusion, disbelief, and one most prominent horror. I looked down at my trembling hands, blankly staring at the paleness of my palms. Strands of white hair dangled over my eyes, obscuring the view ahead. As a broken bar, against my will, my mouth opened, voicing out his name in clear distress. Although the cracking of my voice made me feel all the more pathetic, I wasn't concerned with that. It took all the willpower I had to keep from rushing over immediately, but as the dust cloud finally receded, I stiffened at once. Beyond the thick, floating debris was a faint outline, a figure that remained unforgettable to me. The tension in my limbs, it relaxed. The tightening of my chest, it subsided. The aching hollowness eating away at me, it was made whole once more. Upon seeing him step out unscathed, walking in the same casual manner as usual, it was a strange feeling. One I couldn't describe in words. But if there was one thing I could say with certainty, a broken bar, I was relieved. However, it was also natural, since my attacker broken bar had missed him entirely. But though I knew from the start that there was no way I'd injure him with such an attack, the notion of harming him still brought me immense discomfort. So you're trying to hit me now, a broken bar? Is this how my tender care gets rewarded? Aha, broken bar, just where did I go wrong? A broken bar, a flickering ember, as if gasoline had been poured all over my feelings and set aflame, being made useless. Why did I even bother? A broken bar, you tactless, but it's fine. I'll make you care. Insensitive, a broken bar. Even if I have to collapse the sky. Brick. I'll wipe that annoying look off your face. Like the apocalypse had come, like the end of the world was nigh. The ground quaked and shook incessantly with each and every swing. A powerful force, one that promised an instant death, gushed out ceaselessly. My fury was unabated. However, my eyes suddenly widened, reflecting the shock I otherwise failed to convey. That man, standing in the midst of the destruction I had wrought. Here, rather than retreating, he took another step forward. Why, a broken bar? For a moment, my arms faltered. But he continued walking toward me, completely unperturbed. His clothes, fluttering wildly as my attacks narrowly missed him by a few inches, remained untouched. There was no surprise, no fear, no apprehension. There was nothing, just an unshakable composure that couldn't ever be broken. Why, a broken bar? Without my knowledge, my feet slowly began to inch backward. Little by little, one leg after the other, I unconsciously attempted to increase the distance between us, but regardless of my intentions, he seemed determined on getting closer. Stop, a broken bar, stop moving, a broken bar. Gritting my teeth, I swiftly flicked my wrist once more, releasing yet another dimension cleaver. And yet, like last time, it flew straight past him, merely disheveling his hair a bit. Even if I tried, a broken bar, I wasn't able to stop his approach. Thrace, a broken bar, you a broken bar? He suddenly spoke, causing me to flinch in surprise. There's something I've been confused about this whole time. And a broken bar, tilting his head, his radiant pale golden eyes remained fixed on me. I really can't seem to shake it. Our broken bar, not bothering to ponder the meaning behind his words, I continued attacking just as he also continued closing the distance. However, it seemed he wasn't finished. You see, I wondered why you acted the way you did, but I think I finally got the picture. The ground trembled, pebbles and debris fell from the ceiling, but he still drew near even as everything was falling apart. And despite my ferocity, the barrage of attacks aimed in his direction held no killing intent, not even the intent to harm. I couldn't do it. No, I couldn't bring myself to do it. My mind, subconscious and unconscious, a broken bar, my heart, body and soul, a broken bar, refused to harm this man in any way. But the craziest part about it was a broken bar, he somehow knew that as well. You thought you could leave it all behind. One like a demon's whisper, a sweet corruption. You wanted to abandon the so-called shackles that tied you down. Stop, a broken bar, that's enough. As I wanted to stop him. I wanted him to quit before he exposed any more than he already had. You were afraid of becoming addicted to what you had gotten so used to. No, don't, a broken bar, stop moving. Stop, a broken bar. But as if my voice held no amount of weight, he brushed my words aside without a care. His sharp, half-opened eyes curled mirthfully. You're really imaginative, a broken bar, that's wild, a broken bar. The reason he provoked me to this extent, I finally started to realize. But you seem to be mistaken about something, so let me clarify it for you. A broken bar. He forcefully drew out what I was unwilling to show. And a broken bar. I don't know what gave you the idea, but a broken bar. Leaving was never really an option. He gave me no other choice but to comply. My back collided against the hard labyrinth wall behind me as he stood but a couple feet away. Slowly, he leaned in, so close that I could catch a brief whiff of his scent. And you'll have to stay, since I won't let you go. Just like that, I was trapped. No, that's not it. If I truly desired to escape him, yeah, broken bar, I wouldn't have waited for him to come and get me. It was already too late. The strength I had been so proud of, it meant nothing. Even now, his overbearing and possessive words sounded sweet, like a flavor I just couldn't get enough of. Hopeless. And I were different. That it was what I kept telling myself, the words I repeated over and over again. Lies. But in truth, I only wished for him to want me as much as I wanted him, to cherish me as much as he did, if not more. I already understood that keeping him for myself was impossible, and this dilemma in itself was frustrating enough to tear my hair out. I didn't want to settle for less, honestly, yet it seemed that after all this time, the situation had gone out of my control. From the moment we first met, we somehow both knew what was bound to happen. So why a broken bar? Why a broken bar? He stood before me, tall and unwavering, but I still refused to look up and meet his gaze. Why are you tormenting me, as a broken bar? I stared down at his shoes, bangs covering my eyes as I questioned in a small voice. It was an unbroken cycle. I tormented myself with false hopes while he merely watched my foolishness. Blaming him was my only escape. But tormenting a broken bar? It's not nice to tell lies. Let's practice a little honesty. An answer I should have expected. He wouldn't let up even at this point. But regardless of that, there was still one thing I needed to know. And depending on his response, I would so broken bar. What does this mean? A subtle change in the atmosphere. I could feel it. A broken bar. I won't understand if you don't explain it to me. No. He understood. Morona broken bar, I mumbled under my breath, before letting out a faint snicker upon noticing the intensity of his gaze. I'm saying, does this mean you feel the same about me, a broken bar, as you do? A broken bar? I half expected him to either skate around the question as per usual or leave it unanswered, but to my surprise, broken bar, it's gotten complicated, hasn't it? Butterflies danced around in my stomach, accompanied by a pleasant warmth spreading throughout my chest. I didn't need it written out in bold text. I knew. The brittle shield guarding my heart slowly began to crumble. I'm guessing you still wouldn't choose just me over her, right? That's unlikely. An immediate reply, one that caused my lips to curl into a bitter smile. Yet, this fact didn't devastate me. On the contrary, this was to be expected. A broken bar, you're unfair. I sighed, leaning forward until I was off balance. With a soft tap, my head gently rested against his sturdy chest. I'm plenty fair. The vibrations from his deep voice sent shivers throughout my body, and for some reason, I felt inexplicably safe in his presence. And how is that? Finally, I lifted my head, gazing up at him. I'm not good with words, so I'll have to show you. I stood upon the tips of my toes as he too closed the distance. I hate you. His warm breath brushed against my skin. I stared into his captivating eyes, observing a handsome face I felt like I could never stop looking at. As he parted his lips, his voice escaped, laced with pure confidence and certainty. A broken bar? No, you don't. Yay. He was exactly right. There was no use in denying it any longer. I was a broken bar. Noah. I'm a broken bar in love with you. As Chapter 42, to whom I love to. Within the darkness lit only by dark green light, two figures stood overlapping. Mere inches away, their faces close, their lips anticipating the other. As they fell into each other's embrace, just before their connection could blossom, Azil suddenly halted. Ma broken bar? Suzu, with her eyes closed, felt confused and slightly aggrieved at having not been kissed yet, even as she awaited it. However, upon opening her eyes, she realized that the man she finally claimed as her own had turned his head, looking at something behind him. Broken bar, sending an irritated glance at Azil's side profile, She craned her neck, casting her gaze at the something that had served as his distraction. That they stood, a petite figure with long, flowing locks of golden hair and crimson-red eyes that glimmered like precious gems. Expressionless, the girl's piercing stare poured over them, though she remained completely silent. It was, of course, none other than herself. "Well, ain't this awkward a broken bar?" Suzu remarked shamelessly, watching the unresponsive vampire girl with a bored look. His gaze drifted toward her momentarily, before slowly shifting back to Azil, not moving an inch nor saying anything. Meanwhile, Azil allowed his eyes to roam the surrounding area, lazily scanning the rugged walls and uneven floor with no aim in particular. It was a strange feeling he hadn't ever experienced, like getting caught with his pants down. It was inexplicable. There was no sense of embarrassment or shame, but a silent awkwardness that he found utterly repulsive. And the quiet atmosphere did nothing to help that strange feeling either. Then, without saying a word, began walking toward them, unhurried and without any sign of anger. Perhaps it was because of this that her uncanny silence seemed even scarier than an outburst of fury. As she closed in within a few inches of himself, Azil, having already separated from Suzu, looked down at her small figure in mild puzzlement. Still, she gave him no time to ponder before grabbing hold of his arm, locking her own around his as she wordlessly led him away. This silent exchange that only happened within the span of a few seconds left Suzu at a loss for what to do in this situation. Considering how close they always were to initiating a death match, any word or action of hers during this time would undoubtedly lead to such an outcome. Thus, she tactfully decided to keep quiet, since, though she was irritated, she also wasn't in the mood to fight either. Sighing, Suzu watched as their figures continued getting further away, before following suit not too far behind. Staring straight ahead at the both of them, she briefly met his gaze as the girl turned back and gave her one final glance. There were no sparks or tension, nor animosity or pressure. It was merely an implicit understanding. Nothing more than letting the other know that they were aware. 5. Yes. Completely aware of each other's presence. 1. Did you a broken bar have fun? A broken bar? Walked steadily alongside Azil, keeping his arm tangled within her grasp. She kept her crimson eyes trained on his face, staring pointedly, not letting her gaze stray for even a moment. Still, despite her cold, almost uncaring tone, Azil continued looking on ahead, responding casually without meeting her gaze. Have fun? A broken bar? A broken bar? A broken bar? I don't really have fun, so I don't know a broken bar. I see a broken bar. Merely acknowledging his sorry excuse for an answer, silently grabbed hold of his hand, her arm still wrapped around his. Slowly, she lifted it up, bringing it closer to her face in a casual gesture. Her hands were quite small compared to his, but she didn't mind, instead choosing to interlock her fingers between his own as she stared at them both, absent-mindedly observing this display. Although his hand was still relaxed and straightened, it wasn't long before he too held hers firmly, largely overlapping her dainty fingers. Like lovers, no words needed to be exchanged. It was a form of communication, one that could only be understood by each other. By those who shared a bond. A broken bar. A satisfied sigh escaped her lips as her gaze softened. The slightly rigid, stale, and moody atmosphere surrounding her had dissipated, suddenly replaced by a silent but gentle delight, as if the bright sun had shone through dark, dreary clouds. If nothing else, just this much, just the confirmation of his feelings that remained unchanged was enough. A broken bar? You enjoying yourself or broken bar? Azil finally glanced down at her, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Even so, paid it no mind and answered as she normally would, if not slightly more cheerful than usual. A broken bar. From the start, she'd been prepared, the words spoken straight from her lips, solidifying her resolve to remain by his side no matter the cost. If he desired another, she would, in turn, have him love her even more. Their existences were tied to one another. Between them, it was something special. The intrusion of Suzu meant nothing, and it wouldn't change anything either. If her earlier outburst were due to insecurities, then now, the composure she displayed at this moment was due to trust. Trusted herself, and most of all, she trusted the man she loved. Azil wouldn't leave her, but she also realized that she was incapable of monopolizing him for herself. What had occurred earlier was bound to happen, something she had foreseen. The dynamic between both Suzu and Azil. She couldn't sever that connection. The only feasible way she imagined ridding herself of an unwanted rival was just killing her outright, but that also came with the uncertainty of whether or not she could actually bury that white-haired girl. Thus, she had no choice but to give up that notion in light of the risks. Still, this was a result she could accept, if not reluctantly. Of course, this didn't mean that she suddenly liked Suzu, or was even cordial by any stretch of the word. No. She would merely tolerate her existence for Azil's sake. This was her confidence, her steadfast belief that he wouldn't ever be taken away from her. Azela Brokenbar turned her gaze up toward him. I won't let her have you. You belong to me. Write her Brokenbar a declaration. A statement of fact. A rather simple one as well. However, a Brokenbar, if one were to put it in even simpler terms, it would become a vow of dedication and unconditional love. Truly till death a Brokenbar do us part. The rocky outcroppings of the labyrinth surrounded them as they stood in front of a wide opening. A path of what seemed like metal mixed with smooth stone lay out ahead, leading into a vast room that made the three figures standing there seem like ants in comparison. The jagged walls were lined with a mixture of bioluminescent moss and wild vines, emitting the same dark green glow as the rest of the areas throughout this floor. From the path in which they stood, a circular metal platform that was equally leveled with the ground sat in the center of the room. Its appearance, otherwise extravagant if not for the long patches of grass sprouting out at odd intervals from most of its crevices, seemingly old and unused. Still, the trio only made eye contact with one another as they came upon this scene. There's no floor guardian here, finally spoke True, and the entrance to the next floor is just on the other side. Suzu chimed in, half-heartedly agreeing to the blonde vampire's words. It's definitely not that simple. It'll probably just pop out once we go further in. Azil stared into the room as he shed light on the most cliché routine, eliciting a nod of agreement from both of the girls. Seeing as this labyrinth was exactly that kind of place, it stood to reason that his theory was more than likely correct. After all, to even the strongest warriors living on Tortoise, including the summoned heroes, any monster hiding in the depths of the true Orcus labyrinth that randomly popped out would undoubtedly prove fatal. Even on just their current floor, the grotesque arachni that frequently revealed themselves from their nests were the size of humans, possessing speed unlike any other. Their deadly venom and webs were enough to bring destruction to an entire city, much less a somewhat powerful resident of Tortoise. And seeing as the trio were able to dispatch such creatures without even the slightest bit of effort, it meant that they were on an entirely different level, a stark contrast to the average level of strength in this world. Well, I guess we'll have to drag that creepy, disgusting, slimy son of a bitch out. A Brokenbar a Brokenbar don't. A Brokenbar don't give it a description for God's sake. A Brokenbar. Both you and Suzu visibly cringed at the thought of whatever he described suddenly showing up. Just imagining something slimy and even more grotesque than the spiders they'd faced so far pop up out of nowhere made them want to vomit. The twinkle in Azil's eyes made it obvious that he found their reactions somehow amusing, but the girls had nowhere near enough patience to try and correct his attitude at this point. Soon, all three of them entered the room, walking past the extra-large corridor and treading the pathway that seemed unreasonably ornate. The silent atmosphere between you and Suzu was no longer one of strain, but as though an invisible barrier had been erected that divided them. They most certainly weren't friends and also couldn't be considered enemies anymore, if they ever could have been. It was an awkward situation where they both acknowledged each other's presence, yet didn't know how to approach the other, nor did they have any desire to. Azil, on the other hand, showed no difference in attention to either of them, continuing on as though nothing happened. Whether it was because he believed that it would naturally sort itself out, or he had some plan to speed up the process, no one knew. Still, what really mattered at present was the incomparably large magic circle that suddenly appeared across the room from where they were standing. It glowed blood red as the geometric shapes contained within lit up one after another. Waves of mana radiated from it, overwhelming and suffocating. If one thought the behemoth of the 60th upper floor was huge, this one could only be called enormous. The ground shook with extreme intensity, enough to knock an ordinary person off balance in an instant. This ice a broken bar, aha, broken bar, this is gonna be one hell of a monster, a broken bar. The two girls watched on in astonishment, silently anticipating what kind of creature would emerge from the blood-red magic circle. However, since the theme of this floor had already been emphasized one too many times, it was obvious what sort of monster would appear. And in no more than a few seconds later, they soon got their answer. Ki-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee. An ear-piercing screech resounded throughout the vast room, echoing across the walls. What emerged on the opposite end of the room was unforeseen. A monster on the level in which they had yet to face so far. Standing at almost 10 meters tall, a giant, no, a colossal spider stood imposingly on all 8 legs. Its menacing 8 red eyes stared down at the trio with unbridled wrath, no doubt prepared to swallow them whole. The monster's horrifying fangs clacked loudly, hoping to instill fear in those who dared oppose it. But even without that gesture, one would be forced to realize solely from its size a broken bar that it was a creature that wasn't to be trifled with. Arachne Queen, cue her broken bar, Azil voiced, his eyes scanning the monster ahead with not an ounce of fright. There was no reason to be afraid, nor were the two girls particularly alarmed by its level of terror. The trio stood upright, staring what others would deem death itself straight in the eyes. No matter if it was truly an abyss without end or an almighty god, they couldn't be shaken. That wasn't their standard. It wasn't their routine. After all, the only option they had, a broken bar, was to prepare themselves for the battle soon to commence. Chapter 43, Vampire's Pride. 1. A terror-inducing screech that seemed as though it were a physical attack. A presence so ominous and horrific that one couldn't help but retreat in haste. This creature, no, this monster, standing on 8 giant legs, each of them dangerous enough to tear through a 2-story building with ease, was a walking disaster. Lined up just above its jagged, deadly row of fangs, were 8 spine-chilling red eyes that emanated a near-visible bloodlust. Those weak of heart would become petrified, put under an illusion of their own fear. The surroundings, already dim, would darken completely, isolating them from reality. All noise would cease to exist, only allowing them to hear the sound of their own rapidly beating heart. Dread would eat away at them from the inside out, leaving them in utter despair. All alone with the ghastly monster that seemed as though it had grown in size from its initial appearance, an unfamiliar but horrid feeling would set in. A feeling, a broken bar of death approaching. However, a broken bar seems pretty strong, I guess. Suzu Taniguchi, a girl with hair as white as snow, spoke. You're exaggerating. It's just a bug, a broken bar standing in between both girls, Azil voiced as he softly scratched underneath his chin. He looked down to his left upon feeling a tug at the hem of his shirt, meeting his quiet stare. She parted her pink lips, declaring her intentions without expecting any refusal. I'll go, a broken bar. Hearing this, Azil raised his brows, a silent confirmation of her decision, and received a nod of confidence in return. Casually shrugging his shoulders, he gave his seal of approval. Sure, go for it. Unconsciously, he placed a hand atop her head, stroking her soft golden blonde hair. A broken bar, leave it to me. His eyes sparkled as a warm smile graced her face, a testament to how important this simple gesture was to her. She strode forth, reinvigorated, heading off to battle with a dignified gait. Watching all this play out from the sidelines, Suzu couldn't help but ask the first question on her mind. Did you just pat her head, a broken bar? Pretty sure I did, a broken bar. Hugh, her broken bar. I wonder if head pats feel as nice as they say, a broken bar. I've never really had one, so yeah. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the feeling of a large hand covering the top of her head, gently caressing her fluffy white hair. A moment later, her eyes widened at his touch. I thought I told you already, a broken bar. If you want something, say it clearly next time. His calm voice reached her ears, snapping her out of her stupor. "Hey, it's more fun to have you guess," thought UFO Broken Bar. She attempted to mask the rosy tint spreading across her flushed cheeks by turning away and smiling cheekily. Aziel sighed in exasperation, looking at her as though she were difficult to deal with. Still, confusion dyed her expression soon after, giving rise to another question that troubled her. "But do you think she can really handle it all on her own?" Suzu asked while glancing at him out of the corners of her eyes, to which Aziel shook his head lightly. "Don't underestimate her too much. Yay, I know she's strong, Buta Broken Bar, but what a broken bar? Shaking his head, he sighed once again. "You haven't forgotten already, have you, a broken bar? Forgot what?" Aziel turned his gaze back to the scene ahead and Suzu did the same, watching as a spiraling swirl of dark red liquid gathered into one of his hands. He scoffed faintly. Just who the hell you've been training with all this time? Aha! Broken Bar realization suddenly dawned on her. She opened her mouth in mild surprise, but a moment later, her lips curled into a dry smile. The reason behind his decision to fight alone, she also realized that as well. In reality, it was nothing special, nothing too complex. Just I see. So she wants to show off, or Broken Bar that vampire girl. A Broken Bar had something to prove. A soft clanking sound echoed as stepped upon the metal stone pathway, the heels of her knee-high black boots colliding with hard material. Wearing a black sweater dress that contrasted sharply with her vibrant golden blonde hair made her seem like a beacon within this dimly lit room. However, when compared to the ginormous monster standing just up ahead, her petite frame was almost unnoticeable. For Broken Bar still, she gazed at the Arachne Queen with not an ounce of fear in her crimson eyes, watching as it hissed loudly. The way she saw it, this disgusting giant spider was no different from all the other monsters they'd come across thus far. It was simply an obstacle, an enemy that needed to be eliminated. And most of all, I hate insects. Blood poured out from the palm of her right hand, becoming denser as the stream lengthened to a size that outstripped her own height. Then, it took on a specific shape, the appearance of a known weapon. The blood coagulated, solidifying its form into a dark red two-handed halberd. Sparks danced across the path behind her as she walked, the large weapon dragging along without resistance. This was how she planned on defeating the Floor Guardian. She could, of course, obliterate the monster using pure magic alone, but he wasn't willing to give up this chance. She wanted to display the fruits of her training, her proficiency with her new fighting style. In short, yet indeed wanted to show off in front of Aziel. This was a proving ground. The difference between her and Suzu, she would show him. With this, my victory Isaki I. Just before she could finish that line of thought, the Arachne Queen released a powerful shriek, causing the air to tremble. His hair fluttered wildly from the fierce wind pressure, but it proved incapable of halting her advance. She continued moving forward. But at this moment, tremors spread throughout the room as the ground began to tremble. The Arachne Queen lifted its legs one after the other, each resembling huge stakes, and savagely pounded the floor below with the full might of its body. However, at this moment, the monster suddenly lifted its massive abdomen into the air, lowering its sternum to the ground, before a splok. Tens, no, hundreds, countless human-sized arachne came pouring out from its lower abdomen like a swarm of black dots. This was the true apocalypse. A trial set on impossible difficulty. Not only was one forced to challenge a colossal spider queen in order to reach the next floor, but they also had to fend off waves of its spawn. A Broken Bar was complete and utter absurdity. His expression darkened, becoming slightly solemn. Her grip on her halberd tightened, preparing for a grand slaughter. She had originally expected to only face the Arachne Queen, but if this was what it took to achieve her goal, then blood would flow. Regardless of what stood in her way, it would be torn to pieces. Endless, the lives she would reap. She needed no army, only herself, for that was how it had always been. And there was but one word for insects of any kind that dared invade her territory. Sorry guys, this chapter was really short, but I don't have a lot of time left. This is it for me. I'm not gonna make it. I have too much stuff to do. Did that scare you? Lol. No, seriously, This week is gonna be pretty rough, but I'll still post hopefully. Just bear with it, alright? We're all in this together. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Vampire's Pride. 2. What would you do? Broken bar. All alone, faced with a horde of monsters. Incoming, charging straight ahead with wild abandon. Vicious, an unimaginable horror. Absurdity, a scene of madness. What could be done? Would you run? Naturally. Would you cower? Without a doubt. However, a broken bar, there was a difference between those who flee, and those who face a threat head-on. With overwhelming strength, with invincible might, enemies fall. All who oppose broken bar perish at the hands of one, no matter the count. Each and every foe, without exception, will die. Swung her arm, raising the blood-red halberd above her head. Like the minute hand of a clock, it stood straight and upright, unmoving in the grasp of the small progenitor vampire. As she watched the swarm of arachne barrel toward her, she lifted her chin in a dignified manner, gazing down at the legion of feral monsters coldly. Her posture regal, her presence striking, with one arm raised in the air and the other relaxed at her side, took a step forward. Then another. Long, golden strands of hair rose, floating majestically. The arrival of a higher being, not yet a god or demigod, but something inching ever closer. At this moment, overhead, numerous thick drops of viscous crimson suddenly manifested. She turned her head, looking to the side as she glanced back at one of the figures who stood behind. Stretching, the countless drops of blood elongated. She met his gaze, the young man who was always a sea of calm. Thicker, the blood spears above expanded. But even then, she could see the anticipation in his eyes. The body of a missile, the tip of a spear. So in response, she smiled. One final command, the halberd fell, her arm a guillotine. A smile filled with affection, the lovely broken bar of a progenitor. An untold scene, the beginning of a war of catastrophic proportions. The blood missiles streaked the air, leaving behind nothing more than a blurry image. Their target locked, they spread across the horde of rampaging spiders. Regardless of the difference in number, mass destruction was all but certain. And just before they collided, an ice-cold voice, a chilling tone resounded. Blood explosion silence. Yes, like a dead battlefield, not a sound could be heard. Only a brief flicker of light, a single ignition of gunpowder, or an elusive flash of lightning. A boom. A boom. A boom. The room shook magnificently. Fireworks of orange and bright red illuminated the entire area, painting the walls, dyeing the ground, completely overshadowing the dim green light. The deafening screeches of dying arachne echoed throughout, accompanied by a chain of concussive explosions. A contradicting scene of broken bar and hell. Powerful shockwaves, accompanied by blasts of searing heat, uprooted wild stalks of grass and kicked up massive clouds of dust, bringing forth a devastating reaction. Turned back to the scene ahead, a light smile still adorning her bewitching face. This was war. Two opposing parties faced off. A complete one died so the other could live, and death was merely a number to be tallied. However, she, the vampire princess, preferred annihilation. Force that couldn't be stopped. She sought total ruin. Although not all of the lesser arachne had died at her hands, a broken bar, it was enough. Enough to tear everything else to ribbons. Don't get in the way. She stepped forward, her boots clicking against metal and stone. The smell of burnt grass and charred flesh attacked her nostrils, but that was insignificant. Thick plumes of smoke that would have otherwise obscured the natural sight of any ordinary being was, of course, paid no attention to. Instead, she walked slowly, her pace picked up a stride. Steadily, her legs moved a bit faster, a jog, straight toward the oncoming crowd of monsters. The wind brushed past her skin as dust and smoke parted, opening up a path for her advance. She broke out into a full sprint, her blood-red halberd still dragging along from behind without an ounce of resistance. The Arachne Queen's shriek reverberated alongside the cacophony of screeches from its lesser kin. Even so, rather than being intimidated by their ferocity, continued her march, dashing ahead fearlessly. Within mere moments, repulsive creatures with crusted ink-black exoskeletons arrived in front of her, their bodies unlike any spider ever seen back on Earth. large, round abdomens, more prominent than other limbs, leading down to their oval-shaped cephalothorax that housed all 8 red eyes, fangs, and razor-sharp feelers standing upon their thin but deadly legs that allowed them to reach the height of an average human. They were terrifying monsters beyond comparison. Still Lehua Broken Bar exhaled, the heat of her breath blending in with the clouded surroundings. A few feet away, tightening her grip, there was no need to hold back, and she did no such thing. Fu. With blinding speed, deadly precision, and ruthless efficiency, her arm lashed out at Doncia Splgh. And a spray of blood was all that remained. She swung her massive halberd with the ease of holding a twig, seamlessly cutting through the nearest arachne. Their defenses may as well have been nothing more than wet paper as they fell at her hands. Even then, more and more came pouring in with no sign of ending. Seeking to surround her, they crowded around, lunged, and slashed. Like an unstoppable tsunami, they charged relentlessly, no doubt prepared to swallow the helpless girl whole. However, Wonley stretched out one leg, sliding it back as she silently lowered her stance. A face completely devoid of emotions, a pale complexion and doll-like features. Her cherry blossom pink lips parted, boldly declaring her intentions in a tone befitting a progenitor. "All of you are broken bar. I'll be taking your life." No one could mistake it. No one could deny it. For her will was absolute. And those who dared oppose it are broken bar would meet their end. Shua! A blur. Only a red blur could be seen as swung her halberd. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, she traced a line nearly visible to the naked eye. Any monster that came in contact was a splash-splooch-splack-a-spilch. Cut into segments. Flesh was cleaved, severed limbs were thrown, blood splashed in all directions. Like a warlord, a demon of the battlefield, she slaughtered without regard. An existence that couldn't be ignored, she swung tirelessly, in her hand a weapon that could no longer be seen. No matter how many approached, no matter how many attacked, her petite frame couldn't be moved. Divots formed in the ground beneath her feet. She stood stationary. In her crimson eyes that reflected pure havoc was a cruel determination. A broken bar determination to give each and every single one of these damned creatures an inescapable death. Then, with a single mental command, she called upon the blood of those who had fallen. Although it was greener that of a monster, it still couldn't escape her control. Under certain circumstances and under that specific category, no blood, no matter how foreign, was capable of eluding her manipulation. Death stars, as though gravity had reversed, dark green liquid, such that it had spilled from the dead surrounding creatures, slowly rose into the air. In an instant, the liquid began spinning rapidly, gradually changing its form. A circular shape, one with bladed edges on all sides, bearing close resemblance to a ninja throwing star found back on Earth. And yet, their size, many times larger, couldn't be compared to any ordinary hidden weapon. No, these weren't meant to be handheld by any standard, and made sure of their purpose, perish. Nothing else needed to be said, and the spinning death stars she'd called forth showed no hesitation in heeding that order. Thus, they all fell a splooch-cha-cha-cha-ch. Grinding through chitin and bone, one after the other. The myriad arachne that had attempted to swarm her with their numbers were killed off in droves. With each death followed more and more blood weapons, continuing a cycle that would only hope to end upon the depletion of his mana. However, her mana pool that had grown astronomically through the completion of each floor of the labyrinth would never run dry with just this much. Moreover, she wasn't one to sit still in this situation either. Her figure danced around the battlefield, masterfully twirling her halberd around in all directions. A slaughter. Wherever she appeared, death followed. The sensation of her blade slicing through flesh had become too familiar, and the sticky feeling of blood that clung to her skin and clothes was no cause for concern. With a flick of her wrist, she bisected another arachne, before sidestepping past an attack aimed straight at her head. Swiftly, she waved her arm, swinging her halberd like the Reaper's Scythia's ply. A blood and organ spewed forth, splattering across the ground. FWA. She spun on her heel, severing Arachne's feelers as she followed up with a diagonal slash that left its body in two. In mere seconds, she dispatched countless monsters. A massacre ensued. Like an unstoppable force, she claimed the lives of many, further dwindling the already diminished number of Arachne. Still, barely even a minute passed since the battle had begun, but when fighting at such an intensity, every little second counted. Especially since Broken Bar, the boss monster, had yet to start attacking. As the dust, debris, and clouds of smoke cleared, could be seen standing amidst piles among piles of corpses, surrounded by pools of dark green blood that flowed like a river. A lax posture, loosely clutching her weapon of slaughter. A stare filled with a silent, concealed killing intent. She gazed at the Arachne queen that stood just up ahead. 8 glowing dark red eyes stared right back, emanating an easily discernible but endless wrath. A low, guttural sound escaped its monstrous mouth, accompanied by strings of toxic saliva. It was dangerous. This monster's threat level couldn't be doubted. Beauty or next. Held no fear. She knew not but triumph. If there was one thing she learned after all this time, from seeing firsthand what a certain young man, an individual she held dear, was capable of, she knew for certain, holding the belief, the strength, the attitude, the bearing of invincibility. There was no reason for self-doubt. Because Broken Bar, who could stop her? Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Her existence a primal terror from which one can't escape. Impossible is what it seemed. A challenge that wasn't meant to be overcome. A nightmare. Wake up. What is fear? What is Broken Bar strength? Please wake up. Skill, ability, by whatever means possible, no matter the outcome. Just once more, what kind of power? Broken Bar. Oh Lord, Broken Bar. A single glimpse, that was all. The words that flowed, escaping as if breaking free. Not for salvation, but Broken Bar, the will to push onward, a vitality that never ends. Broken Bar, the strength to sire your next. A small figure, a mere child standing before a giant. A gaze that burned brightly, like a raging bonfire amid the darkness of night. Blood stained her skin, marred her clothes, and pooled beneath her feet. The atmosphere desolate, a horrid stench filled the air. Once a battlefield, now a graveyard that claimed the lives of countless. The Arachne queen, a massive spider, a harbinger of disaster, slowly clacked its vicious fangs together, producing an ominous sound that'd make one's hair stand on end. Its spawn, a horde of spiders that it created, had been slaughtered right before its eyes. Behind the wrathful stare directed at the girl below existed naught but pure instinct, an instinct Broken Bar to eradicate anything and everything standing in its way. You'd see it, this much was clear to her. A silent pain that festers, a numbing agony that eats away at the soul. She knew it best. If nothing else, she of all people was well accustomed to it. A single step forward, unhurried. The darkness, the sorrow, misery, engulfed in blood, her boots splashed. Deep-seated, engraved to the bone. Advancing forward, slow, one step at a time. A question of suffering, negotiation, despair. Closer, she stared dead into its hate-filled eyes. Dissipating hope, fizzling out of existence like a flickering candle. Oh, just where did it run off to? Broken Bar? A weapon in hand, dripping with the essence of those who'd perished. A remaining cold chill that coils around the heart. The tight squeeze of a vice, and once more for good measure. At once, the colossal monster lashed out with a single front leg. Fed up. No longer do curses slip from tongue like venom. Fate, in all its unfairness, sets in with finality. A blur, barely perceivable, dexterity that contradicted its size. Entrenched, inescapable. Aimed straight at her, seeking to crush her into nothing. Clinging to the last rope of sanity, it persists. Past the dust clouds, it closed in swiftly, moving faster than anyone could imagine. A fierce struggle, a fight to maintain. Oh, just what was my name again? Broken Bar? In mere moments, it would soon be upon her. Chaos, insatiable madness, perhaps in the blink of an eye, yet her face remained impassive. Yet, the time to give up hadn't arrived. Like a massive dagger, the monster's grotesque nail expanded in her field of view. Because Broken Bar, regardless, no decline in confidence, no lapse in concentration, a realization, akin to enlightenment, harboring the belief that this crippling darkness that once bound the soul truly wasn't that frightening. HMPH. Baang. Pure destruction, kicking up rocks of varying sizes and thick patches of grass, leaving a deep crater in the ground. A devastating collision, an impact that left the entire room quaking violently. The power behind that casual strike was unlike anything the people of this world could ever hope to reproduce. Moreover, judging from the slight look of pleasure that flickered in the Arachne Queen's 8 scarlet eyes, it was confident in eradicating this contemptible pest. However, just before the attack had landed, leapt high into the air with impeccable timing and finesse, displaying full focus in spite of her uncaring attitude. Updraft SHWA. Utilizing wind magic, she cast a spell that propelled herself further into the air, swiftly arriving at eye level with the Arachne Queen. It laid eyes on her figure, winding her arm back. Blood fizzled into existence, bubbling in the palm of her hand as it formed into a red, 3-meter-long javelin. A completely alien sound escaped its maw, echoing throughout. In less than a split second, like the snap of a camera, 6 more of such deadly weapons manifested in the air around her. As if the bottom lake of an abyss had surfaced, a sphere of murky, dark green liquid the size of a car swelled within the gaping hole of its mouth. Staring straight into each other's eyes, it felt as though time had stopped. The whole world was gray, leaving color to only 2 beings. And just before gravity enforced its laws, floated momentarily, changing her posture, twisting her waist, tensing her muscles, and strengthening her entire body with magic. Her lips parted, her voice a melodious tune. Scarlet Wrath, a descent of crimson stars. The coming of Ragnarade Pilk 2 released from her hand, a shockwave of force that propelled her javelin like a falling comet. 1 each of her weapons dropped with the tyrannical strength of a meteor. Destruction imminent, they neared their target almost immediately. However, the Arachne Queen refused to bend, its horrific 8 eyes displaying an ironclad bloodlust and fury rather than terror. The swamp-like sphere of sludge that had gathered within its mouth suddenly shot forward, yet, what spiraled into the sky wasn't just 1 sphere, but a whole 3 successive spheres of dark green liquid. 2 opposing sides faced off, approaching the other in a matter of moments, before Apa. 6 javelins collided with 3 venomous spheres of sludge, seemingly cancelling each other out. Buta too weak. 1 at his words, all 3 dark green spheres suddenly burst apart, giving way to the blood javelins that had also lost a good deal of their strength. Still, they continued racing toward their target without fail, aiming to skewer the Arachne Queen's massive body and take its life. Upon witnessing this scene, the monster gnashed its wicked sharp fangs as it prepared to evade such an attack. With the distance between the 2, and its own level of agility, it was more than capable of doing so. But before it could even move a single leg, it felt an agonizing pain running across its lower abdomen, causing it to shriek in surprise and immediately look back. A broken bar only to find nothing, no blood, not even the smallest wound, serving only to confuse it further. However, it had no time to ponder over this mystery, as it was flooded with an overwhelming sense of crisis. A rather simple warning at that. If it didn't move via broken bar, it would die. Without bothering to turn back around, the monster just barely managed to dodge the 6 blood javelins in time before they severely wounded it. A broken bar, but it seemed to have completely forgotten about the 7th. A broken bar, the one thrown by herself, barreling down at full speed. The only 3-meter-long javelin that hadn't lost any of its power swiftly arrived in front of it, causing all 8 eyes to widen in shock. There was no time to evade. It would die. No time to move out of the way. It would die. Overtaken by intense dread, only the ghastly feeling of death remained. If it could just a broken bar move, it willed its colossal body to move even the slightest bit. Just once was fine. And as it desired, the massive spider reacted, but only with enough time to lean to the side in the midst of a blood javelin tearing through its thick exoskeleton. Boom! K-A-W-A. A near-piercing shriek resounded, filled with unadulterated rage and agony. Accompanying the spider's terror was the blood javelin's earth-shattering impact, kicking up waves of dirt and debris. Large amounts of dark green blood splattered to the ground, pouring out from a long wound that nearly spanned across the queen's entire abdomen, a broken bar and an open gash where one of its back legs used to be. Not only that, but steam also hissed from the open wounds and festered with acidic bubbles, indicating that the blood javelin boasted more than just physical damage. On the other hand, watched on impassively, merely a few seconds passing since the release of her attack. She fell headfirst, barreling toward the ground, yet her eyes never left the Arachne Queen's enormous, writhing figure. Despite the seemingly dangerous situation, her presence oozed a sense of tranquility. Her gaze, a sea of calm, reminiscent of a certain someone. A change was occurring, a shift in her mentality. It was no longer just about eradicating the enemy in front of her but reaching her perfect state. The pinnacle of both mind and body. True ear broken bar transcendence. Updraft once more, she cast wind magic, flipping her body into an upright position as she drastically decreased her momentum. Her clothes fluttered in tandem with every golden strand of her hair, before she gently set foot onto thick mounds of dirt. To draw first blood against the opponent, it seemed she had won this round. The scales of the battle had ultimately been tipped in her favor, though it was nothing less than an expected result. With her skill illusion casting which she had gained due to her status as a progenitor, she could trick the minds of others into seeing or feeling things that weren't actually happening, such as when the Arachne Queen had no wounds despite feeling pain. The difference in stats also played a huge role in the success rate of actually affecting one with an illusion. Although the Arachne Queen had far higher physical and defensive stats than her, magic power had completely surpassed it by a large margin. Thus, there truly wasn't a way for anyone to defend against it if they were weaker than her, unless, of course, they were someone like Kaziel or perhaps even Suzu. As for the reason why the Arachne Queen had what seemed like acid residue spreading throughout its wounds, it was because of her other skill, acid blood. Normally, she conjured blood using mana through her blood manipulation skill. However, this time, she used her own blood, which was also the only possible way she could create her blood javelin with an added acid attribute. Every action of hers played a vital role in securing the upper hand in this battle, even anticipating the Arachne Queen's sudden attack beforehand. Her calculated and meticulous planning all lead up to the result of her previous attack, and that too, was also something to behold. To be able to split her concentration between the usage of skills and manipulate mana all at once spoke volumes of her genius. One had to know that just having a skill didn't mean that they'd automatically be proficient with it. It took actual hard work and talent, just as it did with leveling up. Yes, Aziel might have been the greatest monster to ever exist, but herself was also a beast to be reckoned with. Finished Alredur broken bar? She taunted, looking up at the wounded monster with icy disdain. It continued writhing painfully, struggling to regain balance on its remaining legs. The ground trembled with every one of its harsh movements, splattering blood in all directions. Still, although it was displaying such unsightliness, it was far from dead. It was a boss monster, not one with sentience, but one with enough cunning to effectively hunt its prey. You'd tell it was putting on a show, whilst simultaneously searching for an opening, an opportunity to strike. When her guard was down, disgusting. Raising a single hand, a blood-red halberd fell out of the sky and dropped into her grasp. It was the same one she had tossed up some time ago, and the one she had used to slaughter countless lesser Arachne. It wouldn't dissipate unless she did it personally. Then, without a moment's hesitation, shot forward, heading straight for the Arachne Queen's wounded side. She would personally see to it that a distinction was made. A distinction between who was the prey broken bar and who was the predator. SHWA. In an instant, swung a halberd with all the power in her body, connecting with one of the monster's front legs in an attempt to parry it away. Bar. And as expected, the colossal monster immediately overpowered her, sending her flying a few meters back. Her feet dug into the soft dirt below, bringing her momentum to a gradual halt. There was truly no comparison in physical strength. However, he had already decided whatever weakness she possessed now, would eventually become her strength. By any means, she would make it happen. Out of the corners of her eyes, she noticed the shattered bones in both arms regenerated at once. It may have originally been hard to tell, but her speed of regeneration was miles ahead of what it was previously. Even if she were completely destroyed, so long as she had a single drop of blood left in existence, she too would never cease to exist. Once more a broken bar she kicked off the ground, strengthening her body with as much magic it could handle. Her momentum picked up. Nearing the Arachne Queen's gigantic figure, she gripped the blood halberd in her grasp. The monster let loose a wrathful shriek, beginning its charge toward her. In the face of such disparity, instead of slowing down, pushed forward at top speed, seemingly preparing for a collision. Its fangs bared globs of toxic spit flung from its maw. And at this moment, just before they made contact, a thick, bloody aura enveloped its figure completely, further bolstering her strength and increasing her agility. Not expecting this sudden threat, the Arachne Queen's eyes widened as the speed of its charge noticeably lessened. Disregarded its shock, slipping past its defenses and maneuvered toward its wounded side. A huge leg swung in her direction, seeking to thwart her approach. With her enhanced stats, though it wasn't on par with the monster, her physical abilities had reached a new height, no longer able to be thrown about like before. The blade of her halberd bounced off the spider's large nail multiple times, but not before chipping deep into its tough chitin. Slid backward a few feet, watching silently as the monster finally regained composure. Then, without a word, she charged in at its side, refusing to wait for it to turn toward her. Bang! A creak. Again, her halberd collided with the monster's leg. Another swipe at her from the side. Pushing herself away, lowered herself, leaning back as far as she could possibly go. Like a scythe, the leg passed over her body, merely cutting a few loose hairs. Straightening her posture, she gazed at the Arachne Queen, its figure seemingly moving in slow motion. From above, a massive leg came down, intending to crush her completely. I see. So this is all you're worth. A broken bar. The blood aura surrounding her grew stronger and stronger. With this final attack, the Queen would rid itself of one less enemy. It was no longer a competition, not for the progenitor. A few feet away, it sought to destroy. Honestly, it was a broken bar. Disappointing bar. The blade of a halberd clashed against the spider's giant leg, neither backing down. He stared into the Arachne Queen's 8 scarlet eyes as its vicious maw came down upon her. 3 akin to a black hole, a never-ending darkness awaited. No response was necessary. She merely watched it close in, its palps clacking in anticipation. Her head, upper body, down to her feet, swallowed whole. And no more of her remained, completely taken into the spider's maw without any sign of struggle or resistance. She was nowhere to be seen, not where she stood previously or anywhere else. Eaten. She'd been eaten by the Arachne Queen. Astonished, the monster halted for a moment, looking around to see if it had truly dealt with it best. However, upon seeing no one but the other two standing far back, its body shivered with excitement, releasing a guttural, almost alien sound like a victory cry. It had finally rid itself of one annoyance, and that was enough to disregard the agonizing wounds that still bled even at this moment. A broken bar. And yet, if it had taken the time to notice that a broken bar, its supposed prey, which had been fighting fiercely all this time, put up no resistance whatsoever. Just this fact in itself would have been alarming, but the massive spider paid no heed. A grave mistake. Broken bar. Its entire body began to twitch and spasm, giving rise to a low shriek of terror. Something was terribly wrong. But at this moment, its worries were made certain as dark green blood suddenly fountained out of its mouth, splattering onto the ground in a gruesome fashion. The Arachne Queen stumbled to keep itself upright, vomiting blood of its own color. It shook and swung its huge legs in an attempt to crush this invisible enemy, but to no avail. There was no one around to attack it. Then, it froze. Not due to any low temperature, but the something it felt inside its body. It shivered from the strange feeling. Stumbling even more, one of its legs gave in, forcing it to nearly collapse. The monster struggled to lift itself up, but the blood loss had finally begun to take its toll. Unwilling, it attempted to push itself off the ground, before a SPLSSCHHHHHH. The back of its abdomen where its spinnerets used to be suddenly burst open, spewing fountains upon fountains of blood. Ka-a-wa. A deathly screech echoed throughout the vast room and beyond, its shrill cry damaging enough to send stalactites tumbling down from the ceiling above. However, it was far from over. Splitch. Chunks of meat and blood spewed out from the tops of its huge abdomen, increasing the volume of its agonizing cries. Splooch. More flung out from the right side where it was previously wounded, causing the monster to writhe and twitch on the ground in the hopes of alleviating the pain. Yay to SLCHHH. ACRSHHH. I spilch. More holes appeared around its abdomen, spewing out blood like geysers. Internal organs and shredded muscle gushed out of its engorged body, pouring onto the dirt. And eventually, the Arachne Queen collapsed to the ground completely, laying unmoving with the faintest breath. Despite all of this, it continued to live, but it seemed, even that wouldn't last too much longer. As if sensing its impending demise, the monster went completely silent, releasing ragged breaths at odd intervals. If one wasn't perceptive enough, they would have probably believed it to be dead, yet the fact that it survived this much meant that its vitality wasn't anything to scoff at. Still, its silence seemed almost ominous. It was as if something was coming. Something frightening, unimaginable. The terrifying weight of the monster's death seemed to last forever. Until splag. The Arachne Queen's body completely exploded. Like a watermelon, it simply popped. Blood, flesh, and organs were flung in all directions, falling to the ground in a downpour of dark green. An utterly gruesome demise, one most wouldn't even wish on their worst enemies. But standing amidst this ghastly spectacle was a soul figure. Golden blonde hair, crimson red eyes, and porcelain white skin. It could be no one else. The person who'd been devoured whole by the monster stood completely still. No visible emotion could be discerned. However, one thing was certain. An undeniable fact. She, who had been swallowed and came out alive. She had defeated Ita Broken Bar all by herself. Unthinkable. It was an achievement no one would believe even if they heard it. A monster with physical stats nearly on par with the Hydra, the final creature this labyrinth had to offer, had perished at the hands of a single vampire. No, not just any vampire but the progenitor herself. To be slain by an existence higher than royalty. An accomplishment one ought to value to the highest degree. After all, its life was put to great use. A broken bar beyond a broken bar insect. A broken bar to satisfy a vampire's pride. Both Azil and Sazu stared at the scene ahead blankly, watching, the former in mild surprise, but the latter a broken bar in complete shock. Reflected in both their eyes, an awe-inspiring sight. Blood rained from the sky, an ominous green shower. It drizzled as a warm ray of light shone down, unknown of its origins, like heaven's gates had been thrust open. A soul figure, petite but well-proportioned, such beauty. Completely naked, bare, displaying her porcelain white skin. She stood, wreathed in a mystical aura that seemed to ascend the mundane far from the secular world. Untouchable. With her head raised high, she gazed calmly at the dark ceiling of this hellish labyrinth, allowing residual drops of blood to slide off her fingers and drip into her mouth. This was a broken bar. Something more blinding, no longer a belief, a broken bar. A providence. A reality meant to be. A final truth that couldn't be denied. The advent of destiny.